Good afternoon everybody, and welcome to another live race weekend for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. We've come to the mini-Nurburgring of the north, as it's known, Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, for what is set to be another 2 excellent days of club motorsport. The headline act this weekend is the next rounds of the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. They're taking a weekend away from their typical TCR UK support slot to join us here at Cadwell Park for what should be an amazing weekend for them. There's also the usual multitude of Mazdas. We've got the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, the MX-5 Championship and the MX-5 Super Cup all on track this weekend. We've also got the Nankai BMW Compact Cup, the Audi TTs and the Evolution Trophy. They come up tomorrow, and there's also additional racing from the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, and on top of that also the modified Ford Series as well. So plenty to keep lots of you entertained watching here on the stream. If you haven't yet already, be sure to hit the like button and also hit subscribe and hit notifications, so at least when tomorrow we go live, you'll be able to do so when we get going once again. Racing's about to get underway in just a few minutes' time. Our first race of the weekend, as it typically tends to be when they're on the timetable, is for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Now this is the part of the championship where drop scores start to come into play, so it means that every single point really has to count. Every driver in this championship has to drop their 2 worst scores at the end of the season, and that decides who the champion is, and they cannot drop scores from the final rounds at the end of the season at Silverstone. So from today's qualifying session, which is seen at just about 30 cars in the mix, we're going to have a quick chat, if we can, to our pole sitter who also leads the championship at this point, if we can have a chat with him, and that is Matt Fletcher. He's won a few races. He's off the back of what was a slightly testing weekend at Snetterton, so we'll have a quick word with him in a moment anyway, just having a quick chat with Jack Brewer. And we'll see if we can quickly jump in and just get his thoughts on what's happening. So, Matt, on pole position, I think it's fair to say this is a better start to the weekend than you kind of had at Snetterton. It was very mixed back in what was very poor conditions, but how confident are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, it's good. Really pleased with qualifying. Could have asked much more than that. Cadwell, it's a tricky circuit. It can throw anything at you. So I'm starting in the best place. I know that I'm quickest out there, so I've just got to keep my head down and not take any risks. I don't really need to. So yeah, just enjoy it.
Then they're going to release you in a second, but just quickly, you've got Harry next year. Are you worried about how quickly he might start, given how quick he was at Snetterton? No. Harry's great. They're all quick. Everyone's quick. It's just sort of, keeping out of trouble. Don't need to take any unnecessary risks. So yeah, just go out and have some fun. Right, well, enjoy yourself. Best of luck. We'll see how you get on.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. That might be the instance we've got time for, because they're about to release them off the grid, but the rest of the cars you've got Harry Dean, who was very quick at Snetterton, got a victory last time out. Jordan Pimley was one of the stars of Snetterton also. He picked up a fantastic victory from the back of the grid, practically 28th on the grid in the wet conditions to charge his way through to a win. He and the close racing team were absolutely delighted. You've got John Pethick alongside him in car number 50. He was last year's vice champion. He's getting up there in the mix, and also someone who I'm actually quite delighted. I'm going to quickly cut across to walk as alongside as we wait for the first few cars to come out of assembly, is Paul Bateman. Good to see him back. He's had 1 or 2 sort of health issues, I understand, recently, but he's back on the grid this weekend. We've got Kevin Dengate here as well. Good to see him quite high up on the grid here at about 6th. Tim Dawson here as well. He was a bit of a last-minute entry. As we keep on moving down the order, Jamie Turner's here in car number 9. Jack Warry's somewhere around the top 10 as well, so he's be one to watch out for too. And a few more drivers up and down the grid. You've got the Greensmiths in there, Johnny and Rob as well. You got right next to Johnny Greensmith actually is George Grant of Clapper North fame and also of Downforce Radio, so it's good to see him on the grid in a Rob Boston prepared Mark 1, and plenty of other drivers up and down the field. There's also, of course, the Masters category, which is currently being led by Del Pace, and so he's going to be trying to keep that momentum as he goes on. We're going to quickly move backwards as the cars are going to head out now for their formation lap. Of course, they'll head round to the grid, do 1 formation lap, and then they'll be back around to get 15 minutes of Mazda MX-5 Clubman racing underway. And as they trickle out of the assembly area, I think it's time to first of all introduce you and hand you over to our superstar commentator for the weekend for the first of some 24 races here this weekend at Cadwell Park. So without further ado, as the few of the cars are a little bit lacklustre getting away, but they should do very shortly. And number 24 car of looks like Simon Waterfall is a little bit slow to get away, but once he's been secured, and away he goes. As the rest of the pack make their way through, Russell Halley also making his way out from the other side of the assembly area. The number 11 car in the distance is Johnny Greensmith, and then you've got there also Dell and Jake Pace. William Bream's in there too. Thomas Davies, who came across from Fiestas last year to race in MX-5 Clubman. and the rest of the pack goes streaming out to the assembly area. So as they head out onto the grid before they start their formation lap and our first race of the weekend here at Cadwell, I think it's time to hand you over to our superstar commentator for the first race of the weekend. So hand you over to Andy McKeown to take you through the grid for this first race of the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Andy, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. Really happy to be here at Cadwell Park then for the latest live coverage of the Brscc race events. And well, this particular event, always a highlight on the calendar. Cadwell Park, one of those real drivers' favourite circuits, a great place to come and race, and always does produce really close racing when the MX-5s are in town. This then is how the grid lines up. Matthew Fletcher has the pole position with Harry Dean alongside him. Matthew Fletcher, championship leader, coming into this weekend. Then it's Jordan Pimley and John Pethick, row 2, Paul Bateman and Kevin Dengate on the third row, with Tim Dorr and Simon Waterfall on row number 4. Row 5 then for Jamie Turner and Jack Morrie. Row 6, Russell Halley and Michael Pearce, and the 7th row for Johnny Greensmith and George Grant. Then row 8 for Jake Pace and William Bream. Row 9, Rob Greensmith and Thomas Davis, and on the 10th row it's Peter Bell and Chris Thelwell. 11th row for Christian Dan. He had a 3-place grid penalty for a yellow flag infringement in qualifying. Simon Privet will share the 11th row with him. Row 12 then for Andrew Dean and Tom Cannon. Row 13, Jordan Head and Chris Whitmore. 14th row, Peter Williams and David Scowler, and Kevin Bird will line up at the back of the grid, despite having not completed as many laps as he should have done in qualifying, but he's been given permission to start from the back. So championship-wise then, as Scott was sort of starting to explain down there in the assembly area, we have 3 events left. 6 races remain in the 2023 campaign, and on outright points it looks very good indeed for Matthew Fletcher. He is actually over 100 points clear of his nearest rival Jordan Pimley. However, drop scores then start to come into play. Because Matthew Fletcher's been super consistent so far this season, he is dropping significantly more points than Pimley, who has had a non-finish last time out at Snetterton, which he then bounced back from brilliantly in race 2 with a race win, and he also had a low finish, I believe, back at the Silverstone season opener. So Jordan Pimley is dropping fewer points, and that means once you get onto the drop scores, it all tightens up a bit. Matthew Fletcher on 879, Pimley 845, so it is still 34 points between. It suddenly starts to look a little bit more doable for Jordan Pimley. However, Jordan starting third on the grid, championship leader Matthew Fletcher on pole position in the purple number 21 car, so advantage to Fletcher. Pole position worth a bonus point. So too is setting the fastest lap in either of the races this weekend, and then you get 100 juicy championship points for claiming a race win, and that is most definitely going to be the target for our current championship leader Matthew Fletcher. The green flag lap then gets underway one more time around the 2-mile Cadwell Park circuit before we get racing underway, and it will be a 15-minute race for the MX-5 Clubman Championship, unlike the other MX-5 action this weekend. Action. Brilliant circuit Cadwell Park. They did a track walk around here last night, which I haven't done for many a year, and I forgot just how undulating the circuit Cadwell was. But also, one thing that perhaps doesn't get picked up on the cameras all that well is how much camber there is through an awful lot of these turns. That really allows you to carry good corner speed and keep that momentum up, which in Mark 1 MX-5 racing is super, super important, because they're not the most powerful of cars, and so keeping that minimum corner speed as high as possible is absolutely essential to setting good lap times. Now, that camera up at the top of the hill towards the gooseneck has one or two, as does this one actually, 1 or 2 raindrops on it. I think I just spotted a car with windscreen wipers going. There has been this threat of, oh, it is absolutely, it's raining quite heavily actually outside the commentary box, so the rain has arrived just in time for the first race of the weekend. This rain has been threatening all day long. It's been bright, it's been warm, it's been sunny, but then every now and again we get a dark cloud overhead, and that's what's happened now just before our first race. So this is going to be a particular challenge for the drivers. We'll have to wait and see whether or not they're given 2 green flag laps, because with the change of weather conditions, sometimes that can be the decision made. But I think usually that decision has to be taken before the first green flag lap begins. So we'll wait and see, but it could be a real voyage into the unknown now for the drivers as they barrel off into Coppice Corner for the first time. Having said that the rain was quite heavy though, it's sort of abated just as quickly as it came by. It's quite breezy here today at Cadwell, so that does hopefully move the weather systems through nice and quickly, and maybe not too much damage was done. Certainly doesn't look like the track gone all that wet as a result of the brief shower that we just had. So Matthew Fletcher, championship leader then, Jordan Pimbley second. He's the black and yellow number 500 car who's going to be starting third. In between them on the grid is Harry Dean. Now Harry Dean is not a championship contender because he hasn't done the full season. But Harry right on the pace this weekend at the wheel of car number 8. He's only raced with us twice so far. He did Croft, where he was on the podium, and then he raced last time out at Snetterton, where he won the first race. So added his name to the list of race winners we've had so far this season. Quite a few drivers actually have stood on the top step of the podium, but for Matthew Fletcher, a win today could be his 6th of the season, and it's that sort of winning hit rate that is giving him this very, very tasty championship lead. So he is in the purple number 21 car. Windscreen wiper just going there slightly as he lined up on the grid. But actually, I don't think it's raining anymore. Looking out of the... I know there are a few drops still coming down actually outside of the commentary box. So yeah, this could be a bit sketchy on the opening lap. Harry Dean, then the white and green car starts alongside him. And then Jordan Pimbley, the black car with the yellow stripes, starting third on the grid, second in the championship. And then alongside him, the pale blue car with the white stripe, that's John Pethick. Now John sits 4th in the championship. And on drop scores, he's only 2 points behind Bo Parry, third, but Bo not racing with us here at Cadwell Park. So a chance for John to gain a position. Right then, 5-second board has just been held aloft on the starting gantry. We're almost good to go racing then in changeable conditions here at Cadwell Park in the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Lights go out, away they go. Good start made by Fletcher there from pole position. Not a great getaway from Harry Dean. He gets a bit of a helping hand from John Pethick, but that could allow Jordan Pimbley through into second place. Jordan on the inside line there. Yes, I think he's going to go through into second, and that's significant. He's right onto the tail then of his championship rival as they turn through Charlie's for the first time. Up over the rise into the second part of Charlie's, which in a way is the more important of the two apexes, because that dictates your exit speed then down the hill through the dip on the Park straight, which is not straight at all. It's got quite a significant left-hand kink in it just as they go through the dip, and then they climb up towards Park Corner, arguably the best of the overtaking opportunities on the circuit, and seemingly the point on the track where the rain is coming from. Through the right-hander they go, and Pimbley actually looking to the outside there of Matthew Fletcher as they turn through the right. Headed towards Chris Curve, they're bouncing wide over the grass there, the number 9 car, that was Jamie Turner, who actually manages to slip round the outside of car 99, that's Russell Halley. Russell started a couple of places behind Jamie, got themselves together on the opening lap. Down towards Mansfield then, for the first time, feeling the grip levels, hoping that your brakes are warm enough to stop you at the bottom of another big descent. Tim Dorr there being assaulted by one of the close racing cars and ends up on the grass, gives one back again as he comes back on the road. Tim Dorr never far away from a battle. That was Simon Waterfall launching up the inside, and that little battle that they had has opened the door now for one of the Greensmith. I think that was Jonathan Greensmith, who's up a few places from where he started to get up past the pair of them. Over the mountain, through the Hall Bends, and towards the end of a very frenetic opening lap of racing. Everyone, though, seemingly keeping it together on what might be a slightly slippery racetrack. And they head now towards the slipperiest part of the circuit, really, into the trees, through the hairpin, through Barn Corner, and out towards the completion of the opening lap of racing, where Matthew Fletcher enjoys a race lead, but not a particularly healthy one, and the last person he wants to see behind him is Jordan Pimbley, but that's exactly who he does see. Pimbley second, Harry Dean third, John Pethick fourth, and a challenge for the lead in the distance there. That was Jordan Pimbley looking to the outside of Matthew Fletcher. Did he make that one stick? We'll try and pick them out in a moment or two. Some of the midfield battles looking pretty entertaining as well, but yes, we haven't had a lead change. That did not work for Jordan Pimbley. He's held on to second from Harry Dean, but he did have a big look there around the outside of Matthew Fletcher through the first turn. Jordan Pimbley spoke to briefly yesterday evening, and he is well up for the fight this weekend and knows he needs to start outscoring Matthew if he's to stand any chance of taking the championship from him. Top four making a break then. Fletcher, Pimbley, Dean and Pethick. Then there the battle for fifth, led by the returning Paul Bateman. Echo Scott's sentiments. Brilliant to have him back on the grid. And really not looking race rusty at all, is he? He's in the top 5 and keeping a queue of MX-5 drivers behind him. Kevin Dengate, Johnny Greensmith, Simon Waterfall, Tim Dorr and Michael Pearce, the top 10, as they drop down then through the gooseneck towards the braking zone at Mansfield Corner. Greensmith up into 7th position, having started 13th. Great start for him. Go for it Racing Cars has a tentative look at the inside of Michael Pearce. That was Jack Murray, I think, wasn't it, trying to take 10th place away, failing to do so ultimately at the bottom of the hill. Jordan Pimbley looks as though he's got some good pace here. He's already latched back onto the tail of Matthew Fletcher, despite clearly having a bit of a moment when he tried to go around the outside at the first corner. And as they come towards the completion of lap 2, they're going to be nose to tail once again. the back, there is that very entertaining battle for the first lap of the race. I think there's a bit of damage actually to the front of Simon Waterfall's close racing car. For a little bit askew, but not slowing him down at all, it would seem, as he continues to try and fend off Tim Dorr off the road further back. That's Simon Privet. That's the little section of track between Mansfield and the bottom of the mountain that he's got grass tracking at. As the race leaders work their way back through there, Matthew Fletcher, Jordan Pimbley. Fletcher with the fastest lap, worth a bonus point in the championship, but Jordan Pimbley arriving back on his tail with some momentum, it seems. Looking to try and challenge for the lead, I'm sure, as soon as he can. Through Charlie's, sun now starting to glint off the bodywork of the cars once again. As the worst of that rain very much seems to have passed us by. Side by side here then, this is for 5th position. Paul Bateman a bit wide out of Charlie's. Opens the door now for Johnny Greensmith to get up the inside and gain another place. From 13th to 5th this would be for Greensmith. In the space of 2.5 laps, he's got the inside line into Park Corner. Just leans slightly on Paul Bateman there to deter him from hanging on round the outside. And does pick up the place. Kevin Dengate then also involved in a battle with Simon Waterfall and Tim Dorr. So Simon Waterfall, the close racing meet in an AB Motorsport sandwich there as they head towards the gooseneck. Such a commitment corner, that a real leap of faith over the crest and downhill towards Mansfield, where there are still double-waved yellows flying. Oh, that's why. There is a car parked in a very odd place. Andrew Dean has found himself, I'm not quite sure how he's got there. There's a lot of grass on the road, and I wonder if this is related to Simon Privet being on the grass earlier on. The safety car is now being called for, and that's not a huge surprise. A very odd place for a car to find itself, and that will take a little bit of recovering. Understandably then, the runyourfleet.com safety car is being scrambled. There is the car in question, and Andrew Dean clearly perfectly fine, but stuck in a place from which he can't recover himself. I can honestly say I've never seen a car in that particular position, although again, doing the track walk last night, there are lots of tyre marks going up that bank, so it's obviously a surprisingly popular place to have an accident, and we add another car to that list. So one car at least needing recovering, and the runyourfleet.com safety car makes its way out onto the circuit then for the first time this weekend. And it means that Matthew Fletcher, Jordan Pimbley, Harry Dean and John Pethick, who had made a break at the front of the field, will now be reeled in once more by the chasing pack. And of course it should now be Johnny Greensmith into 5th. Now this plays nicely into the hands of Johnny Greensmith, because he clearly is as quick as the leading group, but was digging himself out of the midfield after a disappointing qualifying effort. Well, now he's into 5th and, well, crossed the line. Right back on the tail of the race leaders. He was about 5 seconds off the race lead, but of course he's now going to catch them pretty quickly. Now, those lights look red on the screen. They're not red, they are yellow. I think that's just the lighting on our cameras, because out of the window I can still see yellow lights and flags being displayed. So the race not being stopped, it's simply being paused whilst this number 38 car, the Tucker Motorsport car, is recovered from the banking on the exit of Mansfield. It's not the kind of place you tend to end up on your own. Normally there's a bit of assistance required, and there is a little bit of a ding in the right front corner of that number 38 car, so I suspect this did somehow involve Simon Privet. They started relatively close on the grid as well. Privet started 22nd and Andrew Dean 23rd, so they would have been running in about the same part of the order. That means that, oh, we now do have a red flag, so I assure you the lights were yellow earlier on, but they are now red. So race being stopped, and unfortunately a bit of a disjointed start to our weekend here then at Cadwell Park, where we're going to have a bit of a stoppage here then. That will, I doubt, be the end of the race. I know that we're showing a checkered flag now, but we were only about 6.5 minutes in. We weren't quite halfway. I'd be surprised if they call it a day there. I think we should get a restart once this car, which, as we saw from the gesticulations of the marshals, needs towing out of the way. Once that's been done, we will hopefully be good to go racing once again. So the cars then lining up on the grid, and they will line up in the order in which they were running, I suspect. So you can see on that brand new graphic that we've had had brought in for this weekend, that the drivers who have gained ground since the initial start of the race will get to keep that those extra positions that they have gained. So Johnny Greensmith, who's gained 8 spots from the start, will be very, very happy actually, with now a real shot to challenge from the front if we do get a race restart. Which, as I say, I would anticipate we would. We had a little bit of time built into the timetable today, so we should be able to hopefully re-rack them and go again. And this shouldn't take too long. I mean, they were saying that it needed a tow, and actually, oh, careful of the front bumper. Yeah, they have got the car down and out of the way, so it didn't need the tow after all. And we should now then, hopefully, even more quickly be able to get the race resumed. So back on its way goes the car just as the recovery truck arrives. So Marshall's surprising even themselves, perhaps, with the efficiency with which they were able to get that car out of the way. But, let's wait and see. They've not brought the cars back to the paddock, so that does tell me that we should have a race restart here. They're going to regrid them and go again pretty soon after. There is the number 24 car then, Simon Waterfall, having a good run this weekend. Simon has raced with us for the last few meetings and hasn't been anywhere near the top 5 really, so there's something about Cadwell Park. It brings out the best in some drivers, and Simon Waterfall, one of those drivers clearly who really favours the old school technical challenge that is Cadwell Park. Brilliant place to throw a Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 around, and Simon clearly in his element here, and he's going to line up for the restart in 8th position, so in amongst that fight for top 5 places. So safety car then lines up on the grid, and the drivers will await further instruction from the marshals as to where they should be lining up, but I would imagine, because we ran a lap behind the safety car there before the red flag came out, I would imagine that we'll have a grid order that looks awfully like the running order at the time. We completed 3 racing laps, so Matthew Fletcher should pull into pole position with Jordan Pimley now alongside him, and Pimley looked threatening there. He made a decent start first time around, not quite as good as Fletcher. Now starting from the outside line, that's the racing line as well, so maybe a little bit more grip on that side of the road. That might help him on his launch to the first turn. Timing screen now suggesting we'll get a 5-minute restart, so 5-minute restart then for our Downforce Radio Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman race. And the marshals have indeed put Pimley second on the grid. 3rd place then Harry Dean, 4th John Pethick, 5th Johnny Greensmith, 6th Paul Bateman, 7th Kevin Dengate, 8th Simon Waterfall, Tim Dorr will be 9th, and alongside him should be Michael Pearce. I think that is in the green number 70 car. So I don't, unless there is another car that needs recovering, I don't think this is going to take too long to get the race back underway, because I'm presuming here that Andrew Dean has been able to drive back to the paddock under his own steam. The car didn't appear to be too badly damaged, so and Simon Privet, I didn't ever see where Simon got to, but either he continued in the race or he again drove himself out of harm's way. So hopefully we'll get the green flag lap and race restart procedure begun very shortly, and we'll have 5 minutes of frantic MX-5 Clubman racing action. So this is the 6th event of the season. It all started at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit back in April, and we had 2 fantastic races there on the full Grand Prix loop, both won by Brad Jones, who was doing a one-off entry. I'll say a one-off entry, then turned up at Brands Hatch and raced as well, but didn't go quite as well at the 2nd event of the season, because the 2 races at Brands Hatch saw Jordan Pimley and Matthew Fletcher share the race wins, and that really was the start of their ding-dong championship battle, although Pimley then struggled a little bit at Croft, where Fletcher had a 2nd and a race victory. First race that weekend won by Paul Bateman, and that was the last weekend that Paul raced with us. He had to miss Anglesey, where Matthew Fletcher did the hat-trick and won all 3 races, and also miss Snetterton, where we had a win for Harry Dean in only his 2nd appearance of the season in the first race, and then Jordan Pimley claimed his 2nd win of the season in race number 2. So Pimley, though, has been reasonably consistent. It's that non-finish at Snetterton that's done him a little bit of damage, really, in the championship, but he'd been consistently in the top 5, and in fact even stole a podium in the 3rd race at Anglesey, which I seem to remember was in slightly damp conditions on the Sunday. Jordan Pimley was hoping then, going into Snetterton, to ride that momentum through the rest of the season, but unfortunately the non-finish in the first race rather put paid to that, and means that we have this reasonably healthy championship lead for Fletcher. Then we've also got the Masters Championship, which is a little bit closer, actually. Del Pace and Michael Pearce, both of whom I've mentioned already in this race. Michael Pearce will be taking the restart 10th on the grid, whilst Del Pace will be a little bit further back. But those two separated not by a huge amount, 873 points for pace, 856 for Michael Pearce, and then Nick Ledoyen on 846, but I don't think Nick has made the trip up north, so he's going to have his first non-scores of the season then. But yeah, Del Pace versus Michael Pearce has been a fascinating battle, I should say, throughout the season, particularly because actually between the two of them, only Del Pace has won the Masters class at any point, and he's only won one race. It's just been consistency really for him that's put him up there. He's never been out of the top 5 in the class. He's only rarely been off the podium, I think twice maybe all season long, within the class this is. Whilst Michael Pearce has had an odd finish, the wins in the Masters class, Alan Hawkins had a couple of wins back at Silverstone. Paul Bateman then won both races at Brands and a race at Croft within the Masters category. Then there was Hayden McDonald getting a win as well at Croft. Then at Anglesey, Johnny Greensmith won the first 2 Masters races before Del Pace got that elusive first victory. And then last time at Snetterton, it was Johnny Greensmith again who visited the top step of the Masters podium. Masters class for drivers over the age of 45, I believe. Yep, get the nod from Scott Woodwiss. And yes, although they are a little more advanced in years, the Masters drivers, some of them extremely quick. I mean, we know Johnny Greensmith's pedigree in Mazda MX-5 racing. And he has already shown in this race how quick he's capable of going. They do appear, interestingly, to have gridded him up 6th on the grid, not 5th, as I was expecting. So the results would have gone back a lap, but I actually thought he was still in 5th place, even a lap prior to the red flag. But that doesn't appear to have been the case, so he'll have to get back ahead of Paul Bateman again in the early going. So we're going to have a green flag lap, again a 5-minute race restart. Cars move off the line now and make their way around the Cadwell Park circuit once more. And the track conditions now back to pretty much perfect, I'd say. No obvious signs of rain anymore. It never did get wet enough, the track, because it's quite warm here today. Even that little sprinkle of rain, as heavy as it got at one point, I don't think ever actually made the track all that wet. So we have pleasant conditions once again for a resumption of racing. So Matthew Fletcher, Jordan Pimley, row number 1. And that's the battle to watch, really. The championship contenders starting from the front of the grid. And this should be a really interesting run into the first corner. There's not a lot of grip on the outside at turn 1. Of course, Pimley's tried the outside line once already at Coppice at race speed. Might have a bit more luck off a standing start, though, arriving there a bit slower. Maybe the lack of grip on the dirty side of the road won't affect him too badly, so maybe he will be fancying his chances if he gets a good launch anyway of hanging tough around the outside. Challenging for the race lead. You feel that if he can get through, he might have the pace to get away as well. The rate at which he was able to close back in on the leader Matthew Fletcher before the safety car came out suggests that he is the quicker of the two, maybe. So waiting for the cars to make their way back around them and see whether or not Matthew Fletcher can pick up that 6th victory of the season. Now, of course, because this is a restarted race, that bonus point I mentioned for the fastest lap, which was going away in Matthew Fletcher, that's no more too. He's going to have to set another fastest lap. Essentially everything that happened before the red flag didn't happen now as far as the official race result is concerned. So it's whoever sets the fastest lap in this portion of the race who will take the bonus point. The cars crest the mountain, flash past in front of our commentary box. View of them as they head into the Hall Bend. You can see from that angle actually, look how tilted the cars are as they turn through the right, then tilt back the other way through the left. Incredibly spectacular sequence of corners and part of the track that really does test the drivers. There's one car right at the back of the pack I just saw with a rear bumper that's hanging loose, an orange car. Now, might that have been Simon Privet maybe? Because it might have been. Legacy of the incident that he had down there at Mansfield. Orange car there just coming into shot at the back of the pack. I think that is the 991. Yes, it is. It's the other side of the bumper, the right rear corner, that's taken a knock somewhere. But anyway, he's still going. He's going to take the restart for 5 minutes then of racing here in the Downforce Radio Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Matthew Fletcher on pole, Jordan Pimbley alongside him, and some 34 points, the difference between them at the top of the championship table in Fletcher's favour. So crucial here that Pimbley in the number 500 tries to get into the lead at the restart of the race. Just waiting for those last couple of cars to pull into position at the tail end of the field, and then we will be good to go racing. So waiting for the 5-second board to be shown. Just someone having a conversation with one of the drivers further down the order, but now hopefully they will get out of the way and green flags will be held aloft and we'll be good to go. I'm not quite sure what the cause of the delay is here. You can see there's a red coloured car, I think 2/3 of the way down the grid, that's drivers having a conversation with one of the officials. But what they're saying, unfortunately, I can't tell you. Right, the official's getting out of the way. I think we're good to go. Not quite sure what that was all about, but we should now get the race started. 5-second board has been shown. 5 minutes on the clock, and the two championship protagonists starting on the front row of the grid then. Revs rise, off they go. Brilliant start made by Fletcher. Pimbley actually will do well to hold on to second place here. Moves immediately to the inside line to cover the fast starting second row drivers, which I think he's managed to do. So Fletcher will lead then. Pimbley slots into second. Harry Dean and John Pethick side by side for third as they head through the first corner. 1 or 2 bouncing a bit wide, bit of contact further back, but they just about all keep it going in the right direction. Some touchy-feely stuff in the midfield, but at the front of the pack, job done so far for Matthew Fletcher, but can he now fend off what looks like a very rapid Jordan Pimbley? Side-by-side action behind them. Paul Bateman there, the dark blue car. He's going to give the bumper to John Pethick as they come up over the top of the hill and head for the braking zone at Park Corner. So Fletcher leads, Pimbley second. Who's going to be third? It looks like John Pethick will get the better of that little squabble for now. Harry Dean there, the number 8 car on the outside, slots into fourth, with Paul Bateman and Johnny Greensmith then left to debate fifth, with Bateman getting the better of it. One of the, well, a couple of cars off actually. Kevin Bird is the second of them out onto the dirt, and a third car now exits stage left and head for the barrier, do they? That's the number 3 machine, sideways and around they will go. There's 2 cars off. That is Jack Warrior, I think, the first one, and then the second of those cars almost colliding with him actually as they continued their moment on the grass. It's one of those parts of the circuit there up at Chris Curve where the track keeps on going right, and you get a wheel on the grass. It's very difficult to save it. Change for the race lead though. Jordan Pimbley gets himself ahead of Matthew Fletcher, and that was really important, I think, to make that move early. There's another car heading towards the barriers in the background though as they went into the bottom part of the mountain. Pimbley gets the lead. He's sideways over the curbs through the Hall bend, but Jordan Pimbley has got himself in front and now needs to hope really that some other drivers get up there and start challenging Matthew Fletcher as well, because right now he's only gaining 2 points against Fletcher. The more cars he gets between them, the more of an advantage he starts to gain. So some of those who had issues further back, Jordan Head was the number 3 car who was spinning around. I think the other one might have been Jack Warrior. We'll confirm that as and when he gets to the start-finish line. But at the front of the field, Pimbley the leader, Fletcher second, Pethick third, Dean fourth, Bateman still 5th position with Johnny Greensmith on his tail. Then it's Kevin Dengate, Tim Dorr is next, Simon Waterfall and Russell Halley completing the top 10. Jack Warrior did drop down into 16th place, so I think he was one of the cars off up at the top of the circuit. Meanwhile, Matthew Fletcher wants to try and get the lead back. He's weaving this way and that in the wing mirrors of the race leader and his championship rival Jordan Pimbley. Up towards Park Corner they go, but he can't quite get to the inside, or can he? He sees a chink of an opening, decides better against that. That was sensible stuff there from Matthew Fletcher, who has a championship lead to try and defend. Ultimately second place, better than contact and a non-finish, and so he's going to just settle in behind the race leader for now. Under threat though from John Pethick now. This is the problem for Fletcher. If he makes an attempt at a move that doesn't pay off, it will lose him time and put him under threat from those cars behind, and he really doesn't want to lose second place if he can help it. Gets a bit out of shape there through the apex at Mansfield, gets the car rotated nicely though, and continues on his way as they head for the mountain section. Hopefully a slightly cleaner run through the mountain incoming. Jordan Pimbley now starting to look a bit more comfortable out in front, hops up over the top of the crest. Fletcher second, nose to tail then for third between John Pethick and Harry Dean, and in fact they're going to be side by side almost going into the Hall bends. John Pethick defended that inside line, those stayed in front as they come through the roller coaster sequence of corners then through the left and the right, then the left, then another right, then another left, dropping downhill and into the braking zone at the hairpin. Out of barn corner though come the top two. And Pimley about to start what will be the final lap, so it's just going to be a 3-lap restart. And really now the battle is the third, isn't it? Confirmation on the screen there that we've still got just the two non-finishers. We knew about Andrew Dean, but we've also now lost the number 96 car as well, as we go side by side there for third. John Pethick relieving third place to Harry Dean. So Harry Dean back to where he started now. Took the restart at least ahead of John Pethick. Peter Bell, by the way, the 96, who has retired as well. So just the two cars not running. That's good news after what was a fairly lively restart. Here, though, for the race lead, Matthew Fletcher absolutely not settling for second place. Pulls to the outside of Jordan Pimley through Park Corner. And that didn't work ultimately, but Jordan Pimley is going to have to get his defending boots on this final lap if he wants to hang on to his second victory of the season. Through the gooseneck they will go. Sideways there for the race leader as he commits to that real drop down the hill onto the brakes through Mansfield. And really now we're through most of the realistic overtaking opportunities. You can, if you're really feeling brave, have a go into a couple of the remaining corners, but I'd be surprised if Fletcher takes that sort of a risk. As I said, with a championship lead to try and defend, he doesn't really need to take any big risks. Over the top of the hill, Pimley looks good now. Fletcher second, Dean third. Pethick under threat now from Paul Bateman, who's seen off Johnny Greensmith on the restart. Greensmith not able really to go with him. Dengate door in behind. Down towards the final couple of corners we go though, and Jordan Pimley exits the hairpin a bit sideways, but still in the race lead. Turns into barn corner, and it will be a second victory of the season for Jordan Pimley. He'll take a couple of points out of his championship rival Matthew Fletcher. Across the line he goes, and Jordan Pimley wins our opening race here at Cadwell Park. Second place goes the way of Matthew Fletcher, and Harry Dean on the final lap takes the fastest lap of the race, takes a bonus point away from Pimley, and that means that Jordan only gains 2 points on Fletcher when it looked as though it was going to be 3 until Harry Dean put in that really good final lap. John Pethick then is 4th, Paul Bateman 5th, 6th Johnny Greensmith, 7th Kevin Dengate, 8th for Tim Dorr, 9th Simon Waterfall, and the top 10 completed by Russell Halley. So Jordan Pimley then by 9/10 claims a victory, and as I said, on drop scores now means that there'll be, by my reckoning, 32 points now between them. And tightens things up ever so slightly, but Pimley needs to be taking more than that out of Fletcher, really. He claims the second place in that one. Pimley the winner, though, and having claimed that win back at Brands Hatch at the start of the season, he will be very, very happy indeed to have taken another one. Nice time to start hitting a vein of good form as well. We have one more race to go this weekend, then 2 at Donington Park and 2 at Silverstone. Here are confirmation, though, of the results, with Jordan Pimley the winner, Matthew Fletcher second and Harry Dean in third, John Pethick fourth, and then Paul Bateman in fifth claimed the victory in the Masters class, getting the better of Johnny Greensmith in that category. Then it was Kevin Dengate 7th, Tim Dorr 8th, Simon Waterfall 9th, and Russell Halley in 10th position, Rob Greensmith 11th, and Michael Pearce completed the top 12. Then it was Jake Pace and Christian Dan, with Jack Worry, George Grant, Kevin Bird, Tom Davis, Tom Cannon and Chris Whitmore completing the top 20. Will Breen was 21st ahead of Peter Williams, Jamie Turner and David Scowler. Then outside of the top 24, we start to get to those who had issues in that race. So 25th was Jordan Head. We saw having the big spin on the opening lap of the restart. Chris Thelwell was off the road too, I believe, and Simon Privet in 27th, with Andrew Dean in the end the only non-finisher. I think Peter Bell might have actually been a non-starter to that restarted race. So cars will make their way back towards Parc Fermé, and awaiting them, and in amongst, I think, some of the Fiesta drivers getting ready for our next race as well, is Scott Woodwiss.
Well, that was quite a dramatic first race, and congratulations to Jordan Pimley, who takes his second win in a row after that heroic drive from 28th on the grid at Snetterton. Didn't quite have to do that this time, had to survive 2 starts, but he did get the pass he needed to get himself that victory. He and the Close Racing team will be absolutely delighted. We'll hear from the top 3 shortly. They've got to come out of Parc Fermé, and we'll have a chat to them and get them on the podium in a moment. Until then, the next race is already coming out already onto the grid, which is the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. It's Michael Blackburn, the defending champion, on pole position, ahead of Dan Robinson in Second, Chris Grimes, who took a couple of victories last time as a guest at Knock Hill, is third. And then the two championship contenders are back in fourth and seventh. It's Sam Beckett and Matt Pimlett, separated by a point on drop scores, and they're going to try and get themselves out there. Good to see the Watkins also in the mix as well, both Sam and Josh. Plus a couple of cars making their way onto the grid as well. So for those who haven't seen this championship before, this is what used to be called the STXR Challenge, and I'll probably keep walking and talking whilst you wait for the Mazdas to come through. Almost lost my place there. So it used to be called the STXR Challenge. It's now merged with the ST150 spec cars in what was simply just known as the Brscc Fiesta Championship, but that's now become only that championship's become for ST240s. Those cars have come across, they've been balanced, they're all run on a Nankang tyre, and it should be quite close, exciting racing. We might have to go quite rapid fire with the podiums as much as we can, because of course I anticipate, given the fact we had a bit of a red flag, we might be slightly behind on time. So fingers crossed we can get the drivers down here to have a chat to them, because obviously time is a little bit tight. Interesting stuff by Harry Dean to get himself third place. Now also got him the fastest lap point, which will certainly help. That takes it away from both Jordan Pimley and Matthew Fletcher. I'm just looking to the top of the hill just to see if we can speculatively have top three to come down here. It might be the case if we have to get called to the start of the next race. We might have to possibly skip that one, but hopefully we don't have to. But the drivers hopefully will be here as soon as possible. But some very strong drives. That will certainly be very good confidence for Jordan Pimley for his second win in a row. It will be confident for Matthew Fletcher, because it's also good points for him just to remain in the championship lead. He'll have lost a couple of points as a result of that. But nonetheless, it should be pretty intriguing to see what impact Harry Dean can make. Of course, they've got a second race coming up later on this afternoon, so that will be all the more interesting. So, of course, Mazda MX-5's plentiful on this timetable. You've, of course, got the Mazda MX-5 Championship, sponsored by Gaz Shocks, and the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And, of course, plenty more racing coming along as well. I can just hear the siren in the background, which suggests that they're going to put the ST150s onto their formation lap. So, hopefully, the drivers can come out down. Otherwise, I think for this next one, I think we'll have to pudgy up the drivers a bit quicker to get them downstairs here to do their podiums. So that will be an interesting spectacle coming up, I think, for the ST150 Challenge. Mike Blackburn seems as though he's a bit more comfortable in terms of pace. He's been a bit off a little bit in terms of his speed in the first half of the season. Now he's starting to get back up there, and Cadwell Park seems to be a circuit that he's really starting to enjoy and gel with. I'm intrigued to see what Dan Robinson can do from the front row of the grid, and also Chris Grimes. He's a bit of the odd one out factor, because he's only racing as a guest, but he was formerly a race winner and championship contender in the ST150s previously. As for the two championship protagonists, they are separated by literally 1 point on drop scores. It's Sam Beckett ahead of Matt Pimlett, and even with a DNF at the start of the season, the very first race of the year, Sam still leads the championship with the results that he scored. So it will be very interesting to see how we get on. I think, for the interest of trying to get the drivers, so although we are just quickly getting them down here, so we might well possibly be able to very, very quickly at least rattle off a quick interview with the winner, if they can quickly run down here, because I realise the ST150s are on their formation lap. I might have to very quickly just have a chat with the winner at least to get his thoughts on that one, which is Jordan Pimley. So let's see if we can quickly get them over, and then we can quickly hand over to Andy for that one. Jordan, very quickly, because we're a little short on time, so but we'll get in the podium in a second. Jordan, first of all, quickly, congratulations. That's 2 wins in a row. Didn't have to come from 28th on the grid this time to do it, but that must feel all the more sweeter.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I was a bit nervous on the restart, watching Harry's start in the first race, the first section, and thinking it was quite slippery, which it was. And Matt's such a quick driver. I honestly didn't know where I was going to get past.
So we might have to just leave it there for that one question, but well done for that one. Excellent stuff. And get them onto the podium in a second. So actually, let's see if we can call them onto the podium anyway, so we can have a quick chat before they come through, and then we'll let Andy rattle off through the grid. So we'll call them up in reverse order before we do so. So third place, first of all, we'll welcome onto the podium is Harry Dean. So welcome, well done to Harry, who will jump up and grab his third place trophy. Fastest lap of the race as well, so that's an extra bonus point. Second goes to Matt Fletcher. Congratulations to Matt, that's another important podium towards his championship battle. And victory, second in a row for Jordan Pimley. And there's plenty of cheers and happiness for that one. Gets a hug from Charlotte, and then I'll quickly do my double duty and just do a quick picture of the top three together. Smiling for the cameras, and that's that. And with that, that is our first race of the MX-5 Clubman Championship done for the day. Now we're going to quickly hand back over to Andy, who can quickly, very quickly, I think, rattle through the grid for our first vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race. You've only got a few seconds, so make it quick, Andy.
Yes, Scott, I will do my very best for you. It is pole position for Michael Blackburn. He starts at the front of the grid then. He's the blue and orange car, number 55. Alongside him will be Daniel Robinson. Row 2 then will be Chris Grimes and Sam Beckett. Row 3 for Thomas Eichen and Sam Watkins. And the 4th row then for Matt Pimblett and Dan Wyke. Row 5, Josh Watkins and Mark Blunt. 6th row, Chris Flynn and Aidan Vickers, and at the back will be Ron Lufstad. And the championship battle here couldn't be a lot closer actually on dropped scores, which we're going to refer to now really at this stage of the season. Just a single point separating Sam Beckett and Matthew Pimblett at the top of the championship tree after 3 very entertaining races last time out at Knockhill. Thomas Eichen then is only 8 points off the championship lead in 3rd, so those 3 really the ones to watch out for. Sam Beckett starting 4th on the grid. Matt Pimblett is only 7th on the grid, and Thomas Eichen starting 5th. The lights go out, away they go, and Michael Blackburn gets a good start there from pole position. He's going to lead the field down towards Coppice Corner for the first time. Chris Grimes looks as though he's broken through into 2nd place potentially as they head through the left and make their way up the hill. So good start made then by Chris Grimes into 2nd spot. That looks as though it is Dan Robinson in 3rd, I think, ahead of Sam Beckett. Now one of those 2 was getting fished out of a tyre wall, I think, in qualifying earlier on today, but they got both of the green cars out on track. Bit of a moment there though for Thomas Eichen, I should say, further back as he dipped a wheel over onto the grass. All cleanly through the first few corners then. Blackburn leading the way. Grimes in 2nd as they hit the brakes at the top of the park straight. One car running very wide indeed there in 3rd place. That I think was Sam Beckett, who's into the 3rd position in the early going. Then round Chris Curve and down towards the gooseneck. Cold rear tyres on these front-wheel drive Ford Fiesta ST150s mean that the opening lap can sometimes be a little bit lively. Michael Blackburn and Chris Grimes feeling confident clearly. Chris Grimes really going after the leader now as they drop down into Mansfield for the first time. So yeah, all 3 of those championship protagonists starting a bit further down the order than they would have liked, and that should create an interesting battle between them. There is Sam Beckett. So Sam Beckett actually had dropped down to 5th, so Sam didn't get a great start there, but that is his teammate running very, very wide in 3rd position, and that's going to really bottleneck now that 3rd place battle. So Robinson with a big moment going through the mountain, and Dan Robinson under threat now as they head for the Hall Bends. That is the number 42 of Sam Watkins in behind him, as there's a screech of tyres from somebody going through, but I think they all got through just about in one piece. Change though behind them. Actually, I said Watkins was applying the pressure to Dan Robinson, while Sam Beckett nips up the inside of him through the hairpin, takes 4th position, and as they come out of the final turn now for the first time, it will be a very different running order to what we had at the start of the race, with the exception really of Michael Blackburn, who leads the way. Chris Grimes 2nd, Dan Robinson 3rd, Sam Beckett 4th, and Sam Watkins in 5th position. Thomas Eichen then is only 6th right now, with Pimblett in 7th place. So those 2 really with some work to do, because the championship leader Sam Beckett, whilst he's not having an extraordinarily good race, he is still running ahead of them in 4th place right now. And remember, whichever of the 2 in particular, Sam Beckett or Matt Pimblett, finishes better in this race, will provisionally take the championship lead into the next race later on. So down the back straight we go then, up towards Park Corner, and Chris Grimes starting now to apply the pressure to the race leader. Through the right-hander, there's number 24, Matt Pimblett. So Pimblett and Eichen there, the 2 on camera, are both fighting for 6th position, but 2nd in the championship at the moment. 2nd and 3rd in the championship, those 2 run. And both need to try and gain some overall positions, if at all possible. Don't score quite as many points for winning a race in this championship compared to the MX-5s. Half the points, actually, 50 points for a race win. It's then 46 for finishing in 2nd place, but again with bonus points available, 1 for pole and 1 for fastest lap, and 42 points then for finishing in 3rd, so bigger distance in points between finishing 1st, 2nd and 3rd positions. There is real merit in going for a race win. Now as the leaders come through this time, look at the way that the top 2 have been caught now. Dan Robinson looking pretty quick, isn't he, in 3rd position now. Dan Robinson, the number 69 car, the first of the green machines, on the tail of Chris Grimes. He's bringing his teammate Sam Beckett with him. In fact, he's bringing everyone with him, really. The gap that has developed a bit more is the gap between 1st and 2nd places as they head out of barn and down the pit straight again. So the lead gap, which was 7/10, goes up by, well, in the end actually only just over 1/10 and a bit, up to 8/10 of a second now between the top 2. But the fastest lap is set by Sam Beckett in 4th place again. Significant. Sam Beckett, championship leader, outscoring his championship rivals, and has now scored an extra point for setting the fastest race lap. As the leaders head down onto the back straight then, Blackburn leading the way. Are we going to see a move here by Dan Robinson shortly to try and get into second position? Breaks into Park Corner again, only a 15-minute race this, so not a huge amount of time to get the job done. Chris Grimes won't be particularly pleased to have lost that little bit of time on the previous lap to the race leader. There's the number 26 car, that's Dan Wyke, running in 9th place, down 1 as you can see from where he started the race, with not a huge amount of change in the order actually, was there? Grimes got ahead of Robinson, Watkins ahead of Aiken, and the other Watkins, being Josh Watkins, moving ahead of Dan Wyke. But apart from that, pretty static, albeit a very, very tightly bunched group as they head up towards the mountain section then for the second time. Flick into the left again, steeply uphill. You can carry good speed through the left-hander and through the right then, up over the crest and towards the Hall Bends then. Blackburn leading. The battle is for second place as Chris Grimes and Dan Robinson run nose to tail into the Hall Bends, and then Sam Beckett in 4th place. Full commitment closes right in on them as they head through the twisting countryside elements of the track. Down onto the brakes then at the hairpin. Someone snatching a brake off in the distance. You can hear the tyres squealing in protest as Thomas Aiken gets sideways through the final turn, very steeply downhill. You can see how stiff they have the rear shocks on these Fiestas to try and generate some oversteer, keep the cars rotating through the corners, carrying that speed out onto the next straight. The lead gap comes down this time by about half a tenth or so. But Sam Beckett in 4th place, keeping hold of the fastest race lap for now, but he's got a grandstand view of this battle for second position. Chris Grimes and Dan Robinson. Dan Robinson didn't get a brilliant exit there from Charlie's though. So as they head down the park straight, the position's unlikely to change. You can see there on the bottom right corner of your screen that Aidan Vickers is in the pit lane. Not sure what that is, must be a mechanical issue. Wouldn't have planned a visit to the pits. There he is, the 119 car. Problems clearly for Aidan, but let's see if they can get that car back out there. Doesn't look all that likely, does it, with the driver getting out? And he'll have a look to see what the issue is and maybe get out and run some laps later in the race to make sure the car's ready for race 2 of the weekend. Down into Mansfield we go, and this is getting very congested now for second position. Michael Blackburn the leader, but look how close Dan Robinson is to Chris Grimes. 2nd and 3rd place, absolutely nose to tail as they head for the mountain. And oops, off has gone Dan Wyke. That looks as though it's down at Mansfield Corner, is it? I think he's gone straight on at Mansfield, but that moment likely started a bit further up the hill on the exit of the gooseneck. Leaders then absolutely as one, the 2nd place group is anyway, as they come through the Hall Bends. Drop down into the hairpin then for the 4th time. Half race distance about to be reached, and Michael Blackburn was starting to stretch out ahead of the rest of them. Down through the final corner then to complete yet another lap. Across the line they go then. 49.6 for the leader, 49.7 for Grimes, 49.5 for Robinson, and a 49.4 for Sam Beckett. But they're all now running about a second nearly away from the pace that they had earlier on in the race. So I don't know whether the track is slowing down or whether it's just that they're all starting to trip over each other ever so slightly. Out onto the park straight they go, and that's a part of the circuit where Chris Grimes in 2nd place does seem to have it sorted, doesn't he? He's not really coming under any big pressure from the car behind. Dan Robinson going down the park straight. Robinson gets back to him by the time they hit the brakes at Park, using the slipstream to his advantage, but not close enough to really slip up the inside, so likely to see a move made there anytime soon. Grimes good at the right part of the circuit. That's the best place to overtake at Park Corner, so if you can be strong off Charlie's and down the park straight, you should have a good chance of defending your position. And into the braking zone, and that's Thomas Aiken looking up the inside of Sam Watkins. That was a move being attempted there for 5th position, but Sam Watkins fends him off. So Thomas Aiken, again, looking to try and make some progress here from a championship perspective. 6th place not really good enough. Lead gap to me looks as though it's coming down as well. Michael Blackburn and Chris Grimes getting ever so close together as they head up over the mountain again, although as though Blackburn was a bit quicker over the top of the hill, and so Grimes not able to challenge through the Hall Bends. Masters class leader is Blackburn as well. They're the numbers on the timing tower with the dark green backgrounds. Grimes winning as a guest driver again this weekend. So yeah, doesn't score championship points, Chris, just as when he raced at Knock Hill last time out. So you can forget about Grimes from a points paying perspective. And that actually means that Sam Beckett, championship leader, running 4th on the road, but actually would score the 3rd place points, 42 points for finishing in 3rd place if he stays where he is. Finishing in 4th place on the road, but 3rd once you take Chris Grimes out of the running order. Grimes, because he's not a championship contender, doesn't have any points to think about. He just wants to get a good race result, a race win if possible. He heads towards Park Corner though. He's still concentrating, I think, a bit more on the car behind him than he is the car ahead, because Dan Robinson, with his headlights ablaze, is on the attack. Sam Watkins there just dipping 2 wheels on the dirt, as Dan Wyke now makes his way into the pit lane. So 2 of them out of the race, unfortunately. Dan Wyke is the next retirement, having sort of had that moment a couple of laps ago at the bottom of this hill at Mansfield. This part of the track, isn't it, where Grimes does seem to close back in on Michael Blackburn, but then Blackburn seems strong through the final sector, over the mountain, through all bends. Blackburn, although he does get reeled in at certain times, not looking like he's under a huge amount of pressure. Over the hill, comes into view. Again, Sam Watkins there drifting a bit wide. He does look like he's feeling the heat now from Thomas Aiken. So, certainly Himmler there, the blue and orange 10 Sport Performance Ford Fiesta. Doesn't look as though he's got the pace this weekend that he's had on previous occasions. Away from this lead group, despite the fact really that they appear to be holding each other up a bit now. Bit of a moment there for Beckett coming off the last turn as well. They're all pushing hard, but so far not really able to break through the defences of the cars ahead of them. Just under 4 minutes to go, so more laps of this one still remain. And Michael Blackburn continuing to hold on to the race lead then. Grimes going after him in 2nd position. This is the part of the circuit where Grimes doesn't seem quite as strong. Now look at that, Robinson pushing hard out of Charlie's, but he's had a good run down the hill. Chris Grimes knows it, moves over to the right-hand side of the road to try and cover 2nd place. Is Robinson going to try and go the long way round? He's thinking about it, but he's not quite close enough. Grimes is late on the brakes, positions the car cleverly in the middle of the road. It's so narrow up at the top of the hill that if he drives down the middle of the track, there's very little opportunity for someone to go either side of him. And so Chris Grimes knew what he was doing there, defended the place effectively. As they turn now towards the gooseneck for the 7th time of asking, he starts to try and put a few more lengths between himself and Robinson. Very good through the gooseneck is Grimes. Lap after lap seems strong through there, but then gets reeled in through Mansfield. So Dan Robinson starting to look serious about this now. His challenge for 2nd position. Robinson is 5th in the points, by the way, and on dropped scores is about just under 40 points, I think 38 points adrift of the championship lead. So he could still get back into the fight, but really needs to start winning races. And of course, this is where he gets a bit frustrated maybe with Chris Grimes. Grimes is physically there in front of him, but isn't scoring points. And so, in a way, Robinson is on course for 2nd place points, but his only chance of winning the race is to find a way past Chris Grimes on the circuit. There, Sam Watkins and Thomas Aiken get side by side into barn corner. That's not really a place that you want to be stuck on the outside though, so Aiken slots back into line. Across the timing line they go. Time just about for 2 more laps of the Cadwell Park circuit. Lead gap down by a couple of tenths that time, so Chris Grimes spurred on maybe by the challenge that came that lap from Dan Robinson. Starting to build a challenge for the race lead again. Out of Charlie's there, you can see that gap between the top 2 has visibly come down. And Grimes now gets a similar exit from Charlie's that Dan Robinson did a lap ago. Might Chris now be able to convert that into a challenge for the lead at the top of the hill? The slipstream effect in these Fiesta ST150s is pretty strong. And it just means he latches on now to the tail of Blackburn. Not quite close enough to attack into Park, but we're heading into the part of the track where Grimes does seem quick. Through Chris Curve and the gooseneck down into Mansfield is an overtaking opportunity. So might well try it this time by. There's Thomas Aiken on the tail of Sam Watkins. Looks as though he takes a chunk of time out of it through Chris Curve, but that's just a tighter line that he was taking. He can approach that corner in a few different ways. Sam Beckett, by the time they come off the corner, still ahead. As this leading group of 6, they've been nose to tail basically since the start of the race, but just no one able to quite make any progress through the order. Difficult place on which to overtake Cadwell Park, and this being the first race of 3 this weekend. Drivers, I think, maybe just minding their P's and Q's, making sure that they keep the cars in one piece. Keep them race ready for the rest of the weekend. Through the roller coaster, at the Hall Bends they go, down into the hairpin then. There'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one. The sun shines again here at Cadwell Park. Is it going to shine upon Michael Blackburn then? Is he going to be able to claim a first victory of the season? In my mind, Michael Blackburn had won a race already this year, but actually he hasn't, has he? He's had a second place finish. That came at Alton Park, his home track, the first race of the weekend, but actually Michael Blackburn hasn't won yet this year and is now only a lap away from doing so. He's 6.5 tenths clear of Chris Grimes. Grimes knows he needs to get a good exit from this corner at Charlie's, try and challenge down the Park straight. Is he going to be able to do it? Doesn't look as though he's any closer now than he was a lap ago, and we saw last time by that Blackburn was able to fend him off. And there, by the way, you caught a glimpse of the 24 car of Matt Pimblett, still in 7th place, but under threat now from Josh Watkins as the leading group heads through Park Corner. No change in the order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them absolutely together, but just very difficult to overtake when everyone's so evenly matched around such a narrow circuit. Watkins, though, might have a little go at Pimblett before the end of the race, and that's not good news for the man who sits second in the championship. He came into this race 7 points ahead of Thomas Eichen on drop scores, though, so Eichen is only 1 place ahead of him right now, won't get ahead of him in the points. Big moment there for Dan Robinson out onto the grass coming out of Mansfield. Did that allow Sam Beckett to get alongside? Don't think it did. Beckett could do with getting ahead of Robinson, really, from a championship perspective, and he tried it into the mountain, ran very wide, and might now risk losing a place to Sam Watkins, who gets a much better drive over the top of the mountain and tries to go to the outside. This is for 4th position, it's for 3rd place points. They lean on each other slightly. Watkins is sideways, just gathers it all together. It's a low percentage move to attempt that, really, around the outside of the Hall Bend, but 10 out of 10 for effort there. Sam Watkins gave it a go, and now loses out to Thomas Eichen. Eichen's up the inside of him through the hairpin, and Thomas Eichen sees a chance to get an extra couple of championship points. Through the final turn they go. Michael Blackburn is going to get his first victory of 2023 in the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. 2nd place Chris Grimes, 3rd Dan Robinson, 4th is Beckett, and Eichen does get 5th position, which means that he will now potentially move ahead of Matthew Pimblett, or they'll be almost level on points anyway for 2nd place in the championship. I think, yeah, Pimblett will just hang on, but by only a point or so over Eichen. But that could prove to be a really important opportunistic move there, and a great example of how a failed overtaking attempt can end up costing you a position. That's exactly what happened there to Watkins. He had a go at Beckett, who himself had a go at Robinson going into the mountain. It all sort of stacked up and ended up benefiting Thomas Eichen more than anybody else. So that is how they will finish the race, with Michael Blackburn finally getting that first victory. Blackburn 6th in the championship. He will be very grateful for the win, but ultimately probably too little too late for the championship perspective. Good result nonetheless for him, as the cars make their way back around to the Paddock and Park Ferme area. We, I think, hopefully can confirm, provisionally at least, the way in which they finished the race. An entertaining race, not a huge amount of positional changing there until the very last lap, but one of those nose to tail one make championship races, and the kind of race that hopefully we'll get again later on in the weekend. Blackburn gets the win, also wins in the Masters class. Chris Grimes 2nd, is a guest driver, so doesn't score points, and everyone behind him moves up a place. Dan Robinson will stand on the podium in 3rd, though. Sam Beckett 4th with the fastest lap. Tom Eichen 5th, having got past Sam Watkins at the last corner. Sam ending up 6th ahead of Matthew Pimblett, Josh Watkins, Mark Blunt. Then it was the 23 of Chris Flynn. Then on Lufstad in 11th place. Dan Wyke was 12th and not running at the flag. And nor, unfortunately, was Aidan Vickers, another non-finisher. So that's Fiesta ST150 Challenge action done for now. They, as I said, will be back out again, though, later on in the weekend. Next on-track action will be for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, though, and those cars are lining up right now in the assembly area, along with Scott Woodwiss.
Circuit, that is for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup Championship.
Well, an excellent ST150 challenge race to kick things off for their weekend. Just about to kick off their weekend, and we'll chat to the top three in the ST150s very shortly. It is essentially our headline act for the weekend. It is the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. It's their visit back to Cadwell Park. They started their season back here in 2022, and the man on pole position that we can very quickly have a chat to, I think, if we can open the door very briefly, is Ryan Bensley from pole position. I'll have a quick word with him here. Ryan, starting on pole, you've got two very key people behind you, at least one alongside you on the front row, the other one behind you in second and third. This is exactly where you need to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, qualifying's always been my weakest point, but we seem to have sorted that. Race pace is normally always a bit better, but it's good to be in front round here as a start. Yeah, we just have to see how the race goes. Points is the main thing.
And the key thing is it's quite a narrow circuit round here, so it should be, in theory, easier to defend from these guys behind you.
Yeah, you know, if I have to go defensive, then yeah, it does make it a bit easier. I've done some good defending at other tracks where it's harder, so, you know, we just have to get off the line. That's all I'm concentrating on and see how we get on.
Let's get your elbows out.
I don't know about that, maybe. Hopefully not.
Only when you need to.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, we'll let you go. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So Ryan Bensley then starts on pole position. Just behind him are the two main championship protagonists. You've got Alistair Camp here. No, he's got Max Eberso alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is where you find Alistair Camp and Dan Thackeray. They come into the weekend level on points, but it's Dan Thackeray who leads with more wins. So those two are going to be absolutely crucial to look out for. Other top drivers, Morgan Bailey, Jack Hardy, of course, he's back after he had that crash at Alton Park. Had technical problems at Knock Hill, but he's back and looking in good form. There's plenty of the Pro Alloy squad are out here as well on top of that, and some more great drivers. Watch for Will Redford also. He's back in 12th on the grid. A little bit further back, he had a couple of laps at least in qualifying, so he's got some work to do for the 6th row of the grid. So the rest of the pack makes its way out, and as they go out, I can also see the corner of my eye that our ST150 top 3 is already making its way down to the podium. So as we watch the last couple of cars head out onto the circuit, there's Jordan Brennan and the 44 of Lewis making its way down onto the grid. We can now transition from the start of that race to the end of the previous race that we've just had, and that is, of course, for the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge. So what I will have to do very quickly is consult my screenshots so I can double check exactly who was doing the top 3. So we can do a top 3 very, very shortly, although I will just double check exactly the top 3 was. I know it was a victory for the man himself, Michael Blackburn, so that we can get it underway in just a second's time. So if Charlotte's ready, we can do the top 3 for our first Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race. So first off, in 3rd position, it was Dan Robinson. Well done, Dan. So Dan comes up to grab his 3rd place trophy. There's Nicky from TCR already trying to disrupt things. 2nd place goes to Chris Grimes. He's quickly get his overalls back if he can, and taking his first win of the season, defending champion Mike Blackburn. Well done, Mike.
Well done.
Also gets the trophy for the Masters category as well. And again, I'm going to do my double duty for just a second and just take a picture of the top 3. The flag wasn't in my way, it was fine, but let's bring you down for a second and have a chat first of all with Mike. Well, Mike, I think I would say it's been a testing year for you. It would be quite an understatement, but I think that certainly goes some way to making up for it. That would look like a pretty solid drive from pole.
Yeah, it has been a different year. It just felt like luck wasn't coming my way. We had the pace, maybe I was sort of 3 or 4 tenths off at Knock Hill the last round, and that put me back in 7th. That's just how close it is this year. Yeah, pole, first win, pleased with that. Yeah, yeah, feels like a long season so far.
But you're absolutely right, it's been such a competitive season. Lots of drivers, been like 5 or 6 now, 7 different winners. It just shows, at least with the merging of the 2 specs, balancing it all up, and just how overall the enhanced level of the competition. This is a tough championship just to at least win a race in now.
Yeah, I think the championship's done itself proud with how close it is at the front. I think it's only right that we should have 4 or 5 people putting it on pole. We should have 5 or 6 race winners, and if you're 3 tenths off the pace, you don't deserve to be on the podium. You should be back in 7th. That's the way it is. So yeah, I'm pleased.
Well done, great drive. I'll see for race 2 later on. Good stuff. Let's bring Chris in for 2nd place. Chris, Now, anyone would think that you were starting to miss this now, given the fact you've picked up a few more trophies.
Yeah, kind of wish I'd done the full season now, but life took over, the team's got bigger, so I just, yeah, luckily I get a chance to race when I can, so I appreciate effort from the lads and everybody who helps, yeah.
It's got to be satisfying that Mike got his first win of the year as well.
Yeah, absolutely, I thought I'd let him have that one, but no,
I don't believe that for a second.
No, he drove well, there was nothing, he was just hitting everything, couldn't get past him, it is what it is, happy in second. Yeah, end of story, yeah.
Great job. Well done. Second place is excellent. We'll see you for the next one. Let's bring Dan as well. Dan, another solid podium. How was that?
Yeah, it was all right. I went backwards off the start, but I mean, I kind of stayed on the podium, which was the important bit. Finished ahead of the people that were in front of me in the championship. So, yeah, positive on the whole.
That's pretty critical. We had the likes of Sam, your teammate, also Matt in there as well, who are quite fighting for the championship, but you were up there taking points off them, so that was a pretty vital result.
Yeah, I needed the points back. I think I'm fourth at the moment, but I don't know how it'll look after that. Just need to keep finishing in front of those three.
Fingers crossed you can. Well done. We'll see you for race 2 later on. And that's our top 3 for the first ST150 Challenge race. Now we're going to move on to the Milltek Civic Cup. To give you the grid for that and to run you through our first race, it's back to Andy McEwen in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, really looking forward to this one then. The Milltek Sport Civic Cup, which has a rare away day from being a regular full-season sports series to the TCR UK Championship here at Cadwell Park, where Ryan Bensley, creeping into championship contention, will be starting from the pole position alongside the youngster Max Edmondson. Alistair Camp, former champion, starts third, alongside Dan Thackeray with Harvey Caton and Morgan Bailey, row 3. Jack Harding down in 7th, alongside Alex Kite. Travis Chapman and Dave Marshall complete the top 10, ahead of James Ramsden and Will Redford, who had lap times disallowed in qualifying. Row 7 then for Jack Riddell and Owen Hillman. Row 8, Nick Charlier and Anthony Gannon. 9th row, Jeff Alden and Mark Hughes, with Jackson White and Simon Welch, row 10. And then 2 starting from the back with 10-second delays are Jordan Brennan and Rhys Lewis. They were both disqualified from the results of qualifying. So they will both be starting at the back, and they'll be starting 10 seconds after the rest of the field. So Jordan Brennan and Rhys Lewis already facing an uphill battle in what is only a 15-minute race. Now, championship-wise, once the drop scores are all calculated, and I have to thank Phil Kinch for doing all of the complicated mathematics for this one, it is extremely tight. We've got 4 drivers covered by 8 championship points at the top of the championship table, and Dan Thackeray and Alistair Camp are joint championship leaders. They're both on 211 points, with Ryan Bensley then third in the championship on 206, and then 203 points for Max Edmondson. So those 4 all very close in the championship, and guess what? They all start at the front of the grid. Bensley on pole, Edmondson second, Camp third, and Thackeray in 4th. So they're almost in reverse order, if you like, with Bensley and Edmondson, the 2 with some points to gain, starting ahead of Camp and Thackeray, who are joint championship leaders. Then you've got Harvey Caton starting 5th. He's not really a championship contender anymore, unfortunately, after a couple of bits of misfortune earlier in the season, but the youngster determined to try and claim another race victory. Got his first ever win at Croft a little bit earlier on. Sorry, he didn't. Second place at Croft, beg your pardon. So he's still looking for that first win in the championship. And then he's got alongside him Morgan Bailey, who of course was a championship contender last year, but again has had a few bits of bad luck this season. The lights go out then, we're away and racing here at Cadwell Park, and up towards the first turn they will go. Ryan Bensley looking to try and hang on to the race lead, but it looks as though Max Edmondson is up alongside him, with a bit of assistance maybe from Alistair Camp. Morgan Bailey's on the grass further back, there's a big squeeze, and the pole sitter Ryan Bensley down to 3rd place already. Edmondson gets the lead, then Camp 2nd, Bensley 3rd, and Harvey Caton comes charging around the outside into 4th position there. Lots of jostling in the lead group then, but it's Edmondson who gets himself out in front. Really, really good secondary phase of the start that was from Edmondson to drag alongside as he went up through the gears and get round the outside into turn number 1. So Edmondson leads the way then. Camp in 2nd place, battle on for 3rd, and that's Ryan Bensley with Dan Thackeray and Harvey Caton. Thackeray trying to get back round the outside. There's a car in the barriers though, and that is at the first corner, I believe, and it was the number 74 car, it would seem, of Anthony Gannon, whose race has come to an early end, and the safety car is being scrambled. So the safety car makes its way out onto the circuit for the 2nd time today. Dan Thackeray and Harvey Caton haven't yet seen those yellow flags, and indeed neither has Alex Kite further back, as he had a bit of a look to the inside down at the bottom of the hill. There is the reason there. You can see lots of damage done to Anthony Gannon's car, and his race very much done. The good news is he's out of the car, just catching his breath after what was quite a big hit. Such a narrow but high speed uphill run through the first turn. very, very easy indeed to end up getting tangled together. So there is a car in the barriers, and that's going to mean a interruption to the race, with the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car making its way out onto the circuit. So, brilliant start though for Max Edmondson. Max Edmondson had been on the cusp of getting a race victory in this championship all year, really. He's finished second 4 times so far in 2023. Finally got that first victory last time at Knock Hill, and that really put him firmly into the championship hunt. And now with the race lead and a safety car coming to his rescue as well, really, he doesn't have to defend too much from former champion Alistair Camp. For the time being, things are looking good for the youngster. I think by his own admission, got himself involved in a few scrapes early on in the season that he probably didn't need to, and he's managed to very much eliminate those from his driving. And these days, a very, very competent and very capable race winner to try and claim a second victory in a row, having got that win last time out at Knock Hill, where we had 3 races. It was the first of 3 triple headers in a row, actually. Normally the Civic Cup have 2 races over the course of a weekend. That was the case at Snetterton, Croft and Alton Park. Then at Knock Hill they had 3. This weekend they have 3, and then again away from the TCR UK package, they're at Silverstone in a few weeks' time, where they will once again have a trio of races. So it all then finishes at Brands Hatch, what is going to be a mega final event of the season, with the Civic Cup rejoining TCR UK for their last round. It will also, though, be the weekend of the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch. Cannot wait for that. What a brilliant way to complete the Brscc's season. The Civic Cup are going to be a huge, huge part of that. So, Edmondson, the leader then, at the moment on course for 40 championship points. We then have Alistair Camp second. He would be scoring 35 points for finishing in second spot. And then 30 points for Ryan Bensley in third. So, Edmondson, well, he's outscoring Camp by 5. Came into the weekend, or came into this race 8 points behind him. So the gap will halve, more or less then, but well, more than halve between Edmondson and the championship lead. Camp is, of course, outscoring Thackeray, so he will move into the points lead. But actually, Ryan Bensley, if he can gain some more places, is probably going to gain a position or 2 in the points too. So could it be even tighter between those 4 at the end of the race as it stands? So we've got the car out of the way. Anthony Gannon, actually the car doesn't look as badly damaged as I feared. The rear bodywork is loose and there may be some rear damage, but the fact they've towed it away tells me there probably isn't a huge amount of suspension damage, so hopefully they will be able to get that car fixed for race 2 a bit later on this afternoon. Now the question is, are they going to restart the race this time, or are they going to need another lap? The call might come a bit too late this time to get the lights out on the safety car. Going to go for another lap, so it's going to eat into the race distance a little bit more. So Max Edmondson won't mind this. He's a racer, he enjoys battling, and I'm sure will relish the opportunity to go toe-to-toe with Alistair Camp, but an extra lap behind the safety car will probably reduce the racing distance by a couple of laps in total, and that means he doesn't have half as much defending to do, because you can guarantee Alistair Camp will be wanting to try and go after him. The qualifying times were exceptionally close, because Ryan Bensley, who got the pole position, was only half a tenth quicker than Max Edmondson. Edmondson then had about 2 tenths over Alistair Camp. It was a similar margin ahead of Dan Thackeray, so not a lot to choose between those front runners. It was guaranteed to be a close battle. And any extra opportunity that Edmondson has to just catch his breath here is going to come in handy. Should be racing this time round, though, hopefully, with the car well out of harm's way. They've probably even had time to tow it back to the paddock, actually, with this extra lap behind the runyourfleet.com safety car. So should have a resumption of the racing action in just a minute or so. So the Civic Cup with big grid again this weekend. We have 22 of them racing. Of course, the other drivers this benefits, actually, the 2 who had to start from the back of the grid, Jordan Brennan and Rhys Lewis. They'll both now catch the tail of the order. So Jordan Brennan there in the Liquid Volley car turns through, and then right behind Rhys Lewis, the all-black number 44. They've both gained that time back now. Jordan Brennan. Disappointed, I think, with the way that his 2023 season has gone, really. He's got front-running pace, but just can't quite seem to put a clean weekend together. Problem-free weekend, I should say. Penalty not helping his cause here at Cadwell Park. So, cars then work their way towards the mountain. The lights should go off atop the safety car, and we'll have about half the race to go, I think, when we go green again. With Max Edmondson and Alistair Camp set to do battle from the front. The lights are out on the safety car. We're going to racing at the end of this lap then, with Edmondson, Camp, Bensley, Thackeray and Caton the top 5. Harvey Caton could be the spoiler in all of this. He's got the 4 championship contenders right ahead of him, but Harvey Caton won't care one little bit about that. He wants to try and get back on the podium if he can. He's had just the 1 podium finish so far, a 2nd place back at Croft in the 2nd race. What can he do here at Cadwell Park? Out of the final turn they go. No overtaking until they cross the timing line, but Max Edmondson has done his best to try and bolt anyway. Camp going with him, then a gap back to a slow restarting Ryan Bensley. To the outside goes Dan Thackeray for 3rd position. Dan Thackeray's got the momentum and he's got the position ultimately as they turn into Coppice Corner. Thackeray goes 3rd and Ryan Bensley off the podium. So having started on pole position, this race just starting to unravel a little bit now for Bensley. He won't be particularly pleased with that. He needs to just try and regroup here, get back into the groove and prove the pace that he had in qualifying. That's Morgan Bailey up the inside of Harvey Caton for 5th place as well. So quite a few positions changing already. We're only a couple of corners into the restart. Look though at the restart that Max Edmondson's had. He and Alistair Camp have gone, but there's distance between the two of them as well as Edmondson tries to make his escape. Harvey Caton looking to try and come back at Morgan Bailey as they turn around Chris Curve and head for the gooseneck for the 4th time of asking. Morgan Bailey, as I said, another driver really just now looking for good results to try and cap off what's been a disappointing season for the man who very, very nearly stole the championship in the final race of the season last year. Oh, Jack Harding under threat there from a very feisty Dave Marshall, who's inside the top 10. Great to see Dave inside the top 10. He didn't manage to make that move stick though, and that now leaves him under threat from Alex Kite heading for the mountain. Kite, who leads a fleet of Pro Alloys racing cars. Look, 3 of them in a row popping up over the hill, not quite able to make that move work. Bensley really struggling pace here, isn't he? He's got Bailey and Caton all over him as they head for the hairpin. And Ryan Bensley just struggling. Maybe he's got low tyre pressures, low tyre temperatures after the safety car. He's not got the speed that he displayed in qualifying this morning, and he might now lose 4th place before too much longer. Morgan Bailey in the tow, pulls to the right hand side. Bailey's car performing well down the straights. He's got the outside line. He's going to try and do to Bensley exactly what Thackeray did a lap ago, and he succeeds in doing so. Can Harvey Caton follow him by? No, Bensley gets to the inside into Charlie's and just manages to cover him off. So Ryan Bensley slips down another place, but might not be done losing ground yet because Caton now moves into his wheel tracks. Then you've got Jack Harding in 7th place. Jack Harding 6th in the championship, not completely out of championship contention, but some race wins and doesn't look as though he's got the pace today to challenge for them. Park corner they go then. Caton almost pushing Bensley through that particular part of the track. Bensley car just doesn't seem to have any life in it, does it really? It's not performing very well down the straights. It's not really hooking up nicely through the corners either. Looks a bit lazy really, just not generating the mid-corner speed that those behind him are. And he's, I think, likely to lose more places before the flag at this rate. Dave Marshall this time defending from Alex Kite into Mansfield rather than attacking Jack Harding ahead of him. Head towards the mountain section with now 4.5 minutes to go. They all continue to chase after Max Edmondson and Alistair Camp, who run 1st and 2nd. Thackeray then in 3rd. Bailey 4th position. 5th place Ryan Bensley. 6th Harvey Caton. And he's got Jack Harding now peeking to the outside of him through the Hall Bends. This really is typical Cadwell Park racing now. Nose to tail, bumper to bumper. But where do you make the move? How aggressive are you willing to be under brakes into a place like the hairpin or Mansfield or Park Corner to try and actually make an overtake stick? On the hill they come. Bensley does seem to be a little bit weak down the main straight, doesn't he? Harvey Caton sensing an opportunity now to capitalise on that. Looks to the inside, but that route is blocked, so he instead commits to the outside line. Did that work? Oh, it has. Fantastic stuff from Harvey Caton. Full commitment on the dirty side of the road, and he picks up another position. Bensley loses another, and then loses an extra place too to Jack Harding. This race is falling to pieces for Ryan Bensley, and now Dave Marshall at the inside of him as well. Dave Marshall looking for 7th place. That would be by far his best result in his couple of seasons seasons racing in the Civic Cup. It's the first season racing in the Cup class. He raced in the production class last year, which no longer exists within the championship, and he is absolutely flying this weekend. Will Redford there nips up the inside of his Pro Alloys Racing teammate Travis Chapman. So who said you can't overtake round Cadwell Park? We're seeing quite a lot of positions changing hands in the midfield, and unfortunately for Ryan Bensley, he's been on the receiving end of most of that overtaking. Down through Mansfield they go, and he's now got this queue of Pro Alloys cars filling his mirrors now, blinding him almost as he looks in the rearview mirror. Down towards the mountain they all head, and it's Will Redford there, the middle of those three yellow and black cars, looking to try and make a move on his teammate now, and move up ahead of Alex Kite into 9th position. Redford started in 12th place, so he lost a few places from the start, I think. He's actually side by side now with his teammate. Oh, don't drive into each other, that was very close, and Redford has gone past. So 2 nice moves made there by Will Redford, admittedly against teammates, but that was good driving. And he is now up into 10th, but lost. He should have been inside the top 5, but he had 2 lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits earlier on today. And had to start 12th, lost then a few places off the line, and he's only now starting to break back into the top 10. But remember, there is a reversed grid for race number 2. The top 10 finishers from this race reverse to form the grid for race number 2. And so right now, Redford would be right towards the sharp end and could be good for a race win later on. Now, Dave Marshall for the top 6 could be a realistic opportunity now. Dave Marshall in one of only a couple FN2 spec Civics on the grid, looking to try and move ahead of Jack Harding, who's a former race winner, championship contender in this category in his 2nd season of Civic Cup racing as well. And Jack Harding reunited this weekend actually with many of his old MX-5 racing chums. The MX-5 Super Cup drivers are queuing up behind me, ready to go out in the next race. Well, that's the championship that Jack Harding graduated from, and he would look to put on a good show and get some good results in front of some of his old sparring partners. But Dave Marshall's got other ideas and wants to try and move ahead of Jack. An awful lot of effort and money into getting back onto the grid after that seismic shunt that he had up to par with Morgan Bailey earlier on this season. I think it's fair to say have been quite as rapid since then as they once were. Bailey is at least running in 4th position now. There are the leading 2. They're about to come through and start their final lap. Edmondson and Camp. The gap between them has been fairly static at around 1.2 seconds. Might have come down slightly this time, but Max Edmondson looks as though he's got this one pretty much under wraps. He's 3/10 slower that time than Alistair Camp, and that was Bensley, was it? Going sideways down into Bowen Corner. Did he save that? I think he did, but he will have lost a bit of time, I reckon, going out onto the main straight. And yes, he's lost a whole host of places. Ryan Bensley, I can see out of the window, has dropped down behind Jack Riddell. That's 13th place now for the man who started on pole. 12 positions lost. That is a nightmare for one of our big championship 4. Could this be the race that Ryan Bensley looks back on, having, remember, not competed at the season opener at Snetterton, Ryan Bensley, so he's already used up his drop scores. A bad result here today could be the end, realistically anyway, of his championship challenge. That's a real shame for Ryan. Just got a wheel on the grass, I think, into Bowen Corner and fell behind a whole group of drivers. He had been running 8, so all of the Pro Alloys cars got past him. So did Nick Charlier and Jack Riddell. Bensley down into 13th place. Now, this lead gap has come down massively on the final lap of the race. I hope Max Edmondson hasn't relaxed too much here. The Area Motorsport driver has the former Area Motorsport driver, Alistair Camp, right on his boot lid now as they come through the mountain for the final time and up towards the Hall Bends. Now, remember, Alistair Camp, joint championship leader with Dan Thackeray, but he's only 8 points ahead of Edmondson in the championship race too, so he will want to try and beat Max if possible, but he also knows from previous experience just how wide Max Edmondson is capable of making his Honda Civic. Down through the hairpin they go. I don't think the move is going to come now, and for Max Edmondson it looks as though it will be a 2nd victory in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, and one that really helps his championship challenge. He's flashing the lights in celebration already. Across the line he goes. Edmondson wins here at Cadwell Park. Alistair Camp comes home in 2nd, but was really reeling him in the closing stages. Dan Thackeray has claimed the final podium spot in 3rd. Here comes Morgan Bailey, Ryan Bensley with bits of his car trailing loose as he drops down through the final turn, and managed not to lose any more places on that final lap, but 13th place, not the result that he was hoping for, given the way the race started. That, meanwhile, is Jordan Brennan. Now, he's off the road, and I think has been in the fence coming out of the mountain, so Jordan Brennan is not going to reach the finish, but yeah, quite what happened there, I'm not so sure. Big moment for him, and that's a shame. Like I said, he's had a pretty disastrous season, really, and his mood is not going to be improved by another non-finish here this afternoon. So Max Edmondson will be happy. He gets the race win with Alistair Camp second place. So Edmondson gets 40 points. In fact, he gets 41 points because he had the fastest lap as well. So 41 points then for Edmondson. And that means he outscores Camp by 6. He was 8 behind, so he'll be, by my reckoning, 2 points behind Alistair Camp. And Thackeray will fall behind them. So I think it's now Camp leading the championship by 2 points over Edmondson, with Thackeray potentially only 2 or 3 further back in third. So those, in fact, no, he'll be 5 points further back, I think, in third place, but we'll get official confirmation of that later on. Here, provisionally, is the race result. Max Edmondson the winner, Alistair Camp in second, Dan Thackeray third, Morgan Bailey fourth, and Harvey Caton in fifth place, ahead of Jack Harding. Tade Marshall with, I'm pretty sure, a career best finish of seventh, ahead of Will Redford, Alex Kite, and Travis Chapman, with Nick Charlier and Jack Riddell next. Then it was Ryan Bensley 13th from pole position. What a disappointment that is. James Ramsden 14th, Owen Hillman 15th, Mark Hughes 16th, Simon Welch 17th, Rhys Lewis 18th, Jackson White 19th, and Jordan Brennan in the end not finishing. Likewise, Anthony Gannon, who brought out the safety car, and Jeff Alden, who retired on the opening lap as well. So that is how the race results look. Let's head down to, well, first of all, the assembly area ahead of our Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race and catch up with Scott Woodwiss.
Well, they say victories come in twos. That was a win at Knock Hill for Max Edmondson, and a win also at Cadwell Park for Max Edmondson too. 2 on the bounce for him. That will certainly try and push him into championship contention. But of course, on top of that, Ali Camp and Dan Thackeray, very crucial podiums towards their chances in the championship. Came into the weekend, of course, dead level on points, but it was down ahead of those victories. We'll have a chat to our top 3 shortly, but from one energetic championship to another, because these guys and girls are about to head out. This is the Cup of North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. 3 races for them this weekend, and actually a brand new pole sitter on pole position. I'm going to very quickly doorstep him, and that's the man on pole. I might have to possibly disturb him slightly, but Sam Heading on pole position. Bit of a daunting prospect. Are you up for the challenge?
Yeah, really up for the challenge. Yeah, really looking forward to it. Obviously, I haven't been off the front end before, but yeah, looking forward to the challenge.
You've had a change of teams, so you're now running with AB Motorsport, and you've got your new team boss right behind you on the grid in third place. How are you settling into your new surroundings?
Yeah, brilliant. You know, Ali Bray's, you know, perfect at the setup. As you can see, the car's absolutely spot on. Really looking forward to be on track with him, and hopefully he can give me some help.
And you've looked quick all season, to be fair. So I mean, this is really a step up in your pace, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been quick all season. We just struggled with reliability now, but hopefully that's all been ironed out, and yeah, just see what the future holds, really.
Well, Jane, you best of luck, mate, and I hope it goes well.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Good stuff. We've got time, I think, to have a quick chat, possibly to second and third, so I'll quickly run over and have a chat with Mr. James Cousins, second place. James, front row of the grid for you. How are you feeling for this one?
Don't really know. I think I'm just going to just have a bit of fun, to be fair, mate. I'm not really sort of in the chance for the championship, so I think I'm enjoying it. It's just a really cool track to drive. It feels like you're not even touching the ground half the time. So I think I'm just going to see what happens, play along with some people, see what we can do, have a bit of fun, try and see how we get on.
It's a proper roller coaster, this track, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you're probably on maybe one wheel the whole lap, so it feels like that anyway. You just have to sort of close your eyes and go from there, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's looking like it's going to stay dry, which is great. So, you know, Sam's looking pretty quick. Obviously we've got Ali Aiden behind, so I don't think we're going to be short of action, to be honest.
I think you've cursed it, because they say it's not going to rain. I think it definitely is now. It's going to be the polar opposite. You know this country, it always rains when it shouldn't do.
Hey, look, but we're quick in the wet, so I'm easy for whatever, you know.
Well, you proved that at Sneston, so that's quite evident.
Yeah, apart from coming second.
Hey, podium's to the podium, so anyway, have fun out there and do your best.
Thank you, cheers.
I'm also going to quickly doorstep as well, if I can, very, very quickly. Ali Bray over here in third place. He's got his wife Nikki having a chat, just having a check in the car to make sure all is well. And quickly doorstep in here. Bossman Ali Bray, third on the grid. Well, you got your new charge on pole position first of all. It's not bad for a new recruit, is it?
It's not bad at all. Sam's driving very, very well. He's gelled into the team nicely this weekend, and yeah, what a great result to start the weekend off for him.
Speaking of driving well, you're seeming to get the grips this Mark III as well, aren't you?
We're getting there slowly. I'm really enjoying the challenge. It's super competitive this year, and it's just great to be a part of it.
That's the word, isn't it? This championship, in the last couple of particular this year, has been super competitive. So, best luck for it anyway, and fingers crossed you can get a good result.
Sound. Let's have 2 AB cars on the podium.
Fingers crossed. Best of luck. So that's the top 3. Also, we've got Aidan Hills, who's our championship leader on drop scores in 4th. Next to him is the defending champion, Royal Blackwell Chambers. Good qualifying for Lee Britton. He starts in 6th. He's one of the Luke Herbert racing cars in the field. Former champion James Blake Baldwin in the silver car number 2 that's going to come through in a second. He's starting up in 7th. You've got Tom Griffiths in there as well in 8th place. 9th place for Patrick Fletcher, 2nd in the championship in Pro Class. Watch out for him. Michael Nibbs also making a welcome return as well. We should also give a shout out to the club class as well. The car you want to focus on for that is the purple orange car just over there, car number 98, starting 19th. That's Robert Way. He leads the points in club class. He starts back on the 10th row of the grid. He's got George Grant and Clapham North alongside him, and his main rivals in club class are going to be the likes of Bruce Robinson, Wilbur Tilley, Kamal Kelsey in there as well, and others. So watch out for them as they head through the grid. So as the cars make their way out onto the circuit for their form up and then formation lap, they're halfway through. Chris Jim taking a bit of time to get going, but he managed to get away, which is good to see. And once again, now that we've got the SuperCup cars out, we're now going to head back over to the podium, because we have now got our top 3 for our first Milltek Sport Civic Cup race of the day. Excellent job for Max Edmondson to get his way through. I have got all of the trophies that we need to do in the mix, and the podium's all set up and ready to go. I think we've got the man himself, Stuart Lyons, to do the trophies as well. So we're going to do, first of all, double check. What do you want to do then? We'll do top 3 and then the 2 special ones, because we can tie Max in with the... Yeah. So we've got Stuart to do that. We're just double checking the trophies there. So first of all, we will do top 3 then in reverse order for our first Milltek Sport Civic Cup race of the weekend. So first of all, in 3rd place, please welcome to the podium, Dan Thackeray. Gets the trophy in the bubbly from Stuart. 2nd place goes to Alistair Camp. Well done, Alistair. Campy heads to the podium. Oh, gets a little smooch from Stuart as well. How lucky. And a double whammy. He's also the Paul Winfield Trophy winner and Rover race winner for the 2nd time in as many races, Max Edmondson. And we've also got the Goodyear Diamond Award as well, and the Goodyear Diamond Award this occasion for this race goes to Mark Hughes. So well done to Mark. And then everyone's sort of getting onto the podium to get together. Mark will just squeeze in to get in the mix as well. And then everyone, including myself, will grab a couple of the pictures before we have a word just quickly with a couple of the drivers before we get our next race underway. And let's first of all let's bring Max Edmondson down and have a chat with him after that. We'll do the Max will lead. Do you want to come have a chat first, and then we'll do the bubbly? I can't be managed to talk him out of that, but Max, well done. That's 2 wins in as many races. You're starting to get the habit now, aren't you?
Yeah, just not make as many mistakes, but the pace is there, so that's quite good.
Yeah, that like a pretty tough one, having to defend all the way from Campy behind you and the rest.
Yeah, I knew that Campy's always consistent, he's always quick, so I'm just going to basically stick to my line, get consistent laps in, but that's what I did, and that's how I won it, so I'm happy with that.
I guess now the aim is just to keep on racking up the wins where you can and get close to the guys at the top.
Yeah, I think Championship's top 3, I think it's 8 points between us all, so it's obviously still open. I just need to get the reverse grid, do well in that, and then see for tomorrow where I'm starting P2.
Stress up. Wait, congratulations, well done. And we'll see you for the next one. Let's see if we can find Alistair Camp. Alistair, want to quickly come over for 2nd place? That's another good result towards the championship. You came into the weekend level with Dan, so it gives you a couple of points on him, so that's quite an advantage.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, the race we needed really, just to keep getting points under the belt really. We found pace right in the last lap, we was up like half second, that's why I caught Max like hell on the last lap, but then he backed it off and it cost me the fastest lap really on the last one, but no, it was good mate, pushed forward, nice clean race. It's just hard to get round here half the time, I thought that was coming at me, but yeah, no, we're all good, so yeah.
Yeah, for context, Max has let loose with the champagne in the background, so thankfully we managed to avoid that for the time being. But again, strong result and more the same hopefully for race 2? Yeah,
100%. Reverse grid's always tricky around here, but yeah, we'll keep pushing along. All our family here come to watch. My mates in Newcastle fans who's deserted me this weekend, who normally comes to watch because he thought Aston Villa were better to go and watch them racing, but no, all good. Everyone at home supporting me, thank you. Right, so we should keep going.
Great stuff. Well, well done. Great driving. We'll see you for the next one.
Thank you very much.
And then I think, have we still got Dan around as well? Dan Thackeray. Dan, should we grab you for third place? Well, you were championship leader coming into the weekend. It kind of changed things a little bit, but still keeping close in the title fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the third because I can see who was just in front. After the safety car restart, I think Ryan Benzie had an issue with his car. Maybe he was down on power because he just wasn't accelerating in a straight line. So once I got into third, I'd lost a bit of ground to Max in camp and I had a gap behind. I've got a bit of damage on the car from a bit of a scuffle at the first corner, so I thought I'll just bring it home in third and keep it on the tarmac and worry about race 2 and 3.
It goes without saying, but you've had, I think, your best season to date in this championship. So what's changed in this season compared to the previous years?
I think, last year I did a bit on my own and a bit with Motion, and every race that wasn't with Motion Motorsport, we had a few car issues and we couldn't quite fix them. So we've been nice and consistent this time. Good pace, not probably my fault, not really showing that pace in qualifying enough. That's probably driver error so far this year. But I've been consistent in the races, and when it counts, not pushed it too hard and brought it home like today in third, and that's going to make a difference, I think.
So what can you do differently in race 2? Anything to tweak, or just more the same until you can get in front of Ali's stuff?
Pretty much, yeah. Definitely try and keep ahead of them. Yeah, we've got. I think my steering was out in that one, and a bit of bodywork damage Robin. So the car wasn't perfect, so I wasn't attacking too much. So hopefully there's a bit more pace in the tank, and I can keep them boys behind hopefully, and keep getting some points on them.
Well, there you go, fix that. But well done.
Cheers,
and we'll see you for race 2 later on. Excellent stuff. So that's our top 3 from the first Milltek Sport Civic Cup race of the weekend. But as we say, now moving on to our first Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend, sponsored by Clapham North MOT. And to range to the grid for that as they head on their formation lap, is back to Andy in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Cars well on their way on their green flag lap then for our first of 3 races this weekend in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. The grid as follows, and it's Sam Heading who's moved over to the AB Motorsport awning this weekend with immediate results. He starts on pole position, James Cossins alongside him, with Ali Bray and Aidan Hill, the championship leader, sharing row number 2. Well, Blackwell Chambers and Lee Britton are on row 3, ahead of James Blake Baldwin and Tom Griffiths, with Patrick Fletcher and Michael Nibbs completing the top 10. Then it's Ollie Allwood and Alex Stott, with Fraser Fennick on row number 7 alongside Chris Richardson. Row 8 for Josh Morris and Tom Selden. Then it's Will Powell and Martin Tolley, row 9, and Robert Way and George Grant completing the top 20. Ahead of Ollie Hall and Kamal Calsey, Scott Wright and Bruce Robinson, with Nick Rutter, Amy Watts, Christopher Ginn and Wilbur Tilley at the back. Wilbur Tilley will be starting at the back with a 10-second delay because he was disqualified from the qualifying session earlier on this morning. So cars making their way towards the end of the green flag lap then. Championship is as follows, with a decent lead for Aidan Hills. Actually, Aidan Hills leading the way even after drop scores by nearly 50 points now over Patrick Fletcher in second place. Patrick Fletcher always tends to go quite well here at Cadwell Park, but starting a bit deeper in the field than he would like. James Cossins then is 15 points further back in third, with Ali Bray fourth. Ali Bray, winner last time at Snetterton. He will tell you it probably should have been 2 race wins, but went off because of a misted up windscreen in the wet conditions in race 2, then came from very deep in the field, outside the top 20 on the grid, to win the 3rd race of the weekend, and he'll be starting 3rd this time around. But Sam Heading, could he be heading for his first victory in the championship? He's starting from pole position, and as I said, this move to AB Motorsport really seems to have done him the world of good. He had the pace in qualifying, but is he going to be able to lead from the front then with James Cossins alongside him? Chatting to James earlier on this morning, he's well and truly up for the fight as well. Got one car starting from the pit lane, that's Wilbur Tilley, but there is another car in there as well, and I can't quite see the number. Is that the 21 of Josh Morris? I think it is, with the bonnet going up, so he's not going to be taking the start with everybody else. The green flag though does now wave, the red lights go out, and away we go. Very even start. No, a terrible second phase of the start for Cossins. Cossins, as he goes through the gears, is going nowhere and gets absolutely swamped by the pack. So James Cossins, having started on the front row, was going toe to toe really with Heading into turn 1, and then suddenly plummeted down to about 7th place. So it's Heading who leads the way with his team boss Ali Bray in behind him in second. No, he's not. Aidan Hills is coming back, and Ali now side by side through Charlie's. Bray's going to end up out on the grass, keeps his foot in it, but through will go Aidan Hills, and that looks as though it's Will Blackwell Chambers in the number 1 car, the reigning champ, coming through with him as well. So Ali Bray tried to tough it out around the outside, and that was always going to end one way, I'm afraid, and that was with the AB Motorsport team boss out onto the grass. He's got dirt on his tyres now, he's on the outside line up at Park Corner as well, and only now manages to slot back into line ahead of Patrick Fletcher. So a typically entertaining and energetic opening half a lap of MX-5 Super Cup racing, but the lead is held by Sam Heading, so that was the first obstacle for him to overcome. Successfully navigated. Hills second, third Blackwell Chambers, that's James Blake Baldwin up into fourth from seventh on the grid. Bray is fifth, sixth Fletcher, seventh Lee Britton, eighth for James Cossins from the front row. Tom Griffiths ninth, and their 10th position, Michael Nibbs, the number 82 car, as they barrel towards the mountain for the first time. Sam Heading, though, looking to try and make good his escape. He snatched that pole position by only 2/100ths of a second, but that was over James Cossins. He then had a couple of tenths in hand over Ali Bray, who's also dropped down the order, and he was about 3/10ths quicker than Aidan Hills, who now actually is his nearest rival in this race. So Heading will be feeling confident here that he can make a bit of a break, and that's exactly what he's trying to do as they drop down through Barn Corner for the first time and make their way down across the timing line. So Heading leading the way then, Hills trying his best to go after him, but the lead gap is already 9/10ths of a second after just one lap of racing. Ali Bray there trying to fend off Patrick Fletcher. Ali was so nearly clear of Aidan Hills for second place through those opening couple of corners, but just couldn't quite manage to make the move stick. Then got sort of levered aside onto the grass, was always likely to lose a few more positions. So things starting to settle down a little bit now. Slipstream starting to take effect up the Park Straight. And who's going to be the first one to try and duck out of line? It's not Will Blackwell Chambers. He's quite content just to sit in behind Aidan Hills for now. We do, though, have James Cossins there trying to get to the outside of Lee Britton. Lee Britton in the red car defends the inside line. Lee has been a much improved driver this year, has to be said. Really putting together some good race results through the mid part of the season, was on course for what would have been a fantastic race victory at Anglesey in the third race a couple of months ago now, only for that to unfortunately unravel in the closing stages with a mechanical failure that took him out of the race. So he will really be desperate to try and get another crack at a race victory this weekend. Right now he's got the recovering James Cossins all over him as they head for the mountain. Ali Bray there getting a bit out of shape as he continues to defend from Patrick Fletcher, who almost got to the inside of him there. In fact, I think they almost tangled coming over the top of the mountain. That's really stacked this whole group up now. It's brought Lee Britton, James Cossins and Tom Griffiths onto their tail, and in fact throw Michael Nibbs into that group too, as they all start to get very, very congested at the back end of the top 10. That's Cossins looking to the inside. It's a Barn Corner. That's not a place you want to be trying to make an overtake. Thankfully, he got his foot out of the door just before it was slammed, and Lee Britton manages to hang on to the place. But James Cossins, I think, is in a hurry here to try and make up for lost ground. Looks to the outside into Coppice Corner on Lee Britton, but Britton manages again to get into the turn still ahead. It's the fight then for 7th place, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th, all the way back to Alex Stott at the back of that group, running absolutely bumper to bumper. And now onto the Park Straight, another opportunity surely for Cossins to have a go. He's had a good exit out of Charlie's, he's in the slipstream as they head through the dip, and will look to try and draw level with Lee Britton for a second consecutive lap at the top of the hill. Can he get to the inside line? No, he can't. Lee Britton positions the car cleverly and manages to hang on to the spot again. It's a real pressure cooker feel to this group, isn't there? You feel that as soon as Cossins can open the door, perhaps Tom Griffiths will try and follow him through as well. Although Griffiths actually tries the outside line, that loses him momentum and allows Michael Nibbs to get an overlap into the gooseneck. And I think he's gone through. That's a really good place there to make a move, a difficult place to make a move. Griffiths trying to come back at him, but Nibbs closes the door in his face. And Tom Griffiths now has to turn his attention to trying to keep Fraser Fennick behind him. Fraser Fennick, the reigning Mark 1 champion, making a welcome return into the Super Cup grid this weekend. Running just outside the top 10 for the time being. There is Sam Heading leading the way. Hayden Motorsport leading, Hills Motorsport in second. Blackwell Chambers run by the Rob Boston Racing outfit. So 3 different teams represented at the front of the field. There is the battle going on further back. Now I reckon that lead gap's come down fractionally. It was 9/10ths of a second at the end of the first full flying lap, the second lap of the race. Let's see what it is this time. Sam Heading comes across the start-finish line then. He does a 1:41.2. It's a 41.1 though for Hills and Blackwell Chambers behind. Blackwell Chambers actually setting the new fastest lap of the race, fractionally quicker than Aidan even. The yellow flag there at the bottom of the mountain, which goes in quite quickly, so I don't think that was anything too serious going on. Someone having a moment maybe, but able to rejoin. So yeah, lead gap creeps down then, 8.5 tenths now between Heading and Hills, as James Cossins still frustratedly staring at the back of the Lee Britton car. They're back in the pit lane, by the way. We've got the number 21 machine, which was in the pits at the start of the race as well. So unfortunately, they haven't sorted Josh Morris's problems out, it would seem, and he perhaps is now out of the race altogether. Leaders, though, heading through Chris Curve down towards the gooseneck. And is this gap continuing to come down? I think it might be. And of course, the closer Aidan Hills and Will Blackwell Chambers get to Sam Heading, the more of a slipstream that they start to pick up, the quicker they can then gain those last few car lengths back. And I think that's what's happening. Aidan Hills returning to his rallycross roots there, drifting wide over the grass coming out of Mansfield. Has to be careful. That is likely one of the corners where they're monitoring track limits. And if he does that too often, then he could be facing a track limits penalty. But the championship leader not thinking about that right now. And I don't really think that he's thinking about managing that points lead either. He wants more race victories. That's his target this weekend. A track that he does enjoy racing at, and clearly has good pace at. He wasn't as quick as Sam Heading in qualifying, but he's starting now as we go into the middle part of the race to reel him in ever so slightly. There goes James Blake Baldwin, a bit detached now in 4th place, as this time it's Blackwell Chambers dipping 2 wheels onto the green stuff, coming out of Barm. Ali Bray and Patrick Fletcher continuing to debate 5th position. As across the line they will go. So the lead gap went down by 4 thousandths of a second that time. Aidan Hills was faster than Sam Heading, so very evenly matched at the front of the field. Blackwell Chambers was another 100th or so quicker, so almost identical lap times at the front. Of course, we saw both Aidan Hills and Will Blackwell Chambers making small mistakes on that lap. Ollie Hall, we're hearing, is out of the race. Martin Tolley also appears to have maybe not come through that time. So we've got a couple of them dropping out of contention, but all of those towards the back end of the field as Ali Bray continues to defend 5th place from Patrick Fletcher, who had an almighty moment on the Park Straight here 12 months ago where he got fired out of the lead group heading up towards Park Corner and rejoined at the gooseneck. He was so far off the road did he go. Minus a rear bumper and exhaust, I seem to remember. Tom Griffiths now trying to do to Michael Nibbs what Nibbs did to him a few laps earlier. He's up the inside of the 82 car there into the gooseneck, but didn't commit to the overtake. And so Michael Nibbs stays in 9th, Griffiths 10th, and James Cossons launches up the inside of Lee Britton, takes a big amount of the grass and the curb on the inside, sort of ditch hooks his way through Mansfield, but that's not the quickest way through. You go in tight there, and it looks great until you get off the corner, and then you just lose all of your momentum. It's often the car on the outside that comes out on top. Leaders head through the Hallbends. There is Ali Bray, ruining that opening lap exchange with Aidan Hills, I would suspect, because Hills is up there challenging for the lead, and Ali Bray struggling to hang on to 5th position. Once you lose touch with the lead group in MX-5 racing, it's very difficult to get back onto their tail. I think that's what Ali is discovering now as he drops down the hill to complete another lap. Lee Britton also looking a bit more secure in 7th place now, isn't he? James Cossons still relatively close behind him, but hasn't yet found a way past. So James Cossons is not going to be particularly happy with the way his race has gone, having started from the front row. Must have missed a gear or something as he went up probably from 1st into 2nd gear. His initial launch was good, but then just really bogged down in the 2nd phase of the start. Plummeted down the order as a result. Now, that looked as though Patrick Fletcher might be up the inside of possibly Ali Bray as they went towards Park Corner. Yes, he is. So for 5th position, I think we will now see the change. Patrick Fletcher, former Renault Clio racing star, has moved into the top 5 now ahead of Ali, who perhaps will look to try and just tag along now with Fletcher. If Fletcher's got the pace, he might choose to try and work with him and chase after the leading group, or at least chase after James Blake Baldwin, who's about 3.5 seconds ahead of them in 4th. So half race distance then about to be completed. Hills continues to challenge Sam Heading. He has set the fastest lap of the race too, 1:40.974. That's worth another championship point. Of course, he's outscoring all of his big championship rivals. 2nd in the points is Patrick Fletcher. Well, we've just seen him move up into 5th position. 3rd in the points, James Cossons. He's down in 8th. Ali Bray, 6th, is 4th in the points. Tom Griffiths, 5th in the points, is only... where's Griffiths gone to? He is 13th. Something's happened to Tom Griffiths then, hasn't it? Because he was further up than that. Yeah, he fell down from 10th to 13th on the previous lap. So right now, all of the drivers who are closest to the championship leader in the points having pretty difficult races. So up through Coppice and Charlie's go the leading group. Lead gap back up to nearly a second now between Heading and Hills. And Aidan, I think now a bit more preoccupied really with holding on to 2nd position than he is chasing after the race leader really. The hill they go, and here actually comes Will Blackwell Chambers peeking to the inside, but Aidan Hills just managing to cover him off. So will Cadwell Chambers, sensing maybe that they're no longer gaining on Sam Heading, wants to try and find a way through, and there might be a gap here through Chris Curve. No, decides better of getting to the inside of the gooseneck. Difficult place to make a pass. We saw Michael Nibbs do it before, but it's not a common place to see an overtake. Mansfield is, though, and a bit of a moment coming down through the gooseneck there for Aidan Hills almost gives Cadwell Chambers an opportunity. But again, Aidan good on the brakes, just manages to turn across the nose of the number 1 car. And the reigning champion has to settle back into 3rd place. So Sam Heading leads the way, Aidan Hill 2nd, Cadwell Chambers 3rd, then a gap back to James Blake Baldwin 4th, Patrick Fletcher still 5th ahead of Ali Bray. Then James Cossins and Michael Nibbs both ahead of Lee Britton on the previous lap, so there's been some more chopping and changing in that next pack of cars at the back end of the top 10. They can see that group coming through, so Michael Nibbs up ahead of Lee Britton, and Fraser Fennick is now into the top 10. You can see him, the white car, just behind the red number 50. So, nose to tail, they run down into the hairpin. Tom Griffiths and Scott doing their best to stay with them, and Tom Selden and Chris Richardson together ahead of Will Powell. Within the Masters class, by the way, George Grant, the leader of the Masters class within the pro element of the race. You'll explain if you're new to MX-5 Super Cup racing. We've got a pro and a club class and a Masters class within both, so 4 classes in total. So the overall top 15 all running within the pro class. Then you've got the club class leader Rob Way, he's running in 16th place. Then George Grant leads the Masters class within the pros, and it is Simon Robinson, number 90, who leads in the Clubman Masters class in 20th position overall. Now back to Lee Britton, trying to get to the outside of Michael Nibbs here. This is for 8th place. Michael Nibbs stands his ground on the inside there, stays ahead going through Park Corner. And that little defensive move means that Fraser Fennick and Tom Griffiths now close in. Again, Lee Britton looks to the inside now of Nibbs, who I think should just be able to get into the gooseneck ahead. Yes, he does. And then Michael Nibbs in 8th place, making a welcome return to the MX-5 Super Cup grid, keeping Lee Britton at bay. Fraser Fennick in behind, and Tom Griffiths snapping away at his heels as well in the car behind. He's then head up over the mountain towards the Hall Bends once more. 6 minutes 40 to go. The lead gap 1.2 seconds now between Sam Heading and Aidan Hills. I'm not missing anything at the front of the field. Hills keeping, as far as I know, Will Cadwell Chambers behind him. The rest of the battling continuing to be further back. There is Patrick Fletcher and Ali Bray. James Cossins 7th place. He's now lapping quicker than those two, gaining on them as well now that he's in clean air. So may well be able to claim another couple of positions before the checkered flag is out. Here comes Lee Britton to the outside of Michael Nibbs. Now we saw in the Civic Cup race earlier on, this move worked quite a few times around the outside at Coppice to get the inside for Charlie's. Is it going to work for Lee Britton? No, not quite. Again, the outside line is where the momentum is through the entry to Charlie's. And that inside line for Lee Britton didn't really work. Had a moment here for one of the Patrick Watts racing cars. Was that Wilbur Tilley or was that Amy Watts with a rotation? It was Amy, I think, wasn't it? Who had the spin or the half spin anyway down at the bottom of the mountain. Now Lee Britton, all of a sudden Tom Griffiths buying into this battle. In fact, he's around the outside of Fraser Fennick. That's Tom Griffiths trying to move back into the top 10. Fraser Fennick has never been known for being particularly lenient to people going around the outside of him. That hasn't changed today either. Tom Griffiths is still trying to tough it out around the outside at Chris Curve, but I can guarantee you, Tom, that isn't going to work. And he sensibly drops back in behind the reigning Mark 1 Series champ, enjoying getting stuck into the battles here, but looks as though he's rather running low on grip. He's nowhere near the apex through Mansfield, and just a little bit of grass tracking on the exit, but actually kept his foot in it. Typical Fraser Fennick stuff there, and manages to keep Griffiths at bay. Again, doesn't get anywhere near the curve through the entry to the mountain. That sacrifices exit speed then over the top of the hill. Can Griffiths get alongside him? The answer appears to be no, though, so the AB Motorsport driver stays ahead. Tom Griffiths, former Compact Cup racer, try and gain another placement. A long time since Tom raced here at Cadwell Park. Downhill they will go. There, meanwhile, is George Grant. George Grant leading in the Masters category, and he's battling with, I think, Rob Way here, who is the Clubman class leader. In fact, no, I beg your pardon, I think that was actually the number 11, wasn't it, of Wright, Scott Wright, who got ahead of George Grant on this lap. Yeah, that is the number 11, isn't it, that's just up ahead. So Scott Wright moving up one extra position, but it doesn't cost George Grant the Masters class lead. Robert Way is just ahead of them in 16th place overall, leading the clubman class as there Patrick Fletcher goes to the inside of James Blake Baldwin. That is 4th position now for Patrick. So having got past Ali Bray, he's had some real pace. You can see there how far ahead of Ali he is. And James Costin's almost on the tail of Bray now, so Patrick Fletcher, had he got away with the leaders, might have had a shot at a podium. So 4th is as good as it's likely to get. Hill come Nibs and Britain. They're still running as close as ever they have been. Lee Britton's been thick of all of the battles in this race so far, hasn't he? But not able to get back ahead of Michael Nibs for the time being. Heading, by the way, 1.3 seconds clear at the beginning of this 10th lap of the race. They're going to have probably 2 more to go at the end of this one. Because though Aidan Hills is consistently able to lap quicker than him. He was 2/10 faster than the leader last time, but need a bit more than that per lap now to shot at the race win. They bounce over those big sausage curbs that have been placed at the Hall Bends. Bouncing around a lot as they head down to the final couple of corners. Complete the lap. There is Lee Britton in the wheel tracks of Michael Nibs. 8th place battle continuing, and in fact now pulls out of the slipstream. I can see out of the window and challenges for that position round the outside. He's a bit further alongside this time though, Lee Britton. Does he manage to carry the speed through the left? No, again Michael Nibs is able to see off the challenge and keep hold of the position. There are the leaders then through Park Corner. Now the gap stabilised that time. They were again within a few thousandths of each other with Sam Heading and Aidan Hills, but I'd say on this lap it's maybe coming down ever so slightly. Ali Bray meanwhile has now caught James Blake Baldwin at almost the exact moment that James Cossins has caught him, and Cossins goes to the grass there to try and get past him between Park Corner and Chris Curve. Again tries to find the momentum, tries to find the traction on the outside line. He's got a nose ahead, but he's on the outside line into the gooseneck, can't make the move stick, and Ali Bray will stay ahead. I think I spotted there a car in the barriers as well. That might have been Tom Selden. Yeah, Tom Selden didn't come through that time, and I think he's in the barriers going through Chris Curve, or he's off the road anyway, and appears to be out of the race. So we've lost Tom Selden now from the running order. Leaves us with, by my reckoning, with 23 cars still circulating. As the leading group head through. There is Selden. So I don't think he's actually hit the wall. I think he's pulled over, hasn't he? Up on the outside of Chris Curve. His race done just a little bit prematurely. Now, leaders down the hill. James Blake Baldwin's had a drama coming through the mountain. I think he's got a possible right rear puncture. There's a problem for Blake Baldwin just as he goes through the Hall Bends. So that drops him out of 5th position. That's a real shame. It would explain, wouldn't it, why he'd been losing pace over the last few laps. The lead gap also came down that time by half a second. That's the biggest gain that we've seen from Aidan Hills over Sam Heading so far this race. So as we go on to the final lap of the race now, the leaders getting themselves as close together really as they have been at any stage in this one, as Lee Britton and Tom Griffiths continue to do battle. But here is the leading group. Now, can Aidan Hills get there? I don't think he's quite going to get to the leader, but another lap or so, and I think he'd have been really asking some questions of Sam Heading. The nerves perhaps starting to get the better of the race leader, who is on course for that first ever victory in the championship. There is James Blake Baldwin in the pit lane. His race done then with whatever the drama was that he had at the end of the previous lap. Down the hill come the leading trio, and yeah, I think Sam Heading should be okay now, barring any major mistakes. The race win looks as though it should be his, and Aidan Hill's actually now preoccupied with defending 2nd place from Will Blackwell Chambers. He looks to the outside of him into the mountain, then peeks back to the inside. That doesn't work though, manages to keep Will Blackwell Chambers behind. Looks as though AB Motorsport are going to be celebrating here. The first race that Sam Heading has had with the AB Motorsport squad looks as though it's going to yield a first race victory in the MX-5 Super Cup. Out of the hairpin he goes then. This will be a real feel-good moment for Sam Heading, who comes out of Barn Corner, sees the checkered flag, and he will claim the victory here in race number 1 for the Brscc BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup at Cadwell Park. Heading wins it, Hills in second, and Will Blackwell Chambers comes home in third position. Fantastic battling throughout there, further back as well, where Patrick Fletcher ends up with fourth. Ali Bray looks as though he's going to fend off James Cossons for fifth position, or does he? It's a drag race to the line, but James Cossons can't quite get there, so Bray fifth, Cossons sixth, Britton seventh, who did get ahead of Michael Nibbs then. Lee Britton got ahead of Michael Nibbs on the final lap of the race, with Nibbs in eighth, ninth Tom Griffiths, and Alex Stott completing the top 10. Well, really good racing then from the front runners. And, well, from everyone, really. Some great battles up and down the order. The Masters class, by the way, the Pro Masters class, will be won there by George Grant. He comes across the line. Just before he got to the line, Rob Way took the victory in the Clubman class, and the Clubman Masters winner should be Bruce Robinson. He was 5 seconds ahead of Christopher Ginn at the start of the final lap, so it should be good to claim the class win there. But some fantastic racing and a new winner in the MX-5 Super Cup then, as Sam Heading is victorious. Withstood the pressure there from Aidan Hills. Might not have looked like he was under that much pressure because he was a second on average ahead throughout, but the pressure is always there, especially when you get into the closing stages, and it's so easy to make a mistake, almost relax too much, can't you, in that situation? But not for Sam Heading, just to hang on for the win. So Marshall's showing their appreciation then as the drivers make their way around to Parc Ferme and very shortly to the podium. But before that, hopefully we'll be able to take a look at the provisional race results for that first of 3 races this weekend. Aidan Hills will be happy though, won't he? He's managed to extend his championship margin over all of those that matter, really. Sam Heading is that little bit further back in the points. So Sam Heading, well, having not done the full season, actually, I don't think. Not a championship contender, whereas everybody else most definitely is. In fact, no, Sam Heading has done the full season. He's had a couple of podiums at Anglesey in difficult conditions. He was third in race 2, second in race 3 was Sam. But a few non-finishes along the way as well. Had a couple of non-starts back at Brands Hatch, so a bit of an up and down season for Sam. That win will do his confidence the world of good. So Sam Heading gets the victory here at Cadwell Park in race 1 of the weekend for the MX-5 Super Cup. Aidan Hill second ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers, with Patrick Fletcher and Ali Bray completing the top 5. Then it was James Cossons, Lee Britton, Michael Nibbs, Tom Griffiths and Alex Stott, with Fraser Fenwick 11th and Chris Richardson completing the top dozen. In 13th position, Will Powell. Robert Way was the Clubman winner in 14th, ahead of the Pro Masters winner, George Grant, 15th. Scott Wright was 16th, ahead of Will Tilly, Kamal Kalsi, and Bruce Robinson, the Clubman Masters winner. Christopher Ginn was 20th, Nick Rutter 21st, Amy Watts 22nd, and James Blake Baldwin classified 23rd. After that pit lane visit, Tom Selden, Ollie Allwood, didn't spot him retiring, but he didn't make the flag, nor did Josh Morris, Ollie Hall, or Martin Tolley. So quite a few non-finishers then in that one, but those who were running at the flag put on some really, really good racing, and very shortly we'll be able to catch up with our top 3 finishers. Before that though, a little bit of build-up from Scott Woodwiss ahead of our next race. Scott, over to you.
Well, we always love a first-time winner in a championship, and that was certainly a fantastic drive from Sam Heading. First time out for his new team, AB Motorsport, and I'm sure Ali, even though he couldn't get on the podium, will certainly be more than delighted that his brand new driver who switched across to him will have got victory first time out with the team. That will give him and the rest of the squad a lot of confidence. Key results also for Aidan Hills for second place, and also Will Blackwell Chambers, defending champion, who is still battling on in third place. He might realise his championship chances potentially could be starting to slip away, but still third place is a lot of confidence for him as well. And congratulations also to the club class winners. We'll have a chat to them all in a second when they come down for the podium. Quickly before we do that though, we can quickly give you a small look at the lineup we've got here for the next race coming up here this afternoon, which is the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. They became part of the BRSCC portfolio for this season. They came across from the MG Car Club, and these little pocket rockets have been racing around the UK circuits ever since the early 1990s. They're quite enigmatic little hot hatch, these little Metros. You've either got the proper MG Metros in there, either normally aspirated or turbo engines, or you've got the Rover 100 Metros in there, either way, that are all eligible. They're nicely well balanced, they're quite well sorted cars, and in actual some cases, some people are actually surprised with how quick these cars actually are and can be. They can lap at pretty impressive lap speeds all the way through. It's quite an interesting battle at the top of the championship for them, because we've got Rhys Claydon who leads the way at the moment. Mike Williams and Rhys Claydon are at the top of the championship battling away. Rhys Claydon, a former BMW Compact Cup race winner, and Rhys Claydon's taken 3 victories, but Mike Williams is on his tail there as well, and a couple of other strong drivers in the mix who certainly want to try and get some good results from this weekend's activities here at Cadwell Park. It's going to be critical to see how they can get on. It's a slightly smaller field than normal, but about 13-14 cars, and there's definitely more of them out there, so I'm certain that as the season goes on, as we go into next season, more and more drivers either will go ahead and build a new car or pick up some of the other cars which are currently around in the market for this championship as well. They're quite enigmatic little cars, these MG Metros. They really do put on quite a smile on people's faces, and they've been bringing great entertainment ever since they joined at the beginning of the season. They're very, very pleased to have them. They've been a great addition to the portfolio, and the racing they put on has been second to none. It has really been some top class entertainment. I'm sure we will have more of the same as we get into our first race in a moment. Of course, the MGs have been at a couple of different circuits. They started for their first few race weekend at Brands Hatch with us. Then they went to Snetterton, and then they moved across to Donington Park. So they're already halfway through their first season with us. It's 6 meetings, and they're already heading out now to onto the grid. So it's going to be Rhys Claydon who will start on pole position with Mike Williams alongside him on the front row of the grid. A good effort from Dick Trevitt, who will start third, and he then lines up alongside the number 75 with that's Ben Williams. Tim Shooter with a good effort to get himself 5th quickest. As the rest of the field makes its way out for the first of 2 races for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. The rest of the row is just at the top of the assembly area heading out. There's Paul Deacon in the white and blue machine with the yellow on the side, and away they go onto the grid before their formation lap. Do we just quickly spin around here? We've got something quite good to at least take a look at. This is the Run Your Fleet Brscc rescue unit. That was a fantastic investment by our brilliant club partners at Run Your Fleet. They are one of the best business vehicle fleet companies out there. Very pleased to be partnered up with them. They also supply us with the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. So to Steve and to everyone at runyourfleet.com, thank you once again for the continued support and continued patronage to being part of the Brscc. And if you want to find out more about them, you can head to the website runyourfleet.com. And of course, you've seen a couple of times, we've seen the runyourfleet.com safety car out on circuit at points. Right, we're just starting to see, I can see in the background that we've got our drivers just starting to make their way down. If you want to just train your camera down here, up here, Joe, towards the throng of people making their way down towards the podium. We've already got Bruce Robinson down here, and I'm just going to quickly bring my screenshot out so that I can double check who was where. I was about to do another screenshot just quickly, but then the timing screen quickly reset itself, but they're all making their way down towards the podium, so we can at least have a chat to our pro and also our club class top 3s, because there are 2 podiums to do here. I can also see that George Grant's making his one out here. I think, if I'm correct, I think he may have won the Masters category as well. I'm not sure if we hand out a trophy for that exactly right now, but he'll certainly be down here to have a chat to him. So before we get one, let's of
course, yeah.
George, I'm guessing that was another Masters victory for you.
It was.
And you're getting quite good at this now.
I went quickest that I've ever been around Cadwell Park, a 43.3, which is, you know, for somebody who's my age, isn't bad. You know, no, it was just brilliant. It was awesome. Car was great. Tyres went off, obviously, because I was absolutely pushing it. Yeah. But no, it's fantastic. A great team effort as well, with Will finishing second, I think.
Then we're going to quickly rattle onto the podium, but well done. Excellent stuff on that one. Right, let's quickly do, first of all, Pro Class, first of all, in reverse order. So we'll start, first of all, in Pro Class top 3. So 3rd place for that first race in Cadwell Park goes to Will Blackwell Chambers. So Will makes his way up to the 3rd step on the podium. I'll grab his trophy and his hat from Charlotte. 2nd place in Pro Class and overall goes to Aidan Hills. Aidan continues to make more strides towards the title this year. And after his first pole this morning, it's a first victory in his first race for his new team, Sam Heading. Congratulations to Sam. And he'll make his way up towards the top step of the podium and post the photos at the top. Now, given the time constraints, we might only just have time to have a chat to the winners, because the next race is out on its formation lap already, so we might be able to have a quick word with Sam. So let's quickly just bring Sam down. I might only have time just to have a word with Sam because of our next race coming up, but well done to Will and to Aidan anyway. But Sam, we said you were going to go for it. First pole and then a first win. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. You know, 20 minutes out there leading with Aidan Hills behind me. You know, it's absolutely so tough, but yeah, what a great race it was.
And to have someone like that, the championship leader, someone who's up there, he's been a multiple-time race winner. I mean, for him to be up there on your tail constantly from the word go. I mean, that must have been so much pressure to try and absorb.
Yeah, with Will back there as well, it's so tough just to keep pushing, keep finding your break points and just keep going throughout the whole race. But yeah, manage it somehow.
So you've got to try and do it again now later on.
Yeah, hopefully again. That'd be nice. 2 wins.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. Really
Thanks
great
very much.
We'll see you for the next one.
Lovely. Cheers, mate.
Good stuff. Right, let's do our club class top 3 now as well. So we'll do that again in reverse order. And according to our timing screen, so 3rd place for club class goes to Kamal Kelsey. Well done to Kamal. More points towards the championship. 2nd place in club class goes to Will Tilly. Tiley, thanks for the correction. And victory to the points leader, Robert Way. Well done to Robert. Victory in club class. And I will very quickly take a picture of the top 3 in club class, and then we will have time for a very quick word with Robert before we head to our next race. So congratulations to them. And Rob, we just very quickly bring you down again. Congratulations to 1 or 2 pictures to take before we get him down here. Let's bring him down. Well done to Wilbur, well done to Kamal on that one for 2nd and 3rd. But quickly, Rob, well, that helps your club class title chances no end, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was good. So got a good start. Just managed to stay with the pack in front. Had a bit of a battle with George in the Masters, which dropped me back a little bit from the pack, but I was already ahead of the other club class guys. So yeah, it's a fairly easy one.
And now drop scores come into play. It's really, every result really counts now.
Well, basically I have to finish every race, so no pressure. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we don't break down or something, so it'll be good.
Good stuff. Well done. Best of luck. We'll get you for the next one. Good stuff. Right, that's our first MX-5 Super Cup podium. Now let's quickly rush back to Andy, who can quickly run you through how it's looking for the first MG Metro Cup race.
Yep, thank you, Scott. Perfect timing. Cars just lining up on the grid then, with Mike Williams on pole position for this race with Rhys Claydon alongside him. Row 2, Dick Trevitt and Ben Williams. Row 3, Tim Shooter and Richard Garrard, with Phil Goodwin and Chris Savory on row 4. Benjamin Young and Richard Cowley on the 5th row. Matt Simpson and Kyla Garrard on row 6. And then row 7 for Paul Deacon and John Wall, with Dan Willars at the back of the field. The lights are out. We're away in racing here at Cadwell Park, and it looks as though Rhys Claydon there in the yellow and black car got the better of the start. He's got the lead heading towards turn number 1, and he is going to, I think, get ahead of Mike Williams, or is he? Williams is coming back at him now on the inside line. Claydon closes the door, and I think Rhys Claydon has done it. Yes, the ex-Compact Cup frontrunner moving through into the lead. Those two separated by about a 10th and a half or so in qualifying, but Claydon has managed to get ahead in the early stages then. Williams 2nd place, 3rd looks as though it's Dick Trevitt. Then Williams, I think, is still there in 4th position, the green machine, as they drop down the hill and head through Park Corner in a moment or two. Where already we're seeing Mike Williams challenge for the lead, lurches from the inside to the outside line, but isn't quite able to get back alongside. Right-hander they go then, through the next never-ending right-hander at Chris Curve, and towards the gooseneck then, where we have Rhys Claydon, the race leader. So it was best to go after him. Now Rhys Claydon and Mike Williams are the top 2 in the championship as well. They are only 5 points apart in Claydon's favour. Rhys Claydon has won the last 3 races on the bounce. Mike Williams won the first 2 races of the season. The only other winner this year, John Moore. John Moore claimed the victory at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, but John not racing here at Cadwell Park. So those 2 likely to continue their winning ways, but who is going to get the victory this weekend? Well, Claydon looking strong so far. Mike Williams doing the chasing, but that's a good start there for Claydon, championship leader, to get back ahead of Mike. You score 20 points for winning a race in this championship, and then 18, I think, finishing 2nd. So 5 points in it. Claydon didn't really need Williams beating him in this one, and taking points away from him. Down the hill then come the leading group towards the first turn again, and it is Claydon the leader then. Williams 2nd, Trevitt 3rd, Ben Williams 4th place, 5th place then for Tim Shooter, which is where he started. 6th place, gaining a place from his starting position, was Phil Goodwin. 7th then for the number 49 of Richard Garrard. 8th position for the number 16 of Matthew Simpson. 9th place then for Savory, Chris Savory, in the top 10 completed by Richard Cowley. Up the hill go the top 2 though. This is likely to be where the main entertainment is. These 2 so evenly matched. I feel that start could prove to be really important for Rhys Claydon, getting the better of Mike Williams on the run to turn 1. There's number 6 car of Richard Cowley coming through, running 10th position at the moment. A bit lonely at the moment, actually. Novice cross, though, on the back of Richard's car. Not the most experienced driver on the grid, and perhaps a bit of clear track and clean air might benefit him as he tries to learn his way around what is one of undoubtedly the most challenging racetracks in the country. Leaders then heading towards the mountain again. This Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup, the MG Metro Cup moving over to the BRSCC, as many championships seem to be these days. Does appear to be the place to be, doesn't it, the BRSCC in British motorsport. Now, that is not good news for the race leader, Rhys Claydon. The bonnet pin has come loose, I think, on the right-hand side of the bonnet, and it's flapping in the wind as he bounced his way through the Hall bend. So the race leader potentially in trouble, because that could well catch the attention of the clerk of the course. Does, he could be summoned in to get that sorted. That could be a big moment in this race and indeed in the championship. We'll try and get another look at that. Yeah, I can see out of the window it's really flapping loose and it's affecting his straight line performance as well. Mike Williams was closing in to attack there through the first corner. They're side by side. Look, and Williams has gone through. So Mike Williams has got the lead away from a struggling Rhys Claydon. All of a sudden that bonnet has come loose. Maybe he's had a curb strike somewhere that's knocked it loose, but you can really see there the bonnet flapping around on the right hand side, and that's in real danger of popping up altogether, I would have thought, down the Park Straight. The speed's building as they head towards the top of the hill. Quite a windy day as well here, that won't be helping. It's not slowing him down just yet, but you have to imagine he's going to get called into the pit lane with that. So Rhys Claydon, championship leader, all of a sudden could be in big trouble. We do get dropped scores in this championship, and Rhys has never finished worse than second so far this year, so that is helping him. He's got some drop scores to fall back on, but unfortunately it might rob us of a really good race. Mike Williams getting sideways there through the gooseneck, and Rhys Claydon almost thought about getting up the inside into Mansfield Corner. But that bonnet needs to secure, well, has it secured itself? It suddenly seems to not be flapping again as he heads towards the mountain. I know that the speed has dropped through that part of the track, but it was this part of the circuit where I spotted it a lap ago. Has it resolved itself, I wonder, through the mountain, over the top of the hill? No, it is still definitely loose, so needs to hope that it doesn't get any looser and that the clerk, of course, doesn't feel the need to summon him in. Certain parts of the track, if he's turning left, it seems okay, but if he's either turning right or going down the straights, it seems to start waving around in the breeze. Losing time to Mike Williams perhaps as a result. There meanwhile is Dick Trevitt. He's got Ben Williams on his tail, battling for the final step of the podium. Third place they're contesting as they head now for turn one again. 3 laps completed, 5.5 minutes of the 20-minute race gone. Mike Williams now looking unlikely to be challenged, really, such is the extra speed that he seems to have found. He just did a 47.8. His fastest lap is a 47.3, so a couple of tenths away from his pole position time, but about matching what Rhys Claydon was able to do in qualifying earlier on. Rhys, we've documented, struggling now with this bonnet that's getting looser by the lap, look, as he heads to Park Corner. Slightly obscuring his vision, that, as well as he tries to spot the apex of Park. That, meanwhile, is Dick Trevitt going slowly. The orange and yellow car was running in third place. Dick Trevitt slowing as he heads up to Park Corner. So yellow flags out for him. I think he's actually pulled off the road, so that's a shame. Dick Trevitt out of the race. It means Ben Williams now moves up into third. And Ben Williams might end up second before the flag if Rhys Claydon has to visit the pit lane. The team hopefully are ready and waiting with some tank tape if that is the case, so he's not there for any longer than he has to be. This group will also gain one place now with Dick Trevitt out of the race, and this is there is Dick Trevitt. He has pulled over, and the number 96 car out, so it's a shame. At least he's well off the road though, so there shouldn't be any need for safety car or even yellow flags really at that part of the track once he himself is the other side of the barrier. Mountain then comes this battle for, well, what was 6th place, is now going to be 5th position. It's headed by the number 3 of Phil Goodwin. He's gone right behind the number 49 of Richard Garrard. So the number 16 in behind him, that's the car of Matthew Simpson's. These 3 all started mid-grid, but they've, none of them, I think, now running in the position in which they started. See Simpson in particular, he's come 3 positions from 11th on the grid. We're all now going to pick up another one with the demise of Dick Trevitt, who doesn't make it to the line this time. So Trevitt slips down the order. Ben Williams inherits podium place. He's 4.7 seconds though behind Reese Claydon, who is in second place. And a further 4 seconds back again there. Meanwhile, it's the second place man. Well, he's not been summoned into the pit lane just yet, which I find a tad surprising, but not to worry. At least he's circulating at a relatively good pace. In fact, matching, in fact, a few hundredths quicker, in fact, than the race leader that time around. So Williams was there defensive driving, and maybe a little bit of paint traded, was there, as they went into Park Corner. That was Simpson, well, unsuccessfully defending in the end from Christopher Savory, who goes around the outside of him, picks up a position between Park Corner and Chris Curve. So I'm quite sure what happened there to Simpson. Just suddenly seemed to lose acceleration coming out of Park. There are leaders meanwhile, and well, this gap perhaps creeping down again this time. Reese Claydon, I think, has realised that the bonnet isn't getting any looser. He now feels confident to push on and try and chase after Mike Williams. So as we approach half race distance, top two do just start now to get themselves a little bit closer together. There on his own now, Ben Williams in third. Tim Shooter up into fourth, Goodwin fifth. They've got a few changes behind them as we saw in the previous lap. So actually, contrary to what I thought, the lead gap has actually gone up that time from Williams to Claydon. Went up by about 0.3 of a second, so 1.35 now the lead margin. As Williams leads them up the back straight now. Further back, some good battling to be had still. There we've got the number 95 car, that's Kyler Garrard, and Kyler Garrard has got the attentions of John Wall in the number 9 right behind. This is the fight for 11th place at the moment. Machine closing in actually. That gap was up at 1.6 seconds at the start of the lap. Definitely come down a little bit from there. That's the line they go, and yeah, full 9/10 quicker for Wall that time, with a personal best lap you can see, highlighted green on the timing tower. So across the line, the race leader is already heading towards the mountain for the 6th time of asking. Oh, that's more drama, and I'm afraid another retirement now for Matthew Simpson, who parks up very neatly behind Dick Trevitt's car. And he also appears to have run into some sort of mechanical difficulties, so another retiree. Down now, I think, to 12 cars running. It's a shame, but these MG Metros, not the youngest cars here at Cadwell Park, so mechanical issues are a relatively regular occurrence. The cars, though, prepared, many of them by the drivers individually. Not really one of those championships where you get big powerhouse teams running multiple cars in the same race, so drivers dedicating their own time, energy, money ultimately into preparing the cars, but difficult to get parts these days for MG Metros. Occasionally see a few of them not making it to the end of the race, but those who are still running, engaging in some pretty entertaining battles. This the fight that we were watching a little bit earlier on between Goodwin and Garrard. They've got themselves back together again now, having briefly separated. So Goodwin 7/10 now ahead, but that gap came down that time around fractionally. Personal best lap for Garrard behind him. While Ben Williams himself has something trailing. It's just the tow hook on the tow cable on the front of the number 75 car. Ben, an avid sim racer, crossed paths with Ben a few times in the sim racing world. Very handy driver, and third place in this one for the time being, as Reese Claydon still pushing on, isn't he? Picking up a bit of understeer there through Mansfield, just dipping a wheel. 2 wheels onto the grass on driver's right on the exit of the turn, but it's not working for him. He's losing time, and watching Mike Williams getting smaller and smaller ahead of him as that lead gap extends. 1.5 seconds now it was at the start of the lap. I'm surprised that Reese Claydon's not been called in for this bonnet that's come loose. Happy that he hasn't, because obviously it would ruin his race, but yeah, it's a shame. It's good news for him that he's not been able to. I've not been called in to get that sorted. Across the line they go. Let's see what the lap times are in comparison to one another then. Mike Williams does a 1:47.7 and a 47.9 for Claydon, so another nearly 2 tenths gained by the race leader. So they're getting further apart now, unfortunately, as they head for the last third of the race. But for Mike Williams, from a championship perspective, this is very good news indeed. Take a few points back out of Rees, who on overall points is 17 ahead. Once the drops are calculated, because he's dropped more points, he's been more consistent. That comes down to just the 5 points, and that's going to shrink now probably to just 2 points, I reckon, at the end of this one. Again, some good battles happening further down the order. This is the 8th placed battle between Christopher Savoury, number 69, and Richard Cowley, number 6. They've swapped positions on that lap, with Cowley moving ahead into 8th spot and already starting to break away. So through the first corner they go. Meanwhile, side-by-side action here over the top of the hill, and this is once again that fight for 5th position. Garrard had got himself up ahead of Goodwin, but Goodwin's back up the inside now through Park, and that gives him the inside line for Chris Curve as well, but no, can't quite get there with an overlap still in place, and so it will be 49 car back ahead of the number 3. So Garrard 5th, Goodwin 6th, and then Goodwin back into 5th position again, sideways through the gooseneck. It takes a very wide line through Mansfield Corner, but again, there's so much banking there, so much camber through the left-hander that you really can carry that wide line, carry good momentum off the turn, carry that speed then all the way down towards the mountains. So he stays ahead, being caught though by the number 3 now. I wonder if Phil Goodwin, sorry, the number 6, that is behind, isn't it? Cowley, in fact, it's a left car, it's the next one behind them on the road. Final turn come these two. Garrard, 3 of Goodwin. In fact, no, yes, they are being caught by the 46 machine of Benjamin Young. Benjamin Young was 6 seconds behind this pair. He's a little bit closer than that now. As they go across the line, there is the 46, and he does a 1:49.6. Well, I mean, 3.5 seconds quicker than the cars ahead of him, so he's definitely catching them now. Admittedly, they're holding each other up with this very entertaining battle, but they are in danger of being caught by Young. Could have 3 of them battling over 5th place before the flag. Right, here comes Goodwin then in the slipstream, down the dip through the Park Straight. Does he go to the inside or to the outside? He's on the outside line, but he's got the momentum, has his nose in front. Late on the brakes, though, for Richard Garrard. He's got the inside line. And for the 2nd time in a row, he will lead this pair through Chris Curve. Out of the window, by the way, I think I've just seen the race leaders, and they are absolutely nose to tail. They were 1.6 seconds apart at the start of the lap, and I'm pretty sure that was Mike Williams and Rees Claydon. Yes, look at that. The gap has evaporated all of a sudden, so there must have been a moment somewhere for Mike Williams, and he has dropped right back into the clutches of the race leader. So out of barn corner they go. The bonnet's still flapping on Rees Claydon's car. That won't be helping his straight line performance, but yeah, it takes nearly a second now to the lead at that time. It was a slow lap for Williams, so he must have had a mistake. 1:48.7 is about 1.6 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the race. Oh, and that's Williams, is it? That's Ben Williams, I think, out of the race. So they're dropping like flies now. Ben Williams is out. Car smoking quite heavily as it parks at the side of the road at Mansfield Corner. So that means that Tim Shooter now moves into a podium place in 3rd spot, with the Garrard, Goodwin and Young trio now scrapping over 4th position. Leading 2, turn through Chris Curve towards the gooseneck. You can see that bonnet getting looser and looser by the corner, but not delaying Rees Claydon as he tries to build a bit of a late race challenge here for Mike Williams. Mike Williams looks as though he's bounced back nicely after that wobble that he had a lap ago, but now faces a new challenge on the horizon, a back marker. That is Paul Deacon, I believe, in the number 40, who's looking to stay out of the way if possible. They're going to catch him at the worst possible moment on the track. just as they head towards the Hall Bends. Meanwhile, here are the three that I said were now going to be battling over 4th position. Richard Garrett still, no, not ahead anymore. Phil Goodwin's got back ahead of Richard Garrett for 4th, but they've been joined now by the number 46 machine of Benjamin Young. So the three of them concertinaing together nicely here in the closing stages. Young with an ambitious little look to the inside at Mansfield. Interestingly, I didn't see any yellow flags despite Ben Williams' stricken car at the side of the road. As they head for the mountain for what should be the, well, no, I think they'll probably get one more lap, 2 more laps in for these guys, but the leaders I think will get 1 more lap in at the end of the one they've just begun. So plenty of racing still to be had. These 3 cars being absolutely as one through the Hall Bends towards the braking zone at the hairpin. The race leader Mike Williams. Now where's Rhys Clayton? Rhys Clayton's suddenly 1.8 seconds back. He had a really slow lap that time, a 1:49.0. And oh no, hang on. Yeah, I think Clayton did still go through there, but he's dropping back very, very quickly indeed. Here though is the battle going on behind, and it is now Goodwin into 4th, Garrett 5th, Young 6th. Oh no, there is Williams. So Williams is out. That bonnet's come completely loose. Rhys Clayton, I should say. Ben Williams already out of the race, but Rhys Clayton pulling off at Charlie's. I didn't think I'd seen him go through on the Park Straight. And indeed, he is going to be a non-finisher. So that is drama then for the championship leader. A non-finish here at Cadwell Park. And that's going to hand the championship advantage now to Mike Williams. Now, this will become a drop score for Rhys. So he still will score 19 points from the race because he scores back now one of his drops. He was dropping a couple of 19-point finishes. So it's not a complete disaster. He still essentially will finish 2nd. He'll still score 2nd place points anyway, but disappointing that he doesn't get to actually run 2nd at the flag. Now, Mike Williams out of the final turn. I think we'll be faced with a last lap board this time. It's going to be touch and go though. 5 seconds to go. Will he get to the line? Will they show a checkered flag? No, they didn't. They're going to get 1 more lap in. He came through with 2.5 seconds to spare, according to the timing screen. So he will have another lap to complete, as will everybody else, as we cut back to some side-by-side action here between the number 6 machine of Richard Cowley and the number 69 of Christopher Savory behind him. Over the top of the mountain comes this almighty battle that's going on for 4th place. It's still the number 3 of Phil Goodwin ahead, but with the 49 car of Richard Garrett behind. Benjamin Young, number 46, keeping a watching brief too. These 3 have got themselves together, but interestingly, Benjamin Young not able to find a way past, despite the fact that he reeled them in at 3 seconds a lap. He's just not been able to find a way ahead of either of them. And again, doesn't get a very good exit there from the final turn. So as they head for Coppice Corner, he's a little bit detached from the 2 cars ahead, hitting the brakes there through the first turn. You'd imagine would have been near enough flat out in one of these Metros. Mike Williams might be taking it flat out, and that perhaps explains why he's 35 seconds up the road from anybody else. Also, of course, his 2, well, in fact 3 nearest rivals in this race have all retired now. First Dick Trevitt, then Ben Williams, and finally Rhys Clayton, who really was pushing him hard through that race, despite the loose bodywork, loose bonnet at the front of the car. And Mike Williams just needs to coast this one home now. Comes up over the top of the mountain, heads for the Hall Bends. The last lap board has been shown, and the checkered flag, therefore, will be awaiting Mike Williams, who, despite this race win, is not going to move into the championship lead. Drop scores very much coming to Rhys Clayton's rescue, but he will take a few points out of Rhys. He's going to take the fastest lap bonus point as well. So I think maybe only 2 points now between them as we head into race number 2 later on in the weekend. Out of Barn Corner he comes though. Mike Williams will see the checkered flag, and he is going to claim victory in the first race here at Cadwell Park for the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. Checkered flag waves for Mike Williams, and in the end a pretty comfortable win despite losing the lead at the start there to Rhys Clayton. Second place should be Tim Shooter. We didn't see a lot of him in that race, but he will come through now to finish in second place. There is Tim. Very pleased with that. Might not even realise that he's finished second, but he is on the podium. And then Phil Goodwin looks to try and hang on to what is, of course, now third place with the demise of Rhys Clayton. So this is the fight for a podium place here. And I think the number 3 car is just going to stay ahead. Down into Barn Corner he comes. Looks to to try and get a good exit now. Heads for the timing line, and Phil Goodwin, is he going to hang on? It could be a bit of a drag race actually, because Richard Garrett is in the slipstream, but the start-finish line is going to come up just a bit too quickly, and it will be Goodwin who finishes third, Garrett fourth, and Young in fifth position. Then it will not be Richard Cowley, because it looks as though Christopher Savory's found a way past him here on the last lap. So Christopher Savory in the number 69 car will come home in sixth spot. That's the last corner they come to the line, where, yeah, 49 is going to move ahead. He was behind at the start of the lap by nearly a full second, but it was ahead at the checkered flag by 1.4 seconds. So 6th place Savory, 7th Cowley, then it should be Kyler Garrett. 8th place, and the last finisher home should be the number 9 of John Wall, but it's Mike Williams who claims the victory. That is his third win of the year, but his first one since the season opening weekend at Brands Hatch. So he's had his fair share of misfortune and lacklustre results earlier on in the season, but bringing it back nicely now as we get towards the business end of the year. So Mike Williams heads for Parc Fermé, and he will catch up very shortly with Scott Woodwist. We've got the modified Fords ready to go out next. First of all, though, confirmation of the result. Williams the winner, Mike Williams that is, Tim Shooter second, Phil Goodwin third, Richard Garrett fourth, Benjamin Young fifth, 6th Chris Savory, 7th Richard Cowley, 8th Carla Garrard, 9th John Wall, and Paul Deacon completing the top 10. Then Rhys Claydon was a non-finisher, championship leader, not scoring for the first time this year. Then Williams also, Matt Simpson and Dick Trevitt all retiring from the race. So that is how the provisional race results look then for our first of 2 races this weekend in the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. We'll hear from the podium finishers very shortly with Scott Woodwist, but first, a bit of build-up for our next race. It's the modified Fords set to hit the track very shortly. Scott, over to you.
I think if you are a race that characterises the word unpredictable, that was certainly it. It was almost like Monaco 1982. No one really wants to finish that race, but I'm not even sure Phil Goodwin even realised he was on the podium in 3rd place. But well done to Mike Williams for the victory. We'll get the top 3 very shortly. We'll hopefully bring them down to have a podium. There might be a little bit of time for some clear out, because of course we've got a couple of cars we've got to retrieve, which might give us a bit more time to talk about our next race that's coming up. We'll have a chat to our top 3 for the MG Metros when they come down to the podium in a second. Next up now, we've got, I won't lie, one of my favourite series on the portfolio, because I am a bit of a fan of a fast Ford, and so we've got here the magnificent modified Ford series. It is just a series, no championship points, and it always brings a wonderful eclectic variety of different Ford models here, all sorts, from Escorts of all different generations, Fiestas, Focuses. You've got typically in the mix as well other things such as Capri. Sometimes you have an odd Mondeo that pops out, even there's been a Ford RS200 in the past. Excellent variety all in the mix. One driver we'll have a chat to in particular who's just behind us, but we'll get to him in a second. But our front few cars we've got at the moment is Dave Matthijs. Looks like he's on pole position. He starts in the Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. Alongside him is the XR4i V6 engined Sierra of Ashley Shelswell. And then just behind them we've got the man who looks after modified Ford series, Paul Neville, in his Ford Escort RS2000. And then we've got James Allen, who's in the X-Time Attack Mark II Ford Focus RS. Now I want to just correct something which I've corrected since, but I'll do it on camera because I made a bit of a boo-boo, shall we say, at the start of the season by calling something incorrectly. I incorrectly, and I put my hands to admit it was a genuine mistake, I incorrectly called James Allen's car 4-wheel drive. It is not 4-wheel drive, it is 2-wheel drive, because it is a Mark II Focus RS, and they will only have a front-wheel drive. The Mark III version is, but that one's Mark II. If you go to the back, there is no rear diff or anything, it's only front-wheel drive. So James, on camera, I'll make sure, I apologise for that. I've got it correct this time, right. I've got a ribbing for that ever since, and rightfully so. A couple other cars to watch out for. We've got the Boomerang twins here, different spec of cars. We've got David Guthrie and Alex Bohm. They're in the mix as well, getting ready to go from the 3rd row of the grid. We've got Chris Baker and his MTS Motorsport liveried Escort RS 1600i. We've got a couple more of the ST150s. They're quite popular in the field all the way through. And then down the other end of the group, we've got here the likes of one of the older Fiestas. We've got more of the old school Mark I Fiestas in there. We've got a great Mark II Escort there with the Shell Sport logos on the front. So that looks looking pretty good. But the car I want to come and show you, and I'm not misspeaking here when I say these next words, is a Ford Focus Estate. I didn't stumble. There is a Ford Focus Estate. It's a wonderful bit of kit, X-Time Attack as well. And the man behind it is one AJ Howe. And we'll have a chat with him as well, first of all. Well, AJ, welcome to your home circuit. You quite like this place around here, don't you?
I do like it when it goes right, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. You've had a bit of drama to start off with, haven't you?
Yeah, so the bracket broke on the power steering hose, then it touched my exhaust and then it kind of melted, so such a bad time this morning, but I've got a new hose on there, got a new bracket and everything's sorted, so it should, fingers crossed, be fine though.
Listen, let's send you out now, so have a really good race, fingers crossed, and get to the end, mate.
Cheers guys, thank you very much.
Great job, have a good one. We'll just shut the door for him there so we can get him going, and as that happens, we're going to wait for our MG Metros to get underway. Let's quickly move out of the way so we can let the rest of these guys come through. You can see the cars coming off onto the grid. This will be a rolling start, so unlike any of the other championships and series here this weekend, it will be a rolling start behind the runyourfeet.com Jaguar safety car. Safety car will peel in, they'll form up 2 by 2 on the grid, and then when the lights go out, racing will be underway for 15 minutes. So there goes the rest of the squad, including AJ Howe's ex-Time Attack Focus Estate. And there goes another one of the Boomerang cars out onto their formation lap. So, Modified Fords has been going for about a couple of series. They have been part of the Brscc portfolio since about 2021, if not 2022. And literally wherever they go, they bring such a fantastic variety of cars. There might need to be 21 cars on the grid, but that doesn't matter. The variety and different specifications is always fantastic. It's an award-winning series. Paul Neville puts together such a fantastic array of different cars each time, and typically at circuits like Silverstone, Donington and other great circuits, they typically pack out the grids. And there's a wonderful big array of different models, specifications, engines, all sorts that go on. We should mention also the sponsors for this weekend, so big thank you on behalf of the Modified Ford Series to Drummond Distribution. They're sponsoring the rounds this weekend, so big thank you to them. Please go and check them out as well. And it should be 2 very exciting races coming up for the Modified Ford Series when they get underway in a few moments' time. We are hopefully going to get set to have a chat to our MG Motor Cup drivers, who hopefully will make their way down very, very shortly, see what Mike Williams thought of the consistent pressure that he was under in order to try and hold on to the victory from Reese Clayton. He dropped back a little bit towards the end, but that was unfortunate in many cases. And there might be a clear up to go on because there's 1 or 2 cars that are going to try and recover after they went out at one point. I'm just looking at the top of the assembly area, and I can't quite see too much movement at the moment. I think they'll start to come down possibly, so we'll carry on filling whilst we wait for them. I'll keep an ear out also when they go on their formation because we want to try and cut across if we can, and hopefully we can get a chat to our MG Metro drivers because they are down here hopefully ready to have a word with shortly. But the Modified Ford Series in particular has had quite an exciting season so far. They started the season with a really nice bumper grid in mixed conditions at Silverstone. They've also been to, I can't remember where they've gone to now, Alton Park, they've been to Anglesey, they've been to a couple of different rounds on top of that as well. They've been to Spa-Francorchamps in June as well as part of the Euro race weekend. That was a fun occasion for them, plenty of different cars that went across for that. And this season series just carries on growing. It's quite wide open in terms of invitation. There's separate dedicated classes for 4-wheel drive cars, you've also got 2-wheel drives, and you get so many different cars that do turn up. You've got a variety of different generations of Escorts, whether it's Escort RS Cosworths, Mark 1s and Mark 2s. You've got even a Mark 3 RS 1600i in there mixed with Chris Baker driving that car. You've got Ford Focuses, you have different specifications, Fiestas of all different kinds, the ST150 in particular, very popular in this series. You've also got some rather more extreme cars in the mix. Remember Wayne Crabtree, who should be on this grid. He's in a Golf liveried Mark 1 Escort. I remember the first time they had their first ever race with Brscc, 2021, and he was in, believe it or not, a Subaru engine, wide-bodied Ford RS200. That's the kind of cars that you can pick up in this sort of series. And credit to Paul Neville and to everyone involved to putting the series together, to coming on board with Brscc, and they've really been a worthwhile acquisition, a worthwhile addition to the portfolio ever since they came on board. They're a really popular series, a lot of people love watching them, and I know we've got someone who you're familiar with for broadcasts, Rob Lewis, coming onto the broadcast to help Andy on commentary for both of the Modified 4, well, at least for the Modified 4 races today as well. We are still waiting for MG Metro Cup drivers. I don't want to escape up the road and actually go out there and see if we can pick them up, but hopefully they'll be coming down here very, very shortly. I think we've got even trophies laid out for them, so we can at least have a word with them and see how they get on. And I'll be intrigued to see how this first 15-minute race gets on. So what I can also tell you as well, standing here, is starting to spit with rain. We were looking at above overhead just a moment ago, and off camera me and Joe were thinking that it was having a look about that it was going to start raining. I even said out loud, this is going to start raining in a minute, and lo and behold it has started. Joe's even just with one eye looking upwards at the rain. It's starting to get a tiny bit, not harder, but it's starting to feel more and more raindrops as we go through. So yeah, in fact Joe's pointing up to the camera, you can see those it looks as though it's peeking through the clouds. So I can see an ever so slight smidge of blue up there, but apart from that I can't quite see if there's going to be too much more clearer skies at the moment. We've already got one of the Mazda MX-5 Championship cars coming in for its next race. Again, I was hoping we were going to get MG Metro Cup drivers. I think we did mention some to bring them down, but they do seem to be congregating over at the top of the paddock. So I think what we'll do for the time being is let's hand it quickly back to Andy and to Rob in the commentary box. I'm going to see if we can go and retrieve the MG Metro Cup drivers in time if we possibly can. If we can quickly cut in before the start of the race, if there's time to do so, we will give you the MG Metro top 3. But for the moment, let's quickly go back to Andy and Rob in the commentary box to give us a bit of setup for this first modified Ford Series race. And fingers crossed, if we can, we'll bring you the podium for the first MG Metro Cup race.
Yes, good idea. I think the driver's not in that much of a hurry to come down and chat with you, so we'll see if we can catch up with them in a bit. In the meantime, we can begin our build-up to our next race, always a hotly anticipated race on the package. It is the modified Ford Series where David Matthias in the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth will line up on pole position alongside Ashley Shelswell. Paul Neville and James Allen share row 2 ahead of AJ Owen and David Guthrie. Then it's Alex Boehm, who had a big accident here a year ago with Chris Baker. Aaron Lally is next alongside John Sheridan, then Mark Hadfield and Wayne Crabtree on row 6. Row 7, Malcolm Wise and Demetrius Neofatu. Row 8, Bradley Bosden and Paul Solb. With the 9th row shared by Dan Cowan and Dave Barrett. Row 10, Tyler England and Alex Howe. And then Sam Shimwell at the back of the field. Well, I'm delighted to say I'm joined in the box by our resident modified Ford expert, Rob Lewis, a familiar voice to many of you who tune in to Brscc coverage these days. Rob, not in front of the camera this weekend, taking shelter from this rain that we're being promised is apparently on its way, although I don't think it's coming all that heavily for the time being. Great to have you here though, Rob. A good grid of cars. We keep saying only 21. It's still a good grid of cars, this, and the modified Ford Series, regardless what size grid we get, it's always an eclectic mix of cars, and it's fascinating when we come to an old school technical track like this to see which of those cars is going to have an advantage.
Absolutely, it doesn't take a layman to tell you that the bigger power cars are of course going to be towards the front, but you've got lots of very highly skilled drivers up and down this grid. One of them just coming into shot, well, all of them, the top 3 that you could see there, where it is Matthias or Ashley Shelswell or indeed Paul Neville, they have been doing this for years, back to when it was the Venter Ford Series back in the day. They've been there, done that and got the t-shirt. And that man in 4th place, James Allen, he had a few issues in qualifying with the calibrations of his throttle pedal. He'll be looking to get his head down and get to the front as soon as possible. And I've got to say, a shining light here for my mate Alex Howe, who I'm actually here helping this weekend. Well, certainly today, that man just coming into shot there in the estate. He had a bit of an issue in qualifying which resulted in a small engine fire, and the Boomerang liveried Fiesta there also had a belt came off. So there's a few drivers that have had a few issues in qualifying, and I'll be looking forward to seeing how they progress throughout the field.
Yes, because both of those are cars that probably should be a bit further up the order than that, so look forward to seeing them move up through the field. At the front of the grid, David Matthias and Ashley Shelswell reasonably evenly matched in qualifying. Matthias definitely with an advantage, but we've seen quite often in the past, Rob, that the qualifying times for the modified Ford Series can be taken with a bit of a pinch of salt. They don't always seem to tell the full story. It does seem to me that drivers, you know, they tinker with the cars over the course of the weekend. They grow in confidence as well as the weekend goes on, and there often are sleepers, aren't there, who didn't necessarily qualify all that well but tend to race better than they qualified.
Absolutely, and don't discount maybe turning the boost up a bit as well. That you can, especially on the old turbo cars at the front, they can always add a bit more horsepower if they need to by turning the boost up a little bit, making a few setup changes as well. And again, credit to the likes of Ashley Shelswell. He's probably only got about 300 and 350 horsepower on board that Sierra at the front. That's not a Cosworth by any means. It's got the XR4 shell in it, and he certainly drives it well, and he'll be looking to capitalise on the twistier bits of Cadwell Park, but getting ready for the start.
We are indeed. It's a 2x2 rolling start behind the runyourfleet.com pace car under cloudy skies, but so far still on a dry racetrack here at Cadwell Park. 15 minutes of racing before us, and David Matthias and Ashley Shelswell sharing the front row of the grid then. 2x2 they run out of the final turn. The Jaguar safety car peels right as the driver looks at it into the pit lane. On our right is the pole sitter David Matthias. Is he going to hold the lead? Down into the first corner then. The lights go out. The noise builds as they head to turn 1. Absolutely dead level so far between Matthias and Shelswell. Shelswell has the outside line for the first turn and decides to settle into line in second position. Then Paul Neville holds on to third ahead of James Allen in the much newer Ford Focus. Followed then by, I think that was David Guthrie up into 5th position. But the race leaders out of the first couple of corners, and here comes the first challenge. Maybe Shelswell had a better exit from Charlie's, but just a bit more horsepower for David Matthias, and Rob, he is going to lead them to Park Corner for the first time.
The narrow track here certainly playing advantage to David Matthias. He could cut off Ashley Shelswell there, who's really looking very, very racy. And indeed, James Allen looking down the inside there of Paul Neville in the third place car, maybe looking to get onto that overall podium position. We go back down towards these gaggle of cars. That's Bostic that's just going a bit wide there.
Yeah, bounces over the grass, and a car built for rallying, really, very much returning to its roots there, the Escort, but manages to get going once again. He's still losing places, though. That was Alex Howe, wasn't it, coming up the inside in the Estate. Very close at the front of the field, though. Top four making a break, and they're sort of pairing off between themselves slightly, where we have now had a lead change. Ashley Shelswell up ahead of David Matthias, so Shelswell finding a way through whilst we were distracted with some of the midfield antics, and he now looks to try and make his escape. He was quite a bit slower than Matthias in qualifying. What do we think? Is this David just pacing himself in the early stages, Rob?
Potentially, but that Ashley Shelswell's a wily old fox. He's been doing it a long time in that Sierra, and he's got it honed down to exactly how he wants it. So he'll be looking forward to controlling this race, putting his car on the right bits of tarmac. As we see on screen there, that's Jimmy Neofitu as well, another one of the old guard of the modified Ford Series, certainly in the Mark 1 Fiestas.
Out of the hairpin, part of the circuit that suits the little front-wheel drive Fiestas. Some of the bigger cars looking a bit clumsy through the hairpin and barn corner, but they all get through safely at the end of lap 1, which is led by Ashley Shelswell. One car dipping two wheels into the dirt there further back, but they all get cleanly through then towards the end of lap 1. Shelswell leads, Matthias second, Neville third, Allen fourth, Guthrie in fifth position. That's where the first big gap is, really, fourth back to fifth position. And of course, lots of different class battles to watch for here as well. So those top four, three of them running within Class A. That's Shelswell, Matthias and Allen, with Paul Neville there in third position, leading in Class B+. That's the same class as Guthrie in fifth place, who is some way behind. Are drivers more interested, Rob, in winning their class or just sort of finishing as high up the order as they possibly can?
Depends how close to the front they are. Certainly, Paul Neville is very capable of taking an overall win on his day, but the B+ class there shows you, as you see AJ Howe, he's got the lights on now. He's looking hungry as he looks down the inside of the Fiesta, and Paul Solb's Ford Focus Mark 1 there. But the class battle's certainly in this. You can see the eclectic mix. You've got Paul Neville in the B+ class in third place overall, and David Guthrie in fifth place. But the David Guthrie car powered by a modern 1.6 litre Ford EcoBoost engine, and then you've got the likes of Paul Neville that's got a screaming 2.5 litre naturally aspirated Escorts.
And sadly, Paul Neville no longer in third place. James Allen, I spotted as they came past us, had moved into third spot. So James Allen does now make it a Class A 1, 2, 3. So there's Shelswell, but you can see the way that James Allen is starting to motor now, not only into the overall top three, but closing in visibly on the cars ahead of him. New fastest lap, in fact, for James Allen, 1:35.5, 4 tenths quicker than the race leader, and nearly a full second better than David Matthias ahead of him. So the Ford Focus front-wheel drive, Rob, is this a circuit, do you think, where maybe that front-wheel drive car is a bit more stable, a bit more drivable through the undulating Cadwell Park corners?
Absolutely, and he certainly got that car set up well. Had a few issues with the calibration of the throttle pedal, so it was cutting out whenever he lifted off the throttle pedal in qualifying. He's going to be looking very racy, and it looks like he's missing. So James Allen, all of a sudden with problems there, he's had to peel off. Is that the front splitter?
Yeah, it is. Loose, isn't it? Banging loose. Now, that can happen in a few ways. It could just be that it wasn't fitted properly. I'm sure that wasn't the case. Curb strikes and bottoming out through those dips around here. I've mentioned it a few times today, but you don't realise from the camera just how steep these drops are and how much camber there is through lots of corners.
Absolutely.
Very easy to catch the splitter on the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit tragic shame that. James Allen was looking very, very racy. He had the eyes on, got himself up to third place and was hunting down David Matthias. It'll be interesting to see what happened there as AJ Howe is making further progress up the field. He's just gone down the inside of Dan Cowan. A lovely little move there, nice and clean, and he'll be getting his head down looking at going after Jimmy Neofitu next.
Yeah, that means he's 12th now from the back of the grid, near enough the back of the grid. 20th he was of 21 starters, so good progress being made by AJ Howe then, who is up into the top dozen, a top 10 finish overall, looking like it's very much on the cards. In fact, he's passed the offer to now as they drop down into Mansfield corner. And, well, let's see how much further up the order he's going to be able to go. He runs in Class B+, remember, the same class as Phil Neville. Having got past Cowan, he's now second in that class, is Howe. And, well, unlikely perhaps to catch Phil Neville, but you never do know. If Neville has some problems, we could see him up there challenging. He's trying now to find a way past, I think that's number 14, Sapphire
Malcolm
Cosworth.
Wise.
Yeah, it is. Malcolm Wise, though, he's another experienced competitor, isn't he? He's not going to make that easy.
Absolutely, very much a veteran, also racing an Escort Cosworth, notably down in the Southeastern Series at Brands Hatch against the likes of Rod Burley and Rick May. But as you can see there, AJ Howe, he's got the eyes on Malcolm Wise's, we would call him the wily old fox, and can get the power down on the straight. So AJ's got the eyes on, here they come.
Yes, he has, down towards Coppice Corner they go. Good battle going on just behind them as well here, between Sam Shimwell and the number 125 car, that is, of Cowan, isn't it? Daniel Cowan, as those two battle for position, running in different classes, those two. The two Fiestas catching the older spec Fiesta of Dimitris Neoffitou, who looks as though he's maybe a little bit outgunned now. He had a good start, did the number 24 car, but just slipping down the order ever so slightly.
But at front in the lead, Ashley Shelswell has been keeping his lead gap nice and consistent, and I can see wipers on AJ Howe's car. So is the rain started to come maybe for our front runners? Ashley Shelswell still leads this race by just over a second from David Mathias, with Paul Neville in third place overall, and David Guthrie, fantastic effort from him. He's fourth place overall and second in the B+ class. And Chris Baker is kind of on his own, leading the Class B as it stands, but the rain is coming, the lights are on, and you can see it by the lens on the camera. That could play into some of the cars that perhaps are running more treaded tyres.
Yes, indeed. So the rain all day has been coming from the Park Corner end of the track, so it's not fully made its way over to our end of the circuit yet, but definitely up at the top end of the circuit, getting a little bit slippery, I think. John Sheridan just came past our commentary position rather slowly too, so I think he's perhaps destined for the pit lane with some dramas. Ashley Shelswell continues to lead the race, 1.3 seconds his margin then over David Mathias in second position. But they're both lapping very, very similarly to each other. Then Neville sat in third place, fourth place Guthrie, fifth is Baker, he leads within Class B, and then Alex Bowman in sixth position leading in Class C as well. Those two separated by just under 0.3 of a second. But Rob, of all the circuits to be racing at in changeable conditions, this is not going to be the easiest, is it? And it's a real voyage into the unknown. You head into a corner like Charlie's or through the gooseneck. If it's suddenly a bit more slippery than it was a lap ago, that can so easily catch even a veteran out.
Absolutely, and especially for the guys up at the front, sooner or later they are going to be coming across traffic as well. So you add that into the mix, into the latter stages of this race, and to put it simply, it's going to get a bit tasty out there, I think, Andy. And you can see the rain is potentially getting a bit heavier around the further out from the circuit along the faster sections now. You can see the wipers starting to go on all the cars. This is certainly hotting up.
It is, isn't it? Up the hill we go then. Here is the number 14 car again, Malcolm Wise, with Sam Shimwell sort of shadowing him there in the Boomerang Ford Fiesta, the number 241 car. Shimwell runs in Class B, Malcolm Wise in Class A. He sits third in that class at the moment, does the number 14 Sapphire Cosworth, but looking now to try and hang on to a top 10 finish overall. Down through the gooseneck there, you can see Malcolm just doesn't have the confidence in these conditions, does he, to fully commit to that blind leap over the crest, and places the car cleverly in the end to keep Shimwell behind. Shimwell quicker off Mansfield, but then the power of the Cosworth just starts to tell, and that's the fascination of this modified Ford series, isn't it? You've got cars that perform well down the straights, cars that are good through the corners, some are good on the brakes, some accelerate better, and over a lap like Cadwell that has a little bit of everything, it's so interesting.
Absolutely, and you see him coming over the hill now, shows a wheel down the inside. Malcolm Wise, get out of it, I've got more power than you, so he can utilise the power of that Cosworth on the straights to keep himself honest. But the one thing to note as well, that's going to be a rear wheel drive Sierra that's going to be a little bit more twitchy through these corners as it gets a bit more greasy. Has another little look down the inside, holds off, gets the better line, and they're going to go down the hill now, back onto the fast twitchy stuff. Malcolm Wise just about holding him off, and Dan Cowan's in the background there just waiting. I want to play too.
Yeah, Shimwell didn't get off Barn Corner at all well, did he? And so here comes Cowan then, pulling to the right-hand side. Again, both of these are Fiestas, but running in different classes. So although Cowan goes through, that doesn't actually lose Sam Shimwell a class position. Well, it really doesn't, because he's back through, and that looked as though that was Malcolm Wise, was it not? Taking a very agricultural line towards what looks like a very soggy Charlie's Corner.
Absolutely, you can see by the colour of the tarmac changing, that's got very rainy, especially on Charlie's Corner around the back of the circuit. That is going to catch out a lot of our leaders, I feel, going through. They're going to be on slick tyres, and there's only going to be one or two runners in this race that are actually running treaded tyres at all. The rain is getting heavier.
Yes, it is. Now, this is really treacherous stuff. You can see the pace has really deteriorated now. Lap times are going to be an awful lot slower than they were earlier on. Now, who might this favour? Rob, you're pointing at one name in particular on the timing screen that has already made it well into the top 10, but these conditions could well favour them even more.
AJ Howe is running on treaded tyres, I know, because we put them on. So the Dunlop Durezas will be working overtime there, but these slick-shod cars, including the car that was just on stream there, the leader, Ashley Shellswell, but don't forget, once those slicks get warm, it needs to be more standing water on the circuit. He'll be using the heat in those tyres and just trying to keep a bit of extra traction, but the rain is getting heavier. There's now spray there, and to top it all off, he's trying to get through traffic.
Oh dear, Ashley Shellswell trying to negotiate a big queue of cars heading down through Mansfield Corner. Doesn't really know which way to go. Doesn't particularly want to go off the racing line, although actually in the wet that can sometimes be the grippier side of the road. You can see it's really hammering it down now. I can tell you it's causing pandemonium in the assembly area ahead of our next race. The MX-5 drivers don't know what to do setup-wise, but for the modified Ford grid, they're stuck with what they've got now. They've just got to try and make the most of it with just under 4 minutes still to go. The lap times then are going to be fascinating. Actually, Shellswell on the previous lap did a 1:36.0. That was only a tenth away from his previous best lap of the race, but this lap, because of the traffic and because of the rain, is no doubt going to be quite a bit slower. Down through Barn Corner they come then, out onto the pit straight. He's not noticeably losing much time to the cars behind, but he's really now flirting with disaster because, of course, not only Rob is he down on grid, but the cars that he's trying to negotiate, they're slipping and sliding around as well.
Exactly, so he's going to be rolling the dice here, especially as they go into this gaggle of slower cars here. He's going to be trying to be a bit careful, keep the traction in the car, use his experience to negotiate slower traffic with the ever-changing conditions here. They do seem to be getting a lot worse, and I can tell you now, in the wet, on slicks, it's not fun, but they'll be nice and warm. That's one advantage that he will have. He'll have the heat in those tyres as he just negotiates himself down the inside of Paul Solby. He's going after Jimmy Neofitu in the Mark 1 Fiesta as well, and down the inside of Malcolm Wise that's dropped right back. But as it stands, AJ Howe is one of the quicker cars on the treaded tyres. He's doing a 1:54. He's up to 7th overall, and he is second in class. So he's managed to get ahead and into second place, which actually begs the question, what's happened to Paul Neville, who I noticed has dropped off? He was...
Yes, right, actually. Dropped down into... well, he's not running. He's 18th place. He slipped off the road somewhere, well spotted. So that will change things in Class B. Plus, as Ashley Shellswell has a big moment coming out of Mansfield Corner. Very slippery down there. Just as quickly as the rain came, though, it has gone. So there is a very good chance the track's going to start drying up again now. It's still warm out there, and we didn't really get to a point where we had noticeable standing water. It's just a bit damp and a bit greasy, really, as we move into the closing stages. 2 minutes to go. So, well, we could be going on to the final lap this time around. The last lap, Shellswell did a 1:52.2. That was about 17 seconds off his earlier pace, but of course, now he's out of the traffic, he might once again start to go a little bit more quickly. So we shall see then, either 1 or 2 more laps to go. I suspect they'll be showing the last lap ball this time around. There is the next queue of cars. David Matthias is somewhere in amongst them, trying to make his way through the man in second position. And as they scrabble for grip off the final turn there in the background, look, Matthias faced with a wall of back markers who themselves, Rob, continue to trade places.
Absolutely, and he's faced with the difficulty as well of an increasingly sketchy Malcolm Wise. He is not liking the grip that he's seemingly not fighting in his similar Sapphire Sierra Cosworth. He's got past the England Fiesta, he's just got past Malcolm Wise, so I think I can safely say, touch wood, without putting the commentator's curse on it, unless Ashley Shellswell has some sort of issue as we count down to just under a minute to go now for this modified Fords race, he's potentially got a good result coming his way. And that's not to take it away from David Matthias, he's driven superbly so far. David Guthrie in third place, he's leading the B+ class in that EcoBoost engine Fiesta. A fantastic effort from him as well.
Yep, through Park Corner goes Matthias then, just slowly but surely working his way through the back markers. So there, look at the side-by-side action involving the number 89 escort of Bradley Busden, who makes his way through Chris Curve. One of the more spectacular drivers to watch in this race, particularly in the early stages of it. But yeah, David Matthias, I think, ruining really that early race pace. Before the rain came, he was sort of matching Ashley Shellswell. It was just the fact that Shellswell was out of the blocks a little bit more rapidly and able to get the lead and retain it at a few seconds. And then when the rain did come, he again had a little bit more confidence, but in an all-dry race, it would be interesting to see whether Matthias, with another shot maybe at a race win, would be able to properly take the fight to Ashley Shelswell, who turns his way now through the final turn, and it is going to be victory here at Cadwell Park then for car number 3. The checkered flag awaits, and it's Ashley Shelswell who claims the victory then. The Ford Sierra XR4i victorious here at Cadwell Park by quite some margin in the end over David Matthias, who will come home in second. He makes his way out of the hairpin now and heads for the final couple of corners. We're also going to have Sam Shimwell coming through there. He's 9th overall, 4th within the class. Second place in the overall running order and within Class A will go the way of David Matthias. Matthias then crosses the line and in the end is some 21.7 seconds back, but it doesn't matter, it's still second place. Then we wait for the number 61, that will be David Guthrie. Guthrie is going to inherit then the Class B plus victory after, as Rob quite rightly pointed out, we lost Paul Neville in the early stages of the race, with Alex Bohm likely to come through as the Class C winner. Whether he's 4th or 5th overall, though, we shall have to wait and see. But Rob, entertaining stuff. The weather certainly throwing a bit of a curveball there. I have to say, though, despite a few sideways moments, really good driving standards. These are not the easiest of cars to handle in tricky conditions like that, and they did a really good job. Impeccable driving standards as well, and a fantastic race result, and a very, very, very deserving winner there of our man on screen there in the Sierra XR4 Shell. That's Ashley Shelswell. Fantastic drive from him, David Matthias and David Guthrie to round out our overall top 3. Here comes AJ Howe round the final bend now, and after a small fire on board his Focus Estate in qualifying, we've got it sorted out, and he's got a fantastic finish of 6th overall and 2nd in class. Yeah, brilliant stuff. That started 20th on the grid in a car that many people at a glance would not look at and think of being one of the faster cars on the track, and yet he absolutely flew up the order there. The Focus Estate, 6th place, 2nd in Class B plus, as you quite rightly said. Other class winners, by the way, I mentioned Shelswell winning in Class A, Guthrie in B plus. We had a Class B victory go the way in the end of number 16, Chris Baker. Class C went the way of Alex Bohm, number 1, 2, 4, and I think that's the last of the class winners, isn't it? So all of our class winners in the end coming home inside the top 5. Confirmation then of the result. Shelswell the winner by some margin in the end over David Matthias, David Guthrie, Chris Baker and Alex Bohm, all of them class winners, 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively, ahead of Alex Howe from the back of the grid. Aaron Lally 7th, John Sheridan 8th, Sam Shimwell 9th, Dan Cowan 10th, and then Paul Solb and Jimmy Neofitu in 12th position. Then 13th spot for Malcolm Wise, 14th Tyler England, 15th Dave Barrett, 16th Bradley Bostay, and Mark Hadfield. The last of the finishers, Paul Neville, a mystery non-finish. I'm sure, Rob, you'll dig deep to find out what was going on there. And likewise, James Allen, we saw the splitter coming loose, but exactly how that happened, I'm not so sure. But that provisionally then is how the results look at the end of an entertaining 15 minutes of racing. Well, Rob, thank you very much for joining me. We'll speak to you again for race number 2 later on in the weekend. I believe very shortly we might be able to head down to have a word with Scott Woodwiss in a couple of minutes' time. So, Rob, before that, your final thoughts on what was an entertaining race.
Fantastic race, great driving by some of the old guard in the series, your Ashley Shelswells, David Matthias, David Guthrie, and some fantastic battling early, certainly further on down the field. Great driving standards as well when the conditions got trickier, and once again it just shows that modified Ford Series is one of the best places to be in club motorsport, especially with that eclectic mix of cars. And what a great day's racing here at Cadwell Park. And just to mess with our heads a bit, the sun is just starting to peek its way through the clouds as well. So what can I say?
Absolutely, it's going to be a very interesting next race, that's for sure. For the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, what tyres to go on, what setup to use? Well, these are all questions that the teams and drivers are asking, and perhaps with some answers down there in the assembly area is Scott Woodwiss.
Well, it's amazing what a little bit of rain can do to change up the atmosphere and the complexity of a race, and certainly that seems to be the case a little bit in the modified Ford Series. But congratulations, of course, to Ashley Shelswell for battling both dry and wet conditions to take the victory. And there was certainly a few rises and falls depending on what tyre choice you had. But that's going to be interesting to have a chat to their top 3. What's even more interesting is what's happening right now in the assembly area for the next race, which is the Gazshock's Mazda MX-5 Championship. And Andy's absolutely right. There have been teams running around here making frantic last-minute efforts, particularly to tyre pressures. Particularly, I've seen Rob Boston Racing and AB Motorsport running around trying to make last-minute changes and adjustments where they can, try and soften the cars up a little bit to make them more conducive to the wet conditions, to make them run a little bit better. The rain had stopped. I can tell you it started. I can feel little spots on my hand as I'm talking right now. This is going to be quite intriguing to see how this works out. Steve Foden is notoriously known to be quite a handy driver in the wet conditions, so he'll be one to watch from the front row of the grid. Luke Pullen is kind of overdue a first win. He starts alongside him on the front row of the grid. He could be one to watch for if he gets a good start and manages to get in front of Foden. And then you've got to think about the cars behind them also. There's some key championship contenders who are right behind them in the mix. You've got Adam Sparrow starting in third place. You've got Owen Mills up there in what looks like fourth. That was a really good effort from him in qualifying. Then we've got Jason Greatrex. You want to move back a second, Joe, just to let the MX-5s out. And Ted Bradbury, who last time I saw him qualifying was on pole, but looks like it's possibly a grid penalty or a demoted time of some kind. The rest of the pack is heading out now onto the grid. There's Oliver Graham going out. We're looking at the 711 MX-5 just about to head out in a second. Sat in the middle of the assembly area on his lonesome. The rest of the pack going out. Remember, there's two classes technically in this championship. There's the main one, and there's also an overarching Masters category as well. So the drivers that are eligible for that also score points towards that separate championship. But as you can see, one thing this championship is not short on is colour, because there are pretty much MX-5s every colour of the rainbow if you want. And as the rest of the pack makes its way out of the assembly area, and our friend here in 711 is the last one to go. It can't cover with plenty of spots of water on there as he heads out onto the track. So 20 minutes of MX-5 racing are about to get underway very shortly. Right, now we can move forwards now to our podium for our first modified Ford Series race. And we'll be able to give you the top three for that very, very shortly. So the trophies, and they're sponsored of course by Drummond Distribution, so thank you once again for them. And let's go ahead and do a run through of the top three then from that first race. So first of all, it will be, once I can get it back up there on my screen, which is always handy because it's disappeared to bring the next race up, so they'll have to bear with me just 1 second whilst I bring up the screenshot, which is there. So our first podium for the modified Ford Series, if I can get the name out, third place goes to David Guthrie. So David has to walk up to grab his trophy. Second place is set to go to Dave Matthias, but he doesn't appear to have made it to get his trophy, but we'll give him a round of applause anyway. And victory, despite the changing conditions, goes to Ashley Shellswell. So congratulations to Ashley for taking victory. And he, of course, picks up the winner's hat, and the bottle of bubblies go with it as well, of course you can see there. And speaking of drivers, Dave Matthias has made it, thankfully. He's been ushered down by Charlotte. So here he comes. Round of applause for Dave again for second place. Well done. There he goes. And we'll take a very, very quick picture of the top three just to do that for the socials. There we go. And then just quickly, Ash, you want to come down for a second? Right, we've got time to have a chat to all three. Ash, well, that was a bit unnecessary, the weather, wasn't it? But you managed to cope with it regardless of what the conditions were like.
Yeah, first lap, after the long straight, the second two corners, I managed to get a run on Dave and just hang him on the outside before the gooseneck, and I just nipped up the inside of him. And then he was there for the whole race, and I thought, I don't know if I can keep this up for 15 minutes. And then it started raining, and I just see him drop back, and I was like, oh, I'll just keep it on the road.
This car works well in just about all weathers.
No, it don't like the rain. No, I've got welded diff in it, so yeah, it don't like the rain whatsoever.
So you hope the next one tomorrow is going to be much drier?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, don't like the rain.
This car seems to work well around a circuit like this. It likes the twisty stuff.
I like the circuit. Yeah, the car I don't really like. I've got new tyres on, so you know that's helping. But I do love the circuit. So yeah.
So what can you do to make the car a little bit more Cadwell friendly for tomorrow?
I'm going to leave it. I just wasn't. So
it's fair assessment. Good stuff. Anyway, well, congratulations. Well done. And hopefully it's dry for tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Let's see if we can bring Dave in quickly for second place. If we can have a chat with Dave, if we bring him over for a second. Now, I'm guessing the rain kind of hindered you more than it did actually rather than help you, because you were, as Ash was saying, you were on his tail for a while, and all of a sudden you dropped back when the rain started to fall.
Yeah, I was managing to keep him on it. Like I could equal his pace, but as soon as that rain come and I got stuck behind a few cars, I was really unlucky, and I wanted to keep it out of the barrier. I'm not going to lie. I saw a few others go off, and I was just like, oh my god, I don't want to end up with a bananaed car. So.
It's one of those situations where you're trying to pick your way through the back markers that are trying to discover their own way in the conditions. So just trying to pick a way through must be so tricky to try and make it work without slipping up somewhere.
Yeah, that's it. Like you say, they're having as tough a time as us. So you've just got to be
really careful because they could slide into you by mistake or anything. So yeah, just really careful. And I thought it was over by then, to be honest with you, anyway.
So like Ash, you'll want it dry for tomorrow?
Definitely, yeah. Or definitely, if it's wet, then be on wet weather tyres, yeah.
Yeah, either fully wet or fully dry.
Yes, definitely.
So, yeah, well, it's starting to rain, so we'll let you go and get dry. So well done, good stuff, great driving that one. Let's quickly bring David Guthrie as well for third place. David, that's not bad. I think that's a class win, and also on top of that, a third overall for Boomerang. That's pretty handy.
It was a good race for me, really. It was a bit lonely. I was on my own for most of the race, but I'll take that because I had a little bit of an off in qualifying, so punctured the intercooler in a couple of places, so we've repaired that and just hoped that it would hold up, and it did. And when the rain came, it allowed me I had enough gap to just slow it down, bring it home. That's that.
In these kind of conditions, they're typically so front-wheel drive is a little bit better than rear-wheel drive. So obviously you're able to cope with it on paper, at least a little better than some of the faster rear-wheel drive cars around you.
Yeah, exactly that. It is better for us when it rains. We often do rain dances to try and get it to rain to make it a bit better for us. But yeah, it got to a point where there was enough of a shower, made it there was enough grip there, but it got to a point where you only could go as fast as you could go, and like I say, luckily I had enough gap to just steady, bring it home.
Great job, well done, great driving. We'll see you tomorrow. Excellent stuff. So that's our first modified Ford race, of course, sponsored this weekend by Drummond Distribution, so big thank you to them once again for the support for this weekend's modified Ford races. Right, the rain is kind of doing on-off at the moment, so it's stopped for the time being, but there was some spots throughout those interviews, so we'll see how this works. The cars are on the formation lap for the first of the race of the weekend for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Let's hand you back over to Andy in that warm and dry commentary box whilst I try and find some shelter as it starts to spit with rain again.
Yeah, warm and dry, yes, perhaps a bit too warm though, despite the rain. Don't be fooled into thinking that it's a cold and miserable day here. It's really nice and warm, it's just a bit humid and a little bit of rain sweeping through, but a dry track at the moment we think is facing the drivers in the Mazda MX-5 Championship grid that's headed by Steve Foden, the championship leader. Luke Pullen still looking for his first victory in the championship, starts alongside him, alongside Adam Sparrow and Owen Mills on row 2. Then Jason Greatrex and Ted Bradbury with a 5-place grid penalty starts on row 3 ahead of Adam Craig and Neil Chisnell. Then it is Tom Langford down in 9th, further back than he probably should be, alongside Richard Wooten. Then Ollie Graham and Will Chadwick. Row 7, Harry Storer and Jack Noller. Winner last time at Snetterton, and yet now all the way down in 14th on the grid. Row 8, Kevin Dengate and Levi Aisbett. Row 9, Tim Dorr and Ollie Walden. And row 10 for Chris Malloy and Michael Green. Then it's Simon Hartley, Graham Rumsey, Tom Mallock, Clive Chisnell, Simon Privet, Jonathan Fields, and Tim Storer and Jonathan Abacassis with Keith Dalton at the back of the field after being disqualified from qualifying. One other penalty that's worth noting is Ted Bradbury. Ted Bradbury qualified on the front row of the grid, but had a 5-place grid penalty for contact with Adam Sparrow last time out at Snetterton, so he will start from 6th. That's what meant that Luke Pullen inherited a front row starting place, and Steve Foden, who supposedly has been fighting this misfire throughout most of the Snetterton weekend and into this weekend, not maybe feeling quite as confident as normal, starting from pole position. Could be an interesting race this, over 20 minutes then. The 5-second board is being displayed to the drivers, and Steve Foden and Luke Pullen will face the starting gantry. The lights are red, they go out now, away we go. Good start made by Foden there from the inside of row 1, and Sparrow away well too from the second row of the grid by the looks of it, as they make their way towards the first corner. Owen Mills there trying to find a gap in the middle of Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow. Sparrow will go second. Mills squeezes his way through into third place. One on the grass further back. 2 on the grass actually. That was Chisnell, I think, wasn't it? Clive Chisnell, the second of those. Didn't spot the first, but the leading group makes its way out of Charlie's for the first time. Foden leading, Sparrow second, Mills third, Pullen 4th, Jason Greatrex 5th, and Ted Bradbury 6th, ahead of Tom Langford, up 2 spots from 9th on the grid to 7th as they head up the Park Straight for the first time and into the braking zone. A Park corner where Luke Pullen dives to the inside of Owen Mills for third place. Luke never backwards in going forwards when it comes to late braking manoeuvres. Well, that one not quite successful, I don't think. We'll wait until they pan around. No, it is still third for Owen Mills as the rest of the pack tries to sort themselves out through Chris Curve and down towards the gooseneck. So Foden leading, Sparrow though very much going after him, and keep an eye on that car there, the white, blue and bronze coloured car of Ted Bradbury. Looking at the inside now of Jason Greatrex into Mansfield Corner, already trying to make up ground after that grid penalty. Tom Langford's on the grass behind them and just about bounces back on ahead of Adam Craig as Bradbury tries to find a way past Jason Greatrex. Greatrex leading in the Masters class in the early going, but he's now down into 6th place overall. Bradbury managing to find a way past him. So over the hill they come then. The top 4 absolutely nose to tail. Then a gap back to Bradbury, who's up into 5th place. And Ted should have the pace here to still win this race, but he's going to have to find a way past the queue of cars ahead of him. And none of them are going to make it too easy for him, that is for sure. So the Rob Boston racing car of Steve Foden leads the way. Out of the final corner, there's a spin further back. There was a car pointing the wrong way there between the 2 corners. That was Richard Wootton, was it? I think the number 3, who miraculously is avoided by everybody else, but must have got a wheel onto the grass, which is still wet after the rain earlier on, and was very, very nearly involved in a high-speed collision. Towards Charlie's then comes the leading group. Luke Pullen sliding around there in 4th position as he tries to find a way past Owen Mills, who I think he feels he's quicker than. He's going to have a nice slipstream now in the black and white car nicknamed Shamu, which he built with Tim Dorr over the winter, and is still hunting its first victory in the championship. He's going for 3rd now as they head up towards Park Corner. And are we going to have a challenge even for the race lead? Maybe. Well, not just yet. Pullen is up the inside of Mills for 3rd, makes that look very easy in the end, and drafts his way through into a podium place as Tom Langford comes absolutely careering up the inside of Adam Craig and gains the position. Jack Noller tries to follow him through but can't do it, and that might just allow Ollie Graham to move into 9th spot by the time they get to the gooseneck. Down the hill though, Adam Sparrow, who always seems to come alive when there's a bit of rain in the air, really sort of came out of the blocks well at Silverstone at the start of the season with a race victory at that opening weekend of the year. But Adam Sparrow challenging Foden now as they head for the mountain for the first time. Ted Bradbury there also trying to buy into this lead battle too. 5, arguably 6 of them for the lead really, with Jason Greatrex not that far back. Then Langford 7th, Craig 8th, 9th is Ollie Graham, so he did get past Jack Noller at the top end of the circuit, who drops down to 10th. And in fact, Graham now looking up the inside of Adam Craig, but bails out of that manoeuvre as they turn through the Hall Bends. 2 spots of rain in the air, but the track looks largely dry, perhaps a bit damp and greasy in places, but basically a dry circuit. Most of the drivers, I believe, have gone for full dry setup. There's a car in the barriers at the Hall Bends that I've just seen out of the window. There, to the left, you can't actually see it from that angle. It's so far buried inside the rector-cell barriers. It wasn't as big an impact as that would suggest, but I still think we're going to end up with a safety car here. Someone slipping off the road there in the difficult conditions. Might have been the 550. Yes, it was, but amazingly that car is actually continuing under its own steam, so we're not going to need a safety car. That is good news. Right then, leaders heading through the right-hander at Charlie's then. Oh, it's the 50, not the 550, excuse me, so that's Tim Storer. Tim Storer with the off, but he's managed to get going again. You saw there the rain continuing to come down. Luke Pullen here challenging Adam Craig for 2nd place. Luke, another driver who really does enjoy the wet conditions. Steve Foden looks as though he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth here at the front of the field. So as they head through towards the gooseneck, looks as though we've lost Graham Rumsey as well in the opening laps of the race, unfortunately. This is all concertinaing together nicely now at the front of the pack. Bradbury about to challenge. Owen Mills dives to the inside down into Mansfield Corner, and well, he'd hallmarked that corner as a place he was going to try and make some overtakes this weekend, and he's just made another one there up the inside of Mills, while Sparrow had a nibble there at Steve Foden. It slowed him on the exit of the corner and allowed Luke Pullen to get alongside, but that's the outside into the mountain. That'll give him the inside for the right-hander though. Fantastic racing between the 2 of them, and Luke Pullen is into 2nd. That's really hurt Sparrow's exit, and up the inside will come Bradbury, who might be about to make 2 positions in half a lap. Yes, Bradbury on the podium. Brilliant stuff. The AB Motorsport drivers hunting in a pack. The rain is starting to come down more heavily again, and Steve Foden is going to have a real fight on his hands now. Down towards Barn Corner they go. Ted Bradbury, who got his first victory in the championship a few weeks ago at Snetterton, in a dry race, the only dry race that the MX-5s had at Snetterton last time out, and he is now right on the tail of his teammate Luke Pullen and Steve Foden, the championship leader, who even on drop scores has a good championship advantage, doesn't need to take too many risks really this weekend. How much of a fight will he be willing to put up here against these 2? Through Charlie's they go then, 3 of them absolutely as one through the double apex right-hander, and with the power of the slipstream up the back straight and this possible misfire still ailing Steve Foden, are we going to see the 2 team teammates work together here to try and get to the lead. That's exactly what's happening. Bradbury was giving Pullen the bumper as they went up the park straight. I think they're going to have to go the long way round, but it looks as though Luke Pullen might be about to hit the front. He's got most of his car ahead. Foden is late on the brakes though, into the right-hander. Luke tries to hang tough around the outside and does it. Bradbury tries to buy into it. Sparrow is there too. The four of them together. Pullen to the lead. Bradbury up the inside for second place as well. Spectacular racing as always in the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, and we do now have car 27 out in front. Now, crucially there, Bradbury did not go with him. Now, if Foden is struggling for pace here, this could be exactly what Luke Pullen needed, because Bradbury, I think, is the only other driver in this lead group who might have the pace to beat him. Foden clearly not really fighting with a perfectly healthy car this weekend, and I wonder whether maybe him being in second place is going to allow the leader to break away. Through the mountain they go, up and over the crest, onto the grass goes the race leader, and off goes Sparrow. Sparrow is spun going over the top of the mountain and is reversing back into the middle of the track. The Brian Chandler prepared machine, second in the championship. Adam Sparrow with a big spin coming over the top of the mountain, and thankfully is avoided by everybody else, but that has taken Sparrow out of the lead group, and that is a real shame for one of the standout drivers in 2023, and sadly another good result is not going to come his way here in the first race at Cadwell Park. So Pullen leads, just under 13 minutes still to go. Foden sticking with him for now in second. There is, I thought the yellow flag was at turn one. Pullen suddenly slowed at the end of the pit straight there. Foden pulled to his right hand side, and has Steve Foden just gone back into the race lead? I think he might have done, yes. So that was slightly bizarre, maybe a missed gear for Pullen, but he suddenly seemed to lose pace at the end of the straight. Bradbury all over the place there in third position, but well, against all the odds, Steve Foden is back to the front of the field again, and Luke Pullen has it all to do once more. These three now detaching themselves from the rest of the pack though. Greatrex it is who sits in fourth position. Fifth place is Ollie Graham, sixth Tom Langford, Owen Mills fifth, Langford sixth, Ollie Graham in seventh, Jack Noller eighth, and then ninth position for Adam Craig, with Neil Chisnell still inside the top 10, despite having started in 8th position. He'll still be happy, I think, to be in the top 10 positions for now. Less than a car length in it between the leaders as they drop down into Mansfield there. Foden just got across to the middle of the road to cover the challenge that was coming from Pullen as they dropped down the hill. And again, it seems that whoever is in the lead is a bit of a sitting duck, but this is what Mazda MX-5 racing is all about. We don't think of Cadwell Park as being a particularly slipstream-centric racetrack, but any track with MX-5s, the slipstream will come into play. It's very difficult, nigh impossible actually, to break away at the front of the field on your own. You need some help, or you need some real fighting to happen behind to allow the leaders to get any sort of breathing room. Looks as though Steve Foden, now he's hit the front, is again not able to break away. So as they come down through Barn Corner, let's watch to see whether Pullen can do to Foden now what Steve did to him a lap ago down the pit straight. Hopefully Luke's car is not ailing in a straight line. He's got the tow, he's got his teammate behind him, but no, that gap is just creeping up, isn't it? So I don't think car 27 is the fastest in the speed traps right now. Had another moment there for somebody coming down through the gooseneck, but they managed to get going again without too much of a delay, as the leading group heads up through Charlie's again. Just over half the race to go. There's Jason Greatrex still leading in the Masters class. Tim Dorr is second in that class right now, down in 12th place overall, with Chris Malloy right behind him, battling for a podium place, as well as Kevin Dengate. In fact, those three absolutely together, as are the overall leading three, who again are ducking and diving in the slipstream, heading up towards Park Corner, and Steve Foden just closing the door there. I thought for a second there'd been a touch between the two. I think they kept it clean. There, Tom Langford gets elbowed aside by Owen Mills. Langford brave there to try and go around the outside, and he's on the grass through Chris Curve. Tom Langford's heading for the barriers. Got to be careful. That tyre wall comes up very quickly, but I think he's gathered it together. And Tom Langford, who had been making good progress through the order, winner back at Silverstone in the very first race of the season. He's not visited the top step since, and well, he saw a chance there, I think, to get a bit closer to the leading group. Sadly, though, it didn't quite pay off for him. Now we've had a change for second place. Look, Ted Bradbury's got himself ahead of Luke Pullen now. He now faces the challenge from Jason Greatrex through the mountain section up towards the Hall Bends. And, well, Ted Bradbury versus Steve Foden. That is a fight you'd buy a ticket for, isn't it? The youngster riding a real crest on the crest of a wave of confidence after that win at Snetterton last time out. Desperate, I think, to try and prove a point here against the runaway championship leader, who still holds the lead, though. A typical Steve Foden race this. He's very, very good at leading from the front of the field. Doesn't make many mistakes, and is not an easy man to overtake, that's for sure. battling going on further back here. Michael Green there, the 222 car, just ahead of Levi Aisbett in the number 13. There, the green and yellow Kermit the Frog car is Tim Dorr, as there's a bit of sideways action in that group that we just mentioned. Tim Dorr still sat second place, I believe, in the Masters class, but this lot are knocking lumps out of each other as they come to the completion of their 6th lap of the race. Fastest lap, by the way, has just been set by Jack Noller, sat in 7th place. So Jack Noller buying into the front-running battle as well. This group of cars heads for Coppice Corner there. Michael Green in the 222, keeping Levi Aisbett at bay and trying to find a way ahead of Ollie Walden, that is, in the 87 car. The black, grey and fluorescent yellow machine at the front of the queue, which likely will be a bit of a sitting duck as they head up the park straight this time. Michael Green, I'm sure, is going to try his best to have a go into the braking zone. Yes, well, actually, no, ends up defending more. No, does commit now to a move, and will slip through and bring with him Levi Aisbett as well. So 2 places lost there for Walden. We've got confirmation on the screen that Keith Dalton is the latest retirement from the race, unfortunately. So his day is done. 1 race today for the MX-5 Championship drivers, 2 more tomorrow. And the MX-5 Clubman's out again later on this afternoon, as well as your last Saturday MX-5 entertainment. Leaders then come up through the mountain section, still as close as ever they were then. Foden, Bradbury, Pullen, Greatrex, Mills, Graham and Nolan now, 7 of them in a line. And then Adam Craig, Neil Chisnell and Tom Langford completing the top 10. Steve Foden still fending off Ted Bradbury. You always think, though, don't you, when you've got 2 teammates sat in 2nd and 3rd place, you wonder whether they'll work together to try and beat the race leader, Steve Foden. But Foden's car gets out of that last corner really well, doesn't it? Visibly gaps the 2 cars behind him in a straight line. And that means that Bradbury just isn't close enough then to get alongside into the first corner. Ted, though, carries a lot of speed through Coppice. Doesn't lack for commitment, does the youngster. He is only 17 years old, I suppose. What else would you expect out of the youngest driver on the grid? But is he going to be able to convert that into a move? All 3 of them flicking the wipers on simultaneously there, coming out of Charlie's. And you can just see that slipstream starting to bring them all together as they head to the top of the hill. 2/3 of the way through the race. Bradbury to the outside, to the inside. Still can't find the overlap against a very defensive Steve Foden. Luke Pullen sat in behind as well, and Pullen in a difficult position as well. He desperately wants this first victory, but he's got his teammate ahead of him, who maybe has a little bit more pace in this race. Will he help Bradbury into the lead, or will he concentrate instead on trying to reclaim 2nd place? Of course, if Bradbury opens the door on Foden, Pullen will definitely try and go with him, and this is where Bradbury's been making some moves. Looks to the inside, locks up the brakes, almost onto the grass. That was near disaster there, as Ted Bradbury, who remember picked up a penalty last time at Snetterton for a similar sort of moment with Adam Sparrow, very nearly clattered into the championship leader, but I think they just avoided trading paint. And Foden, by the skin of his teeth, hangs on to the lead. Over the top of the mountain they go. That was Greatrex, I think, that time landing with a wheel on the dirt. Means that he drops away slightly from the top 3. Mills gets right back onto his rear bumper there. 4th and 5th they will run. The red line car of Jason Greatrex, who passed us race with his brothers in this championship. Middle of the fight. Speaking of which, Levi Aisbett there with a bit of a moment, and almost allowing the number 5 car of Simon Hartley alongside him, heading out of Mansfield Corner. But as we head into the final quarter of the race now, attention turns to the lead group. We've still got 7 of them covered by only about 2.5 seconds, less than that actually, as they head for Coppice Corner again. And Ted Bradbury closer this time to Steve Foden than he was a lap ago. Now Charlie's isn't really an overtaking opportunity. A good exit from this corner though gives you the chance then to challenge heading up the hill towards Park. Looks like it's getting a bit greasy out there again, and Foden as the leader is the pioneer. He's the one who has to figure out how much or little grip there is. Pullen meanwhile losing 3rd place there to Jason Greatrex, who came off Charlie's much quicker than the youngster ahead of him and moves into 3rd spot. So change for 3rd, but no change for the lead yet, or is there? Foden runs a little bit wide. Bradbury's got his nose in the inside line towards Chris Curve, and Ted Bradbury, can he get there? No, not quite. Foden tenaciously hanging on. Bradbury gets a bit sideways. This has got disaster written all over it. They're racing so close to each other in tricky conditions, and Bradbury's off. He loses grip. He heads for the barriers. Does he miss them? Fingers crossed. Ted Bradbury off the road, pulling to the inside of Greatrex now for 2nd place, and suddenly the dynamic of the race at the front of the field changes completely. Side by side for 2nd. And this could allow Steve Foden to get away. That move doesn't quite work. Owen Mills now gets the run on Pullen to the inside line into the mountain section. And Owen Mills could get into 3rd, although we know Pullen doesn't mind hanging around the outside and almost gets an overlap on Jason Greatrex, actually. actually, over the top of the mountain towards the Hall Bends. Mills is back up the inside, banging door mirror as they go into the Hall Bends, and Pullen has to concede with Owen Mills suddenly into a podium place. I don't know where Owen Mills has come from in this race really, but he's into third spot, and Jason Greatrex likewise has a genuine shot at a race win now. Foden leads, Greatrex second, Mills third, Pullen fourth, Graham fifth, Nola sixth, and Bradbury is still there in seventh. That's tremendous news because it really did look like he was heading for the fence there at the top of the circuit, and thankfully managed to bounce his way back on the circuit with no visible damage. Just a bit too much aggression maybe on the loud pedal there in slippery conditions as he tried to get to the inside of Steve Foden, and it almost cost him everything. But out of Charlie's they will go. Still a couple of laps to go here in this one, and any one of these leading drivers still feeling that they're in contention. Some action going on here out of the final turn as well. That's Ollie Walden and Levi Aisman, who have had this race-long battle well down the order, but fighting over, well, 16th place it is now that they're battling for. As close together now as they have been all race long. Mark are now starting to come into contention as Jack Noller and Ted Bradbury, two of the younger drivers and more fired up drivers on the grid, trade a little bit of paint there through Park Corner. Ted Bradbury will be kicking himself now after that moment up at the top of the circuit. Very mature youngster though is Ted Bradbury, and he's the first usually to admit his own mistakes, and I'm sure he will do the same after that very scary moment that he had a lap ago up at Chris Curve. Now their battle is just allowing the top 5 to break away slightly, so that's Foden, Greatrex, Mills, Pullen and Graham. There is Neil Chisnell trying to find a way past Adam Craig. That's 8th position that they're battling over, with a recovering Tom Langford in behind. Langford having had his own moment earlier on at Chris Curve as well. It's been a popular place to go crash tracking in this race. It just looks to me as though Steve Foden has now got this one looking a little bit more secure. Adam Sparrow, by the way, being given a 5-second time penalty. So Adam Sparrow runs 11th on the road, but 5 seconds added to his time. That, I presume, will be because of track limit. That is incredibly harsh in these tricky conditions, but I don't write the track limits rules, so it is what it is, unfortunately. As again, Luke Pullen looks as though he's down on power, doesn't he? Ollie Graham just drives straight past him down the straight, and Jack Noller now starts to come into the hunt as well. It's a shame, really. This was a race in which AB Motorsport might have felt they could have finished first and second, but it's just not quite come together for them, has it? Looks as though Rob Boston Racing Steve Foden is once again the favourite. We've got 2 laps to go, though, so still time for this to change. And Luke Pullen will try and come back at Ollie Graham as well if he can, with a slipstream heading up Park Straight. So Foden leads. How close is Greatrex? Not very. In fact, he's more concerned, I think, now with Owen Mills behind him in third place. Pullen defending there from Jack Noller, who's going to get to the inside, I think, towards Chris Curve. Yeah, Noller's gone through. Bradbury's probably going to go by as well. I think Pullen realised that he was fighting a losing battle there. And so Ted Bradbury gets ahead of his teammate too. And that's a shame. That's, well, down to 7th place now for Luke. Bradbury could still get onto the podium here, I think. He's attacking Jack Noller as they turn through Mansfield Corner. Well, maybe not the podium, but a top 5 definitely doable for Ted. As he tries to find a way past the Go For It racing driver. Through the mountain section, Foden, Greatrex, Mills, Ollie Graham, the top 4. Really the fighting now is for the lower steps on the podium. Pullen must have a problem. He's really dropped away now from that lead group. Either that or a handling imbalance. Now remember, I mentioned during the modified Ford race, when the rain hit, there was a lot of activity in the assembly area for the MX-5 teams. Those teams considered at least changing tyres, tweaking the setup. I wonder if maybe some drivers went for a full wet setup, and now as the track dries off, they're losing pace, because look, Pullen's now under pressure from Tom Langford. Those two have battled each other a few times this season, and they're going to do so again now as they head on to the final lap of the race. Ollie Graham, meanwhile, attacking Owen Mills for third place now. Oh, Pullen's in the pits. Luke Pullen in the pit lane, so there is a problem with the 27 car. And and Ted Bradbury with a time penalty as well, so it's fallen apart for AB Motorsport. There is Pullen, he's in the pit lane, and sadly his race looks as though it is done. But Ted Bradbury has also been given a 5-second penalty for track limits, as Owen Mills squeezes alongside Ollie Graham and gets 2 wheels on the grass at the fastest part of the circuit. That was scary stuff. That is the fight for third place now as it heads towards Park Corner for the last time. Foden looks good for the victory. Second for Greatrex, third for Owen Mills. but for 4th position there, Ollie Graham was nearly out of the race altogether as they went through. Beg your pardon, actually. No, Graham did get ahead of Owen Mills and all of that. So Ollie Graham into the podium places. Ollie started this race some way down the order, I seem to remember, and has done a really good job to get himself, 11th on the grid, Ollie Graham, and he's 3rd and might still challenge for 2nd, actually. He's latched onto the tail of Jason Greatrex now in the closing stages. Steve Foden there nips up the inside of a back marker through the mountain, but what's going to happen for 2nd? That back marker could have a part to play actually in this fight for 2nd spot. Over the hill, Ollie Graham with a good run over the mountain, tries to get to the inside of Jason Greatrex, but Jason just positions the car in the middle of the road, and he's going to hold on to the place for now, unless Ollie's willing to risk it all in a dive bomb at the hairpin. I think this likely will be the order at the flag. Foden with the victory. There's cars running wide in the background. Langford, I think that was sideways. No, Bradbury, of course it was. Sideways on the grass as he tried to gain some places. But it's going to be Steve Foden. Steve Foden wins the first race here in the Mazda MX-5 Championship at Cadwell Park. Jason Greatrex 2nd, and Owen Mills, driver of the race, no doubt. Ollie Graham, driver of the race, 3rd place from 11th on the grid. Spectacular stuff there. There goes Adam Sparrow, one of 2 drivers with 5-second penalties to be applied. The other being Ted Bradbury, ironically, the 2 who clashed last time at Snetterton. So Bradbury's going to end up 9th. I think Sparrow will still end up 10th. He was more than 5 seconds ahead of Tim Dorr, who crosses the line now. In the Masters class then, Jason Greatrex gets himself the Masters class win. 2nd for Tim Dorr, and Chris Malloy will come home in 3rd. Well, that was Mazda MX-5 Championship Racing at its very best. Fantastic action there. Some drivers will no doubt be feeling disappointed, but others very happy with their results, including Steve Foden, who gets himself another race win. That is his 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th victory, would you believe, of the season. And the championship starting now to look a bit more like a formality, isn't it, really? But he will still have some work to do as we head into the rest of the season. We've got 8 races to go, and 8 more opportunities to score points, 8 more opportunities to try and win more races as well for the man who leads the championship by a comfortable margin. So cars will head to Parc Fermé, and our next race already starting to prepare. We've got 3 more races to go. The final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge will be next, then the Milltek Sport Civic Cup with their reversed grid race. That's always exciting. And then we've got the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship to complete the day. So if you enjoyed that MX-5 race, we've got more MX-5 action still to come. Here's confirmation of the result. Foden the winner. Greatrex, the Masters winner, was 2nd. Then it was 3rd for Ollie Graham, 4th Owen Mills, 5th for Jack Nollis, 6th Tom Langford, 7th Adam Craig, 8th Neil Chisnell, 9th Ted Bradbury, and 10th Adam Sparrow after their penalties. Tim Dorr was 11th and 2nd of the Masters, and Chris Malloy 12th was 3rd in the Masters category. Then it was Richard Wotton, Michael Green, Ollie Walden, Levi Aisbit and Harry Storer, with Tom Mallet, Clive Chisnell and Simon Hartley completing the top 20. 21st, Kevin Dengate, 22nd, Simon Privet, then it was Jonathan Abakasis and Tim Storer in 24th. There were 1 or 2 others who didn't have such a good time. Jonathan Fieldsend was 25th, Luke Pullen retiring to the pit lane there in the closing stages, Will Chadwick, Keith Dalton and Graham Rumsey also not running at the checkered flag. In fact, Graham Rumsey didn't even finish the first lap of the race. Right then, we'll have podium interviews very shortly after another exciting Mazda MX-5 Championship race, but first, a little bit of build-up ahead of our 2nd final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race of the weekend.
As you can see from the drops on my glasses, it started raining again here at Cadwell Park, unsurprisingly, because the weather has been completely topsy-turvy out here. But a very thrilling and entertaining first Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race was certainly what was had. We've just seen another win for Steve Foden. Just seems to be that ever since he tries to take victory, if someone tries to take victory from him, it always seems to come back towards them. I've just seen that Andy McEwen just popped his head out of the commentary box and decided he doesn't quite fancy the rain. He's popped his head back in again straight away. Next race coming out, though, we'll have a chat to our top 3 for the MX-5 Championship. Championship in just a second. Before that happens, we're getting ready for essentially a slight repeat of the beginning of our race programme from earlier on today. So the first race we had was the MX-5 Clubbers. They'll be coming up shortly, I think, at the end of the day. Before that, we're going up with our second vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 challenge race. Now, if you watched the race earlier on, you'll see that Mike Blackburn took his first win of the season. He was ahead of Chris Grimes in second place and Dan Robinson in third. I think whilst we've got a tiny bit of time, we're going to possibly have a chat to maybe at least one of our two championship competitors, because Sam Beckett is one of the main people in the mix as well. He comes into the weekend just about in the lead on points. They're going to very quickly just come in and doorstep with a chat starting in fourth. Sam, championship leader coming into the weekend. That was kind of a result you particularly needed in many cases. Couldn't get the win, but still points ahead of Matt, and that was crucial.
Yeah, only just leading the championship at one point, but yeah, exactly. These three were sort of not battling, but in a procession, and I sort of was on the back of the train. I had Thomas and Sam Watkins right behind me, to be fair, so I still had to push on. I couldn't let off. But yeah, we're just point securing now, trying to have the advantage over Matt. We've got to try and work out, you know, if he's going to drop that score, whether he needs to or what. But it's all maths. But at the end of the day, if I just finish him, you know, get the best finishes I can, we're doing the most we can.
There's an interesting little element called rain that's coming in right about now. How do you think about that? Is rain something you can cope with, or is this car more set up for the dry?
At the moment, we're at halfway house, so but I feel like the tyre in the dry anyway, with the one we've got on, will work absolutely fine. I enjoy the wet, so I'll relish it. I want it to come, really.
I think anything, as long as you're ahead of Matt, anything will do.
Yeah, and Tom's not out of it yet. So yeah, as long as we're at the sharp end, then we should be fine.
Good man. Have a good race and we'll see you out there.
Cheers, Scott.
Great stuff. So that's Sam Beckett preparing for his race. We'll leave him to get ready for the rest of that one. Thomas Eikins just over quick here, one of our other competitors before we go out here. Thomas, that was a decent result. P5 for you in race number one. Of course, you're just as much in the championship as Sam and Matt are. How are you feeling for the second race?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. We got done a bit dirty in qualifying. We put it on pole, but we got it taken off us with a very harsh track limits decision. But yeah, I'm feeling excited.
Yeah, you've got to go. We'll let you go. So there goes Thomas and Co then as they head out for their second race of the weekend. And just as I mentioned that, the weather cannot make its mind up, because once again, if we look above, it's blue skies, then it's sunshine once again. So that's quite ironic. So there's really going to be very mixed conditions. But it's good timing though, because just as we finished there, we see the last couple of cars heading out for the ST150s, and I'm already making my way over to the podium to have a look at our top three for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. So what I will do is pick up the top three and bring that in reverse order. So I think we're ready for the podium there, if everyone's all in place. So podium number one then for the vinyl detail, no, wrong championship, Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. I'll get there in a minute. So third place goes to Ollie Graham. Congratulations to Ollie, gets the trophy in the hat from Charlotte. Second place, and yes, another Masters victory goes the way of Jason Greatrex. And there literally seems to be no stopping this man, even though he was passed several times. He still takes the win. Steve Foden victorious once more. And gets the biggest cheer of them all, gets the two hats, the bubbly and the trophy from Charlotte. And we'll quickly just take a snap of them on the podium before we have a quick word with our top three and get the thoughts of how that race had played out. So once we're done with photos, let's bring the top three down first of all with Steve. Well, it seems as though no matter how many times they pass you, you always seem to find a way back in. You always seem to find your way on the top step.
Yeah, that was quite an enjoyable race actually. Everyone kept me honest throughout the whole time. I was a little bit defending, lost the lead. Luke, I think he lost his head going on there through the last turn. Managed to get alongside and get the inside for turn two and hold it out. But I just want to say a big thanks to the paddock, because yesterday we were struggling with a misfire all day, and every single person in the paddock came and offered some advice and tried to help us, and it is fixed after qualifying. So I just want to say thank you to everybody in the paddock, because I don't think we'd be here without everybody's help yesterday. And
that just shows in a championship fight, everyone and anyone's willing to help out anyone in this paddock.
Absolutely, it's the reason why we're here. Everybody's so friendly, the camaraderie is so good between the drivers and the teams, and everybody just wants to help each other get on track. So big thanks to the whole paddock, really.
Talk about how competitive it is. I mean, you've been winning several races out there, but there's just as many other drivers out there who can take the top step and have. This is probably one of the most competitive championships in years.
Yeah, absolutely, it has been for years and years since we've been doing it. It's been really competitive. I think this year is just it's a level up. You know, there's young drivers coming through, getting better and better. Jason and Ollie have been here for a few years. You know, everyone's just coming through the ranks. I think it's a credit to the championship really that we've got such full grids all the time, and a credit to Brscc.
One step closer to the ultimate prize, one more win. So congratulations. We'll see you for the next one tomorrow. Second for Jason, and the Masters will of course too. We can't ignore that either. But still overall second place, and you were really hustling towards the front there, weren't you?
Yeah, it was a good race. I just want to say a big massive thank you to my father. He's worked massively hard this week, bringing a new car to this track and making it competitive straight away. Our other car had an engine problem last minute, so we had no choice. So big thanks to him, big thanks to Paul from NHA for the engine. But yeah, awesome race. Just panned out perfect. I just sat there watching for a while, and everyone started throwing it off as soon as it got a bit damp. So yeah, good.
Well, that's the tactic, isn't it? Just keep your head whilst everyone else loses theirs, and you can pick up however many places you want.
Yeah, you can win it in the first 10 minutes, but the last 10's the one. So yeah, it was good.
The phrase, if you can't make the judgment call in the first 100 metres in a 15-20 minute race to be a little bit sensible, then don't start the race. So it's kind of just a great way that you have to pick your way through and play a bit strategically.
Yeah, I was sort of watching the top 5 in front of me, and I was able to gauge where they're braking and brake a little bit further when the conditions were a bit tricky, and just sort of catch up. And then they sort of made mistakes, and I got through and managed to keep the second then.
Well done, second place. Well done, and we'll see you for race 2 tomorrow. Excellent. Let's bring Ollie in for third place. I have to say, one of the drivers of the race, you started, what was it, back in something like outside the top 10, and you up there into third place. That was a heck of a drive up there.
Yeah, started in P11, didn't have the best qualifying. It doesn't seem like to be my thing this year, having a good qualifying. But we were having a bit of drama in the paddock, trying to figure out what setup to go for the car, looking at the weather radar. Is it going to rain? Is it going to be dry? We actually went out on a majority wet setup, but it seemed to be on fire really quick. Look, I had loads of grip throughout the whole race, tyres didn't really go off, so I managed to sort of stick on that backpack, watch them battling, made up a few places. So yeah, P11 to P3, I'm happy with that.
And that appears to be your strategy too, just keep your head, just keep it clean, and then if others fall off, you'll gain places one after the other.
It's sort of keeping your head in the game, like Jason said. If you've got a bit of experience under the belt, you know that you can, one mistake, you can lose 3 or 4 places. If you just keep it consistent, it always seems to pay off. So
keep it consistent, you did. Third place is your prize. Well done. We'll see you for tomorrow. Excellent stuff. So that's our top 3 from our first Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race. Now to quickly go towards the beginning of our timetable once more. Our second vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race is up on track for its formation lap. So to take you through the grid for that one, it's back to Andy in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Scott. Good stuff down there on the podiums. And again, timing is very good because we're about halfway round our green flag lap for our next race, the second of the weekend for the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. The grid for this one based upon the result from race 1. So race winner Michael Blackburn starts on pole alongside Chris Grimes. Row 1. Row 2 then for Dan Robinson and Sam Beckett. Tom Aiken and Sam Watkins on row 3 ahead of Matt Pimblett and Joshua Watkins. Row 4. Mark Blunt and Chris Flynn on row 5. Ron Lufstad and Dan White row 6. And then the 7th row of the grid will have Aidan Vickers on his own, having retired to the pit lane. Had an entertaining first race earlier on for the ST150 drivers. Not a lot of positional changes necessarily, but it was one of those really tense sort of freight train races where everyone was very, very close to each other, but it was ultimately very difficult to find a way past. It all sort of burst into life really at the end of the race when we saw some good battling. Sam Watkins and, well, it was actually Dan Robinson and Sam Beckett who first started to battle. Robinson had a go at Beckett had a go at getting past Robinson for third place. It didn't work. It delayed Beckett. That gave Watkins a chance to have a go at Beckett. That didn't work, and it delayed Sam Watkins and allowed Thomas Aiken through into 5th position. From a championship perspective then, Sam Beckett and Matthew Pimblett came into the weekend separated by just 1 point at the top of the championship table, but Sam Beckett managed to outscore him in the earlier race. Beckett finished 4th, whilst Pimblett was only 7th, and it was actually Thomas Aiken who finished in 5th position, who closed in slightly. He came into the weekend 8 points off the championship lead. He loses some points to Beckett, but he gains some points on Pimblett, 2nd place in the points. Red lights go on then. They go out now. We're away and racing for 15 minutes in the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, and Michael Blackburn looks to try and convert pole position into the race lead again. Is he going to be able to do that though as they head towards Coppice Corner for the first time? Chris Grimes doing his best to to go with him around the outside line. He carries the speed. He's going to have the inside for Charlie's, and I think that's going to work, isn't it? Chris Grimes looks as though he is going to go through into second place, into the lead, sorry. Blackburn down to second place. Chris Grimes does what he wasn't able to do at any point in race one and leads the field as they head down the Park Straight then. Blackburn in second place. Dan Robinson looks as though he's still ahead of Sam Beckett, third and fourth, with Sam Watkins back into fifth place now, ahead of Thomas Eichen, so redressing that situation that changed on the final lap of the early race. In fact, Eichen, I think, has fallen behind someone else as well, possibly Josh Watkins. Yeah, the number 6 of Josh Watkins there, gaining an extra position too. 24 is Matthew Pimlett, championship contender, but needs a good result in this second race of 3 this weekend if he's going to have any chance of closing in on the championship leader. So down the hill they go then. Chris Grimes, who I remind you does not score points, he's a guest driver in the championship, so although he's eligible for podiums and trophies, doesn't score any championship points. Thomas Eichen there getting up the inside of Josh Watkins, and there's contact, and that knocks Eichen's front bumper loose, so then it comes off completely. That's good news actually, because that looked as though he was going to get stuck underneath the front wheels and he'd have to have pitted to get the damage repaired. He's actually still battling with Watkins and has now managed to find a way past him going into the mountain section, so Eichen does make the move stick, but that was very near to disaster for one of our championship contenders there. So he'll be easy to identify now for the rest of the race, with the front bumper having gone missing. There is the front bumper that came off coming out of Mansfield Corner, so the marshal runs over it. It's thankfully all still in one piece. They might be able to reuse that, you know, if they can get hold of it, the team, after the race. Patch it up, stick it back on the car, it'll be as good as new. So across the line they go then. First lap is in the books, and first lap led by Chris Grimes after that slightly superior start, but really just some bravery around the outside at the first corner. That was Sam Beckett getting a bit sideways, and then his teammate Dan Robinson getting sideways in front of him as well, as the two teammates, the two green cars, battle over third place. But this is basically the fight for the race win as far as the points is concerned, between Blackburn, Robinson, Beckett and Watkins. And from a championship perspective, certainly for Beckett, that is important. If he can try and score better again in this race than Eichen and Pimlett, he'll be in a good position. Matt Pimlett really struggling in this race. He's actually fallen behind Mark Blunt. Look, he's trying to get back ahead of the number 3 car, but can't quite do it as they head through Park Corner. It's the two 10 Sport cars, prepared cars, absolutely together. In fact, the third one right behind as well, that being Dan Wyke, the number 26. There is Sam Beckett bouncing his way down the hill, 4th place at the moment. Chris Grimes, as I suspected he'd be able to do, is starting to pull away now at the front of the pack. Sam Beckett's in behind Dan Robinson again, as he was for the entirety of race 1, stuck behind his teammate. But yeah, Grimes looks as though he's got the pace to stretch his legs out in front maybe. Over the hill they go, through the wall bends, hopping and skipping their way over the curbs. We've got Pimlett ahead now of Mark Blunt, so that's good news for Matt Pimlett. Oh, the back of the car all out of shape though for Matthew Pimlett. How he kept that on the road, I don't know. That was a big moment through the first couple of parts of the Hall Bends. But we still hadn't really got it gathered together properly before they reached the hairpin at the end of that sequence of corners. So Grimes leads, Blackburn second, Robinson third, Beckett fourth, Watkins fifth. The separation between them now as they come through. Fastest lap you can see set by Chris Grimes, then by Michael Blackburn, then by Thomas Eichen. Eichen though holding on to it. So despite missing that front bumper, Thomas Eichen is the fastest man on the track by quite some bit as well. A 48.6, that's 6/10 quicker, almost exactly 6/10 quicker than the race leader Chris Grimes, who's adding clean air with a front bumper attached. So clearly missing that front bodywork isn't slowing him down, especially Thomas Eichen. Again, that fastest lap worth a bonus point. All of these points help in the championship race, especially when you're being outscored by the championship leader, which Eichen is at the moment. There goes Eichen flashing through. Matt Pimlett there, the blue and orange car. It's ahead of Mark Blunt and Dan Wyke. Pimlett, for whatever reason, just off the pace this weekend. He's not really had a weekend like this. At Alton Park, he wasn't super fast, but he still managed to salvage a couple of top 6 finishes. This weekend at Cadwell just hasn't had front-running pace. Got a slightly smaller grid than usual as well here at Cadwell, but he's still not able to get to the front of it. So we'll be glad to see the back of the Lincolnshire circuit. Head to Croft next, and then it all finishes on the Silverstone International circuit at the end of the year. Over the hill come Blackburn, Robinson and Beckett. The wall bends, up over the curb, touching the floppy marker post, but not knocking them over seemingly, which is good, because that's a telltale sign that you're exceeding track limits. This car rocks and bounces its way through the wall bends. Chris Grimes leading the way then, Blackburn second. Teammates battling again in behind them. These front-wheel drive ST150 Fiestas look like an awful lot of fun, don't they, around Cadwell Park? Very twitchy, very nose heavy, so they really rotate around the front of the car. They stiffen up the rear as much as they can and means you're sort of backing it into most of the corners. Something that Thomas Eichen clearly is quite comfortable doing, because he's just set another fastest lap now, 148.2. So good pace that from Eichen. He's in 6th position, but he's catching that red car there of Sam Watkins on the previous lap. Was 8 tenths quicker than him. He's 8 tenths behind at the start of the lap as Michael Blackburn comes under real threat now from Dan Robinson. Robinson to the outside, but not able to make that move stick. It's Thomas Eichen, you can see there, pushing on despite the damage to the front. It's that little bit of side-by-side contact he had with Josh Watkins, and it just peeled the front bumper off the number 31 car. Thomas Eichen only once a winner so far this season, that win coming on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, as there goes Robinson to the inside of Michael Blackburn for 2nd position. Headlights ablaze on Dan Robinson's car, but that's not going to help him get past Michael Blackburn. He does manage to close the door. But a real spirited effort there from Robinson to try and get that place away. And again, with the race leader not scoring points, this is for the maximum points. Whoever comes out on top in this little group will score the 50 points for a race win, even though they haven't actually won the race. They screech their way through the wall bends. It's nip and tuck stuff between that group of drivers, but Blackburn managing to see off that challenge. The back straight they go. Thomas Eichen now very much a part of that group as well. So Eichen, the number 31 car. Is it going to be another fastest lap this time around? No, not quite. A 48.6 though is still quicker than everybody ahead of him. All of the cars ahead are in the 49s, or Sam Watkins did a 48.999, so basically a 49. So Eichen noticeably quicker, but is he now able to convert that into an overtake? It's not been easy to pass in the ST150 Challenge this weekend. Robinson, a lap ago, was trying to find a way past Michael Blackburn at this part of the track, but now he's under threat from Sam Beckett, his teammate, who's right in his wheel tracks, heading for Park Corner. Blackburn back on the tail of Chris Grimes as well, so Grimes suddenly losing pace. He was 7 tenths clear at the start of the lap, and Chris Grimes now has some real pressure. Michael Blackburn behind him, so down through the gooseneck then. Blackburn bringing with him Robinson, Beckett, Watkins and Eichen, so it's once again 6 for the lead. We're past the half race distance now, 6.5 minutes to go. Out wide over the grass there for Robinson as he just tries to find an opening here, tries to find a way past Michael Blackburn, who, having had a couple of non-finishes earlier in the season, is not really in the championship race. Oh, bit of a moment there, though, for Robinson. Has that allowed Beckett up the inside of him? I think it has. Sam Beckett with a chance now to move into 3rd place, side by side with his teammate, Dan Robinson. Can't fend him off. And so Sam Beckett manages to go through. So that was a really good opportunistic bit of driving that from Sam Beckett. And a significant move gets him into podium places now. Thomas Eichen having a look to the inside of Sam Watkins. He'll have seen that move made by Sam Beckett and knows that he now needs to try and make a similar one himself. So down the hill they go then. Grimes leading, Blackburn 2nd, but Beckett now up into 3rd spot. Eichen, you can see now sort of getting stuck at their pace, isn't he, now that he's caught them. Can't seem to find a way past, which has sort of been the story of the day, really, in the ST150s. But Beckett's now on the tail of Blackburn. This is a new situation. He's not been challenging Blackburn so far. It's always been Dan Robinson filling Michael Blackburn's mirrors. Well, in this race anyway, in the early race, of course, it was Chris Grimes, but now Sam Beckett with a real chance of getting through. He's late on the brakes, thinks about jinking to the inside there, but realises he was just a touch too far back to make that one work. Josh Watkins is now starting to close back in on the group of cars ahead as well. The right left of the gooseneck, down into Mansfield corner they come again, and Chris Grimes, a bit more distance between himself and Michael Blackburn now. With a couple of decent results in the early stages of the season. He was fighting, that was Robinson with a big moment through the mountain, and well, Sam Watkins is going to gain a place now. As Aidan Vickers pulls off the road with a mechanical issue, but Sam Watkins muscles his way past Dan Robinson, who got it all wrong going into the bottom part of the mountain there. And through will go Robinson, and there, oh no, that's Beckett. Beckett's got into the side of Blackburn. I think they're still bouncing off each other, and they both headed to either side of the circuit there, coming out of the hairpin. They're still almost side by side coming off the corner, but that was all starting to happen at once then. Dan Robinson made a mistake, Watkins got past him, and then all of a sudden Beckett was at the inside of Michael Blackburn. They're all back together again now as they head towards Coppice Corner with 3 3/4 minutes still to go. Chris Grimes getting away well and truly now from this squabbling group of drivers behind. But this is the battle for the maximum points in this race, and Sam Beckett wants to try and score 50 points for the only second time this season. Is he going to be able to challenge as they head towards the top of the hill? Meanwhile, Thomas Eichen and Josh Watkins side by side again. Now remember last time these two were side by side, Thomas Eichen's car started to undress itself. There are yellow flags at the top of the park straight. That must be where Aidan Vickers has pulled over, and so no overtaking allowed, but they were side by side into the yellow flag zone, and I don't think either of them quite knew who was ahead. They're still contesting the position, and Thomas Eichen stands his ground on the inside line, manages to hold on to the place. So Grimes getting away now with likely 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Blackburn still second, Beckett third, Watkins now up into 4th position. Dan Robinson in 5th place, down through Mansfield. Towards the mountain section they head again. It's the 7th lap of the race. Chris Grimes suddenly in a league of his own, but that doesn't really do this race full justice, does it? Because it had been a very, very close battle until that point. Now that battle very much for 2nd place as opposed to the race victory, but Beckett back on the tail of Michael Blackburn again. Is he going to try that move once again into the hairpin? No, I think realised that nearly ended in tears a lap ago, and decided better of making a rash dive bomb to the inside this time. So through they come then, 2 more laps to go, and Michael Blackburn fending off all the challenges here really. Chris Grimes got past him on the opening lap, but since then Blackburn has fended off Sam Beckett nicely. Dan Robinson between before that. To back straight they head again then. There goes Blackburn. A bit more separation now between them as they head to that part of the track. Dan Robinson may have a little go here at Sam Watkins. He's got the toe. He's only a couple of car lengths behind. Is he feeling brave on the brakes? Sam Watkins doesn't really know whether to cover the inside. Chooses not to in the end, and that was ultimately the right decision. No move coming there from Robinson. Thomas Eichen, who had all that speed in the mid part of the race, but just nowhere to go with it. He's still stuck behind Robinson now. They both go very close to the edge of the road there through Chris Curve. So both ultimately keep it just about between the white lines. Down the hill then into Mansfield corner comes Blackburn, again being reeled in now by Beckett through this part of the circuit. This is where Beckett looks strong, but then he gets it all wrong actually through Mansfield corner. Sam Watkins almost gets into the back of him. So Blackburn once again can breathe a sigh of relief, not really feeling any major pressure now as they head for the mountain for the penultimate time. 1 more lap to go at the end of this one. Chris Grimes leads the way. He heads through the Hall Bends with an uncontested lead now, 2.7 seconds clear. He was at the start of this penultimate lap. The action happening behind him, but high stakes stuff. Championship contenders involved in this battle, and one of them about to lose a place maybe. Sam Watkins up the inside of Sam Beckett through the hairpin. He's got the inside line through Barn corner as well. It's so difficult to run side by side through there. They almost lead on each other, just giving each other enough room, but is now Watkins in danger of getting freight train, because look, the teammates can hook up together. Bit of a bump draft past the pits, and Sam Beckett and Dan Robinson working in tandem. Thomas Eichen now tries to get up the inside of both of them. 3 wide into the first corner, bails out of one of those overtakes. Still tried to get past Sam Watkins, but Watkins able to fend him off. So that ends up with Beckett in still in second place. Oh, that's Josh Watkins now bouncing over the grass as he tries to find a way past Thomas Aiken, but that all very nearly changed around. Grimes still leads them, Blackburn still second, Beckett third, Robinson fourth. And Watkins now in fifth, trying to come back at him and gets into the back of him through Park Corner. They're both out onto the grass, and Thomas Aiken could be the real beneficiary. Gets past one of them, gets past two of them. 2 free places there for one of our championship contenders due to a little bit of rough driving just ahead there. Sam Watkins and Dan Robinson tangling, and Thomas Aiken suddenly is into 4th position now. So really opportunistic stuff. He was in the right place at the right time, and he's managed to put himself into 4th place. I don't think he's going to have time to challenge Sam Beckett for 3rd, but Dan Robinson again on the last lap of the race getting involved in some close quarters racing on the receiving end of that one with Sam Watkins. Watkins ultimately coming out of that one even worse, right at the back of that group. So Grimes leads, Blackburn second, Beckett third, Aiken up into 4th place now with Robinson 5th. And Josh Watkins, I think, into 6th place, isn't he? Head of Sam Watkins, but it is going to be Chris Grimes who's going to claim another race victory. Again, he won't score the points for it, but he'll still get to stand on the top step of the podium, whilst in 2nd place maximum points will go to Michael Blackburn. But Chris Grimes weaves his way down the pit straight in celebration, sees the checkered flag and wins the 2nd race of the weekend in the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. Michael Blackburn comes home in 2nd, Sam Beckett 3rd, Tom Aiken 4th, Dan Robinson 5th, Josh Watkins 6th, 7th for Sam Watkins, 8th position then for Matthew Pimblett, 9th for Mark Blunt. Top 10 completed by Dan Wyke, with Christopher Flynn and Ron Lufstad the last of the finishers. Aidan Vickers looks as though he was the last, he was the only non-finisher in that one. There goes Chris Flynn across the line to finish in 11th position. But yeah, really good race that, and lots of action in the closing stages particularly. And it is the Chris Grimes, number 91 car, that once again will claim a race victory in the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. Brilliant action from the entirety of the front-running group, really, which is about 2/3 of the field. They were so evenly matched, as they have been all weekend. And the battle for 2nd in the end intensifying and just allowing Chris Grimes to pull away, but until then could have been anyone's race, really. Grimes the winner by 1.7 seconds in the end over Michael Blackburn 2nd, Sam Beckett 3rd, Thomas Aiken 4th, Dan Robinson 5th, Josh Watkins 6th, Sam Watkins 7th, with Matt Pimblett, Mark Blunt and Dan Wyke completing the top 10. Chris Flynn then in 11th was the Masters class winner over Ron Lufstad in 2nd. No, it wasn't, sorry, Michael Blackburn was the Masters class winner, up in 2nd place over. Flynn was 2nd, Lufstad 3rd, and Aidan Vickers, as we know, a non-finisher. So that's how our 2nd final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race finished. They will have another race tomorrow morning. They'll be out very early tomorrow, actually 20 past 10 in the morning for their 3rd and final racing action here at Cadwell Park. But in the meantime, we've got cars ready for our next race, and it's the reversed grid race in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. Always a highlight of the weekend, and down there amongst the drivers is Scott Woodwis.
Well, that was plenty of action all the way through from start to finish in that 2nd final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race, and a victory once again to Chris Grimes. Remember, he's a guest, that means he doesn't score points. Those behind him will pick up the points for the victory backwards. So we'll have a chat to them very shortly. The 2nd race of the weekend, though, for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup is getting all set to get underway. As you can see at the front of the field, it is a congregation of Pro Alloys racing cars. No less than 8 of these cars are on the grid, and there are a collection of them towards the front. We've got Travis Chapman, Alex Kite, Will Redford in the mix as well. And also I'll be intrigued to see what Dave Marshall can do. He is starting from the 2nd row of the grid in that FN2 shaped Honda Civic with that really big rear wing on the back. Let's see how that works out. Big front splitter on these FN2 cars particularly as well. If you go down the rest of the top 10 as we go, it's pretty much a reverse of what it was from race number 1 earlier on. So it is going to be Jack Harding starting in 5th. We've got Harvey Case in 6th, and it's Morgan Bailey, and then our 3 podium finishes starting 8th, 9th and 10th. So Dan Thackeray and Alistair Camp back at 8th and 9th, and then Max Edmondson, who took his 2nd win in Civic Cup, just back there in P10. And again, this is another grid where it's not short on colour, it's not short on looking pretty good. These cars definitely do look the part when it comes to racing in this championship, and definitely a good mix. It's nice to see there are a good few of the FN2 spec Honda Civics in this mix. You can see the EP3 model, both the original and the slightly facelifted version, are the more common versions that you'll find in this one. But the FN2 is in there as well. A couple of cars, we've got Jeff Alden in there, Dave Marshall, and we've also got in there, we've got Mark Hughes as well, who was our Goodyear Diamond Award winner earlier on in that first race. So I think we can see now at the very least we've got the ST150 drivers just making their way down to the podium. We've got Chris Grimes at least, so he's at least on his way to get his trophy. So we'll have a chat to him in a second, as well as our other top two from that race, which was pretty frenetic. As you can see, there was plenty going on between the championship contenders, lots going on in terms of battles. And as I look just to the top of the walkway coming down towards the podium, because we've got at least Chris Grimes. So let's start making a wander down towards the podium to have a chat to our top three. You can see the Civics are still ready to make their way out. There's a couple of cars I think that are possibly being retrieved from that race that we've just had with the ST150, so probably a little bit of a wait for them to come through. And let's I think while we've got the time to do so, let's at least have a chat with, very quickly, before he gets his trophy with Chris Grimes. Have a good chat before you get your trophy. Again, I think you're still regretting that decision not to do the full season now, particularly after that win.
You know what's worse? I swallowed a fly before that race.
You swallowed a fly?
Inhaled it through my nose and it went straight down. But yeah, I'll take it. Winning fly. Don't get many of them, do you?
And that seems to be a race where pretty much you just ran your own race and everyone else behind just scrapped amongst themselves.
Yeah, I got a good start, managed to keep in front of Mike, etc. And then yeah, they were scrapping, so they'd catch me back up and then I'd get away, catch me back up and get away. But yeah, I'll take that, definitely.
And so this now puts you possibly to do the hat trick tomorrow with three, well, to get another win, get yourself another podium at least for race 3 tomorrow. Is there anything that you feel you need to change on the car, or do you feel it's spot on right now?
No, check the oil, put fuel in it, check it and go. Yeah, all good.
Simple as that. Yeah, good stuff. Right, okay, I think we'll do the podium in a second then, because I was going to get the top three back up so I know exactly who I'm calling which order. So that's going to be helpful. So there we go. So we'll do it in reverse order. Get out of the way of Joe for a second. So third place, first of all, Sam Beckett. Congratulations to Sam. He picks up a podium, and that's also crucial points towards the championship also. Second place to our defending champion and race 1 winner earlier on, Mike Blackburn. Gets the handshake from Chris, gets the hand from Sam, gets the trophies, also gets the Masters trophy as well on top of that too. And taking victory is going to be Chris Grimes. Once again, Chris goes to the top step, gets his bubbly, and we'll have some time to also have a chat with both Mike and Sam as well, so we'll get a picture of the top three on the podium. There we go. So excellent stuff. Let's grab a word with Mike for second place. Had a chat with Chris for the victory, but Mike in second place there. I was just mentioning to Chris, that looked like a race where just everyone else was chasing to be second, because Chris was up the road and everyone else was squabbling amongst themselves.
You summed it up well, yeah. As soon as you're squabbling, you're going to lose quarter of a second, 3/10, whatever, and he's away again. You get a clean lap and I could inch him back in, but I'm dragging everyone with me. The pace was that close. The grip we have with the tyres means we people can, the braking distance have extended this year. So there's room for people to dive down the inside. So yeah, it makes for close racing.
The positive you can take from it though is that obviously Chris is a guest, it means you get the points victory essentially for that one instead. So that's still decent points to take away, to think about overnight and take forward to race 3 later on tomorrow.
I suppose it's a little consolation. Chris was quick and he was clean. He deserved the win. Yeah, I was fighting for rear guard today.
Points are still points, so that's all that counts.
I'm sure it'll feel better tonight.
So, listen, you've driven superbly today, more the same tomorrow. Well done. And let's just bring Sam Beckett in for third place. We get Sam quickly to have a quick word. Sam, we spoke pre-race and we said that essentially just get your head down and do what you can, and you did just that. Third place, it's points per second, of course, as Chris is a guest. So again, that couldn't have really, apart from getting the points for the win, couldn't have asked for more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, other than trying to get past Michael, but I wouldn't have got past Michael. I don't think it's so tight around here. There was a few parts where losing brakes towards the end, just how hot it is, and the tyres not really gripping as you're braking. But yeah, perfect points, more points in the pocket. So I don't know where Matt finished, and Aiken I think was a couple of places behind. So again, just gaining points while they're just dropping them. But it all works out after
drop points, so we'll see where we're at after that.
You were right in the throw of that battle for second place backwards. Just in your own words, just how frenetic was it getting out there?
Yeah, so it's literally, I mean, you'll trip each other up all the time, so if someone slows up a little bit, gets a poor exit, you're that close to the back of each other, you're tripping yourself up as well, so then you've got to defend or look behind, see, position your car in different positions. I mean, it's hard mentally, it's quite hard with it being hot as well, so yeah, you know, you just got to keep focusing and think, right, I've got to go forward. So
there's one more race tomorrow, so again, the game's just got to be go forward now.
Yeah, reverse grid, so I don't know what we'll pull yet, so we don't know where we're starting, but we'll see, we'll just try and go forward from there.
Well, you've driven superbly today. Well done. We'll see you for tomorrow. Excellent stuff. So there's the top three for the second final detail ST150 Challenge race. 2 more races to come. Next one up is our second Milltek Sport Civic Cup race. So back with the grid for that one. It's back to Andy in the commentary box.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, as I said, always one of the highlights of the weekend, the reversed grid race for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. We take the top 10 finishers from race 1 and we invert them to give you the grid for race number 2. So our race 1 winner, Max Edmondson, claimed his second victory of the season, and he will now have to start 10th on the grid alongside Alistair Camp, who chased him hard, whilst the front of the field sees Travis Chapman and Alex Kite share the front row with their Pro Alloys Racing teammate Will Redford right behind them in third. Dave Marshall, could he be on the podium maybe? He'll be starting 4th ahead of Jack Harding and Harvey Caton, with Morgan Bailey and Dan Thackeray on row number 4. Row 5 for Ali Camp and Max Edmondson, the top 2 from that early race. Then Nick Charlier and Jack Riddell. Row 7, Ryan Bensley, work to be done to keep himself in championship contention now. He's got James Ramsden alongside him on row 7. Row 8, Owen Hillman and Mark Hughes. Row 9, Simon Welch and Rhys Lewis. Row 10 for Jackson White and Jordan Brennan, with Anthony Gannon and Jeff Alden at the back. Now, updated championship scores then, and again we're focusing on the drop scores really, because that's what ultimately will decide the outcome of the championship. We're kind of down to a 3-horse race now. Ryan Bansley, with that really poor finish in the end in that earlier race, slipping backwards now. He's on 211 points in 4th place. Third is Dan Thackeray on 241, so he's 30 points behind the top 3 now, Ryan Bensley. Thackeray on 241. Max Edmondson, second, is on 244, so just 3 points ahead of Thackeray. And then Alistair Camp, the championship leader now, sole ownership of the championship lead, is on 246. So there are 5 points covering the top 3. There are 2 points covering the top 2. And those 2 drivers are now both starting on the 5th row of the grid together, whilst Dan Thackeray gets to start 1 place ahead of them. So it is going to be a very lively race, this, I'm sure. A narrow circuit as well, so putting slower cars at the front, quicker cars in the middle of the field, that can lead to a little bit of action, let's call it. And it's imperative really now that Camp, Edmondson and Thackeray stay out of trouble. They have to score points in this race, because the 3rd race tomorrow, that grid is based upon second fastest lap time, so it's actually Ryan Bensley back on pole position for that race tomorrow. So if you can survive this race, if you're Alistair Camp, Max Edmondson or Dan Thackeray, you should then be back towards the front of the grid for tomorrow's 3rd race, and that's when you can really go for another race victory. But I can tell you the grid for that 3rd race, it is Bensley, Edmondson, Camp and Thackeray, the top 4. So yeah, they're all at the front of the grid again, as they were for the race earlier on today. So it's just a case of surviving this race, score as many points as you can, but not necessarily aiming for podiums and race wins as readily as you normally would be. We'll see how the drivers approach it then as they weave their way across the top of the mountain on the green flag lap. Generating tyre temperature, a bone dry track again now, the sun shining, no imminent threat of rain as far as I can see, so the couple of showers we've had today look as though they have been and gone. And we've got 3 Pro Alloys Racing cars at the front of the grid. Now, I'm sure they've been chatting in the time between races about what their plan is at the start of the race. If those 3 work together, they should have control of the race, really, into the first corner. Travis Chapman, Alex Kite and Will Redford. There is strength in numbers, and there are plenty of those Pro Alloys cars dotted up and down the order. Of course, Alistair Camp, championship leader, runs for Pro Alloys Racing this year as well, and there's a couple of others further back. But those 3 at the front definitely looking to work together. And then you've got Dave Marshall. Dave Marshall looking for his first ever podium maybe in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, having a fantastic weekend here at Cadwell Park, a track that he obviously enjoys. He does seem to enjoy these hilly, old school, difficult tracks. Loved going to Knock Hill and really enjoying himself here at Cadwell Park as well. So we'll wait and see what he can do in the FN2, one of only 2 or 3, I think 3 FN2s we've got here this weekend. So the back of the grid looks as though it's formed. The 5-second board has been shown. And our second race of the weekend in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup about to get underway. The lights go out, away they go. Good start made there by Alex Kite from the outside of row 1. And he's going to move up to challenge for the race lead, I think, as they head towards Coppins for the first time. Good start made as well by Jack Harding there from the third row of the grid. And there's one on the grass, that's Morgan Bailey, I think, as they go towards turn number 1. Someone smoking further back as well. But look at Dave Marshall at the inside for second place into Charlie's. Did that work? Surely not. It's Alex Kite who leads. It is still Chapman second, and Marshall's gone. Marshall's not there at all now. There's a red flag. That's Anthony Gannon with damage. Something has happened, I think, at Charlie. Well, there is Marshall. Bailey dropping back. The red flag is out, though. And why is... Oh, because Jeff Olden has come a cropper on the pit straight. I can just see the car out of the window. He's running to the back of someone. Jeff's out of the car. He's absolutely fine. But the red flag will fly. Brilliant news for Dave Marshall, because that move he tried to make at Charlie's that didn't work has meant that he's dropped right down the order. We'll get a second go at this now as a result of the red flag. So, well, terrible news, unfortunately, for poor old Jeff Olden, and Anthony Gannon, who it looks as though got into the back of him, or he went into the back of Gannon. But good news for some of those who didn't have a great initial start to the race. So recovery trucks them back out on track to go and recover Jeff Olden's car. It's going to take a few minutes, this, I think, to get the track cleared. There is Anthony Gannon. Well, he was in the barriers at Coppis early on. In fact, I think it was lap 1, wasn't it, of the earlier race that Gannon went off at the first corner. He's not even made it to the first corner this time, so a dreadful day for Anthony Gannon. I think it was a lap 1 non-finish. Let me pull up the result from earlier on today. Yes, it was. So he crashed at the first corner in race 1. He crashed before the first corner in race 2. And this time, seemingly involved with Jeff Olden. That's something we do see happen relatively often here, though, at Cadwell Park, because it's such a narrow circuit. If someone has a bad start, stalls, or gets involved in a moment in front of you, there's nowhere really to go if you're one of the cars chasing behind. So, well, there is Gannon. Gannon's got going again, actually. So there's not as much damage done to the back of that car as I thought. You can see the left rear wheel is skewed at an angle it shouldn't be at, but could have been worse, actually. But, yeah, intriguing start there, and Dave Marshall, well and truly, up for the fight. Dave Marshall challenged, well, he got ahead of Redford, I think, at the start, and then I think he was trying to get past Alex Kite, actually, into Charlie's. That obviously didn't work, but it's led to a real shuffle of the order. There's a couple of Pralois cars at the back here as well. It's one of them. Right, one's the 727 of Jackson White. And yeah, there is Travis Chapman. So it was Chapman, actually, who Marshall had a go at, and I think they've had contact, you know, because Travis Chapman, who started on pole, is last behind the queue, so I think he'd had contact from Dave Marshall, and that, again, is a stroke of good luck, really, for Chapman, because he should now be reinstated to the front row of the grid again. So, a couple of drivers then will be almost grateful to see the red flag. We never like to see accidents, we never like to see race stoppages, but, you know, motor racing is as much about good fortune as it is good driving ability, and Travis Chapman and Dave Marshall both get a second bite of the cherry now. So the race stopped, hopefully not for too long though. There's only the one car that needs removing, that being Jeff Olden's car, and we got back on time as well, I think, for this race, which was due to start at, 10 past 5, but we're actually a little bit early. So I'm hoping we'll get a full restart here, the full 15 minutes of Milltek Sport Civic Cup action. That would be nice, because they're only short races, and we're getting down to the business end of the championship now, so could be a interesting little situation in the championship here, with, again, Bailey, Camp and Edmondson and Thackeray coming from mid-grid. We want to get the full 15 minutes of racing in, if at all possible. So there is Jeff Olden's car already onto the back of the flatbed truck. And that shouldn't now, hopefully, be too long before we get the cars re-racked on the grid. So, red flag situation here in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup race at Cadwell Park, but excellent work by the marshals, as always, to get the damaged car of Jeff Holden cleared out of the way. Poor Jeff doesn't have much luck, does he? He's had some engine problems this year. He's been involved in a couple of shunts over the last few seasons. And, unfortunately, Jeff Holden, likeable ex-VW Cup driver who has been a part of the Civic Cup Championship ever since the VW Cup disappeared a couple of seasons ago. But he is not having an awful lot of good fortune, unfortunately. He and Antti Gannon started on the back row of the grid together and have sadly clashed before before it actually got to the start line officially. There's Holden's car. You can see the damage there to the front. Didn't look too severe, in fairness, but sure he'll be feeling a little bit sore after that. And that car will be pulled into the paddock area at the bottom of the mountain, and already I think the regridding process should be beginning down on the start-finish line. Marshall's awaiting official orders from race control, but because it'll just go back to the original grid, that sort of streamlines the process a little bit, because we don't have to worry about any of this amended grid processing. It's just back to the original grid order. So have the cars lining up now, and it should be Travis Chapman who'll come all the way from the back of the queue right back to the front of the queue again. Thank you to Phil Kinch, by the way, who has reanalysed the coverage from the first lap and confirmed what I suspected, which is, by the looks of it, Dave Marshall had gone up the inside of Travis Chapman into Charlie's and was a bit sideways, and maybe, and it's Phil insinuating this, I want to say, not me, maybe made contact with Travis Chapman, and that's what put Chapman to the back of the field. But either way, it shouldn't matter. As long as Chapman's car isn't damaged, he should now be allowed to start from the front of the grid. So there is Jack Harding, 5th place for him on the grid. He made a good getaway, but just didn't really have anywhere to go going into the first turn. Again, such a narrow circuit. Sometimes only really until you walk the track that you realise just how narrow it is, but you really can't fit, or you could probably just about park 3 Honda Civics side by side across the track, but when they're going at speed, almost impossible to get them to run 3 abreast. And so when 2 cars get side by side in front of you, just nowhere really for you to go, even if you've got some momentum, as Jack Harding did off the start of the race. Don't think there'd been any real shuffling between Thackeray, Edmondson and Camp either. I can see Morgan Bailey there pulling up back ahead of Dan Thackeray. I think Dan had got past Morgan in the opening few corners, so Thackeray had made a position up, but I don't think anyone else had. Here comes Dave Marshall back to the second row. His car doesn't appear to have any real damage, does it, on the left-hand side? So if it was contact, it wasn't very severe. Travis Chapman, I can see, trundling his way down the hill as well, ready to reclaim pole position. So, for all that talk of how Pro Alloys had control of the race with 3 cars at the front of the field, it hadn't really gone all that well, had it? Because Redford didn't get a brilliant start, and Travis Chapman then getting elbowed out the way at Charlie's. But, is that Chapman into the pit lane? That is Chapman into the pit lane. So, is he maybe going to discuss with the team the possibility of some damage? Well, it was a very short discussion, whatever it was. Does he feel that the car is damaged? They're going to look at the right rear corner, aren't they? So is this Travis Chapman's chance of starting on pole position gone, or is he just going to play it safe here and get the team to have a look? You don't want to take the restart only for something to break in the rear suspension. So they're just going to double check that, but does this now mean that he won't be able to take up his grid position? It's a possibility. There is the Pro Alloys army, ready and waiting. And there's a lot of attention being given to the back right corner. Of course, they're probably not allowed to work on the car, are they, under a red flag? But they can take a look at the damage, if there is any. But it does look as though there was contact between he and Dave Marshall. See Ben Sharp there, stood to the left of Shot, who runs his own cars in the championship now. Championship that he was a front runner in for many a year. And, Ben Sharp chatting away with the Pro Alloys team. Another championship really where there's great camaraderie between the teams though. I'm sure Ben will be lending some of his expertise to the Pro Alloys squad. But, I mean, again, I'm no mechanic, I hasten to add, but it doesn't look badly damaged, does it? The tyre doesn't look like it's been knocked off the rim, the wheel doesn't look like it's at a jaunty angle, so if he's felt something, it's hopefully something minor. But if he misses the start of the green flag lap, it's my understanding that he'll have to start from the back of the grid, and that means that Alex Kite essentially takes up pole position. He'll still start second on the grid, the second grid slot, but he will be the first car on the grid. And Will Redford starting alongside him, and that means Dave Marshall now goes third position. So lots of activity at the back of Chapman's car, but no obvious damage that needs to be fixed. Also not entirely sure what we're waiting for as far as a restart's concerned, because the track quite clearly is clear. Everyone apart from the pole sitter is in position. And as far as I was aware, there was only one car that needed recovery, because I think Anthony Gannon drove his car back to the paddock again. So, hoping that we won't be sat here waiting for too much longer. I'm not entirely sure why we're still waiting, to be honest. Dave Marshall just fanning himself with the tour, so is Jack Harding. Very warm here today at Cadwell Park, and drivers feeling the heat. It's always more noticeable, isn't it, when you're sat in the car, not going anywhere, more so than when you're actually out there running at race speed. So Chapman, they've sorted whatever the issue is, they've double-checked the damage, and he's now pulling to the end of pit lane. Now, are they going to let him pull to the front of the field and reclaim pole position? Maybe, because it was a bit of a safety concern, maybe they're going to let him do that just to be... No, they're not. There we go, because the cars are released onto the green flag lap, so he is going to have to start from the back then, I think. So big turn up for the books there for Travis Chapman. A real shame, an opportunity at a race win now surely gone. And we're down to 2 Pro-Alloys cars on the front end of the grid. Plenty of others further back, and Chapman is quick enough, I think, to move his way up from there. So the field makes its way around on a green flag lap. We're getting notification that it is going to be a full 15-minute race, so that's good news. And, well, that's one less car for the likes of Thackeray, Camp and Edmondson to pass. They should be in strong position to make it into the top 5, I'm sure, as a bare minimum requirement, but whether they can make it any further than that, we'll have to wait and see. So Alex Kite and Will Redford now essentially become the front row of the grid. Row 2 for Marshall and Jack Harding. Row 3 then for Harvey Caton and Morgan Bailey. Thackeray will be on the 4th row with Alistair Camp, and then Max Edmondson and Nick Charlie basically are on row 5. Like I said, I think they'll still pull into their original grid positions, so Kite will still be in the second grid slot, but he'll be the first car lined up on the grid. No Travis Chapman on pole position, with Travis ready and waiting at the end of pit lane to race from there. Keep an eye on Jordan Brennan as well, coming from the back. He ended up in the barriers in the earlier race at the Mountain. A bit of damage done, but he's managed to, the team have managed to get the car fixed. Jordan Brennan, the Liquid Molly branding on his car, to hopefully pick up a good result here in the reversed grid race, because he's going to be starting back in race 3 as well because of that grid penalty that he picked up earlier on in the day. There's Alistair Camp, new championship leader, number 45, and Alistair has won only once this year, which is a very un-Alistair Camp performance, but he's been consistently in the top 5 and on the podiums. We've had a lot of different race winners this season. Camp's had 1 win, Edmondson's had 2 wins now, Dan Thackeray has won 3, Brian Bensley of course had a win back at Croft. There's also been a win for Will Redford at Alton Park, for Jack Harding back at Snetterton. So a whole host of different drivers have stood on the top step of the podium. But yeah, Alistair Camp only the 1 win, and his chances realistically of getting one from, well, what now I guess is 8th on the grid, relatively slim, especially at a circuit at which it's so difficult to overtake, but don't count it out. This is Civic Cup racing after all. Civic Cup drivers have a tendency to make overtakes where you wouldn't have thought they were possible. So don't bet against Campy being up there towards the front, but Cadwell Park of all circuits, it's not going to be easy. So Kite and Redford, row number 1. And then Dave Marshall and Jack Harding. Could Jack Harding get himself another race win? That would be a huge shot in the arm for Jack. A season that promised so much, but ultimately has delivered really only an expensive repair bill and the 1 race victory so far. Likely out of championship contention, but he would absolutely love to get a race victory here, starting 4th on the grid. Red lights go out then, we're away and racing again in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, and it's a good start made by, well, pretty much all of the front runners really. Morgan Bailey is away well from the 3rd row of the grid, and Max Edmondson having a bad start, so is Jack Riddell, but I've noticed he's had issues off the line every time so far this weekend. Dave Marshall again though, taking the fight to the Pro Alloys boys. He's up the inside there for 2nd place, and I think he's up ahead of Will Redford, so Dave Marshall into 2nd place, and Jack Harding tries to go with him, gets squeezed up onto the curb on the inside there, so Redford holds on to 3rd. That delays Harding, brings Morgan Bailey up alongside him, and he could be a bit of a sitting duck now as they head towards the top of the park straight for the first time in this 15-minute race. So Kite leads the way, Dave Marshall into 2nd place, Redford 3rd, Harding and Bailey still side by side. Bailey out wide onto the grass, and Jack Harding has to concede in the end. Harvey Caton tries to go to the outside, and there look, Thackeray, Cam, 2 of the championship contenders, both trying to slip through on the inside of Harvey Caton, and they're immediately getting stuck into the battle through the gooseneck. Thackeray's gone through, but Alistair Camp crucially not able to, and here comes Edmondson absolutely flying out of the gooseneck, and he's up the inside of his championship rival. He leans on Alistair through the left-hander, and Max Edmondson and Alistair Camp separated by 2 points in the championship on door handle to door handle down towards the mountain section for the first time. Neither of them will give way, but actually it's Harvey Caton sort of dictating the pace just in front of them, delays Alistair Camp slightly. Who came out of that on top? It is Camp. Camp is still ahead of Edmondson, and that is really, really important for the championship, but they're both a few places behind Dan Thackeray. So Dan Thackeray, who remember is only 5 points off the championship lead, could still come out of this with the points advantage. Through the final turn they come then. Alex Kite leads the way. Dave Marshall, though, is going after him very much in 2nd position, with Will Redford in 3rd, Bailey 4th, Harding 5th, 6th for Thackeray, 7th Caton, and 8th place for Alistair Camp. That's the battle that you're watching now as they head across the timing line at the end of the opening lap and into the first corner at Coppice. So Harvey Caton then well and truly in the thick of the battle, but look at Dave Marshall. This is a real revelation. Dave Marshall was a race winner in the production class last year a few times, had a big accident with George Al Williams, who's here this weekend actually, the Welshman at Cadwell Park, when George stalled on the grid and Dave Marshall ran into the back of him, wrote his car off, wasn't able to race for the remainder of the season. He's made the step up into the Cup class this year, and he is absolutely flying in the FN2 Honda Civic, going after Alex Kite, who was a front runner in TCR UK when he did a round or two a couple of years ago in that championship. Alex Kite's a bit of a Castle Combe legend himself, actually, but Dave Marshall, a northerner, and enjoying the visit to Cadwell Park very much this weekend. He's getting away from Will Redford, and he's closing in on Alex Kite as they head out of Mansfield and up towards the mountain section for the 2nd time of asking. Top 3 gapping the rest of the field now slightly as they turn their way through the left, through the right. Morgan Bailey 4th, Jack Harding 5th, still Thackeray 6th. Camp is ahead of Caton though. Alistair Camp into 7th position now, so another place gain for the championship leader. Another car put between himself and Max Edmondson, who in the purple and yellow machine really needs to try and get past Harvey Caton as soon as he possibly can. There is Ryan Bensley as well, so Bensley looking a bit more racy in this one. 4th place in the championship, but now some 35 points off the championship lead as Dave Marshall now comes under threat from Will Redford. Marshall didn't have a great run there through the final sector, so Will Redford onto his tail as they come across the line. Head through Coppice Corner, dropping away now slightly from Kite in front. Kite nearly a second clear at the end of that 2nd flying lap. Fastest man on track, no doubt about it, is Alistair Camp. Alistair Camp, a 1:37.588. That was 1.5 seconds quicker than the race leader. Alistair Camp in 7th position, charging down the group ahead. And of course, the first driver he'll get to is one of his championship rivals, Dan Thackeray. So that is going to be a very tasty battle indeed. Jack Harding there defending from Thackeray. This isn't really good news for Dan because it means that he's losing time hand over fist to Alistair Camp behind him. Edmondson, I don't think, has yet got past Harvey Caton, so Harvey Caton continuing to keep the race 1 winner at bay. Edmondson winning 2 races in a row in the last couple of rounds, won this third race at Knockhill, the first race this weekend at Cadwell. Heads out of Mansfield towards the mountain for the third time. We've got two of our championship contenders getting themselves very close together. The lead is still held by Alex Kite. Alex Kite, I think I'm right in saying, looking for his first ever victory in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup as well. Marshall second, Redford third, Bailey fourth, Harding fifth, then Thackeray, then Alistair Camp. The rest of them screeching their way through behind. Now, how is Travis Chapman getting on? Well, that's not Travis Chapman. Travis is further back than that, I think. He was 16th at the end of the previous lap from the pit lane, remember, the man who should have started on pole position. He is only 16th place at the moment. Race leaders go through a little bit closer together now than they were last time, because actually Dave Marshall, the fastest of the leading trio, 1:38.9. In fact, he's the only person apart from Alistair Camp and Harvey Caton in the 1:38 that time around. So Dave Marshall not giving up on the race win here by any means. Down the back straight they go. The race leader Alex Kite then looking to try and keep this gap back to Dave Marshall, but Marshall looks as though he's gaining on him in the early stages of this race. Meanwhile, Dan Thackeray to the outside of Jack Harding. This is going to be risky because he's got Alistair Camp right behind. He's on the grass, is Thackeray. Camp is up the inside and he's gone through. So Alistair Camp ahead of Dan Thackeray, who you have to feel sort of felt forced into that move. He could see Camp arriving in his mirrors and he knew he had to make a move, but that was a rash move really, you'd have to say, around the outside. Harding was never going to let him go, and in the end made it very easy for Alistair Camp, who now is outscoring his two big championship rivals, and any further places he can gain are a bonus. This is where Camp really excels, the reversed grid races. That's always when he's had an edge on his championship rivals in the past. He just picks his way through the order, chooses his battles wisely, and he is now outscoring everyone that he really needs to in this race. Gunning still for a podium finish. I think if he gets past Harding quickly, that might still be doable. There goes Edmondson and Bensley, both ahead of Harvey Caton now, so Harvey Caton losing another 2 spots on that lap. Edmondson gaining 1, as there goes Morgan Bailey up the inside of Will Redford, who seems to be struggling in this race. So Morgan Bailey wriggles through into 3rd place, and Redford's heading for the pit lane. So Will Redford to the pit lane. That is a disaster for a man who I tipped for a race win in this one. But Will Redford is, on the looks of it, not going to finish, unfortunately. So Morgan Bailey goes 3rd, Harding goes 4th, Camp is now into the top 5 from 9th on the grid originally. So a podium definitely is a possibility for him. And he's on the tail look of Jack Harding as they come out of Charlie's, out onto the park straight. Harding 4th, Camp in 5th position. And Alistair Camp looking to try and utilise that slipstream to have a go maybe into Park Corner. Meanwhile, for the race lead, Dave Marshall to the outside of Alex Kite. Is that going to work? Does Kite leave him space? Just about 2 wheels in the dirt, but Dave Marshall is going for it. Right round the outside through Chris Curve. Who is going to come out of this on top? Door handle to door handle for the race lead. The next corner's a right-hander though. That surely will favour Alex Kite. Marshall is still there. How is he still there? Side by side down the gooseneck, and Dave Marshall leads in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. He's got the inside line from Mansfield and he's gone through. Fantastic stuff, and Dave Marshall would be a hugely popular race winner if he could do it. He's still got 6 3/4 minutes to go, but Dave Marshall has got the FN2 Civic into the lead of the race, and there's damage, is there? There's damage for Alex Kite. He's off onto the grass. There may be a problem on the front of Kite's car. Morgan Bailey goes through into 2nd position, and Alex Kite is out of the race. He's limping his way through the Hall Bends. I'm not entirely sure what's happened there. Oh yeah, damage. I can see out of the window. Left front wheels wobbling around, and that is putting him out of the race. That will be, I think, because of the little contact that they had coming out of Mansfield Corner. Let's hope that that doesn't cast a shadow over what could be a terrific result for Dave Marshall. He knew, having got to the inside there at Mansfield, that he had to try and finish the job on the exit of the corner, and well, that little bit of side-to-side contact looks as though it's put Alex Kite out of the race, but Marshall leads by a 2nd over Morgan Bailey. Now Camp's on the podium suddenly because he found a way past Jack Harding in all of that, and Harding down to 4th place, Thackeray 5th, 6th for Edmondson, and there is Alex Kite. Well, he joins his teammate Will Redford down in the Pro Alloys graveyard, hands waving around. He is furious, is Alex Kite. That's a real shame, but Dave Marshall was going for it, wasn't he? Let's be honest, having got to the inside, he wasn't going to let that opportunity to take the lead go away from him. So Marshall through then into the lead, Bailey 2nd, but Alistair Camp is now starting to think that actually a race win could be on the cards. If he clears Bailey quickly, he might have the pace to chase down and find a way past Dave Marshall. Down into Mansfield Corner they come. We're on the 6th lap of the race now. And Alistair Camp looks like he's got some serious pace. So does Dan Thackeray, actually. He's all over the back of Jack Harding. Well, strangely, Max Edmondson in this race, he's picking up places as others fall off the road, but he's not actually looking all that quick, is he, Edmondson? He's in 6th position, but not able to go after Thackeray and Harding for the time being. And actually, he's got Ryan Bensley right behind him as they head for the Hall Bends. So, 5 minutes to go. Marshall leading, Bailey second, Camp on his tail in third. How much of a risk does Alistair Camp take here? Is he going to play the percentages, realising that he's ahead of Thackeray and Edmondson? Does he feel that maybe second place or possibly even a race win could be his for the taking? Didn't get a great run through the last few corners there, did Camp, though, so drops away slightly from Morgan Bailey. Dave Marshall's just about the fastest man on the track, though, 1:38.9. Again, the only driver in the 38s. He is now ahead by 1 1/4 seconds over Bailey in second place. There goes Dave Marshall. Well, oh, he's on the grass coming out of Charlie's. Careful, Dave, don't get carried away. You've got the pace here to get the win. Might have to argue it out with the clerk of the course afterwards, but at least you might see the checkered flag first, and that would be a huge, huge achievement for a driver who, like I said, has come back from thinking that maybe he wasn't going to be able to race at all again after the repair bill that came with that shunt at Castle Combe, and now here he is leading in the Civic Cup again. Oh, Jordan Brennan. A man who just can't seem to buy a finish at the moment in this championship. He's in the pits again, and sort of look of resignation on his face, really, as he takes the hands device off and accepts that this will be another retirement. So through Mansfield Corner comes the leading group then. No change in the order. Still Morgan Bailey hanging on to this second position. Morgan will want to try and get a second place here if he can. That crash at Alton Park that he had with Jack Harding has very much dented his confidence. Maybe isn't fair, but he's not been as quick since that shunt, nor has Jack, and I'm sure that it will have had an effect on both drivers. It was a big accident, no one's fault. It was a brake issue for Jack Harding, and unfortunately Morgan Bailey was the car in his way when they got to the hairpin. But it would be nice to see them both on the podium. At the moment, only one of them in podium contention, but there you can see Harding in 4th, Thackeray 5th, Edmondson 6th, Bensley 7th. Behind them in 8th position. Across the line they go then. Time for probably just 2 more laps. 2 more times around the 2.2 mile Cadwell Park circuit. And a 1.1 second lead for Dave Marshall. Only a 1/10 of a second slower than Morgan Bailey that time. There's Max Edmondson, the race 1 winner. Turning out of Charlie's. Now, is he gaining on Thackeray, I wonder? Yes, took a second out of Thackeray that time, actually. So Max Edmondson is gaining on one of his championship rivals. If he can't beat Alistair Camp, he would at least like to try and get ahead of Thackeray and prevent Dan from maybe taking second place away from him in the points. At the moment, Alistair Camp then on course for 31 points. He's got the fastest lap for finishing 3rd place. Thackeray would get 24, I think, so that would be a decent little gain of 7 points for Camp over Thackeray. Edmondson, of course, in a position further back, so Camp would now start to look a bit more favourable in the championship. I think the 3 of them would still be covered by less than 10 points, but as it stands, Alistair Camp in a very good position, and Morgan Bailey there with a bit of a mistake over the top of the mountain, but back on the road, managed to keep Alistair Camp behind. The bends for the 8th time. 1 more lap to go. Dave Marshall, is he going to do this? Is he going to claim a win in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup? Kind of hope so, really. Dave is a really, really nice guy, and like I said, it's always nice to see a driver come back from the sort of hardships that he has faced in the past. He was fractionally slower, 2,000 slower that time than Morgan Bailey in second place. The gap is still 1.15 seconds. He just needs an average final lap, and he should be okay. An FN2 Civic. Well, now, when was the last time an FN2 Civic won in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup? That's another question for Phil Kinch, I'm afraid. If we had one, it's a long time ago, I think. They've never been the most popular car on the grid. They've always been the EP3s, really, that have been more commonly found. These are 2 of them, and they are fighting over second place. Morgan Bailey and Alistair Camp, nose to tail. Camp had a little look there to the outside at Park Corner, but Morgan Bailey saw him coming, got to the inside, fended him off. That just buys Dave Marshall an extra few car lengths, an extra few tenths of a second. He's less than half a lap from home now, down into Mansfield Corner for the last time. And Morgan Bailey and Alistair Camp, I think, is going to be the battle. And look at Edmondson. Edmondson, he's now on the tail of Dan Thackeray and Jack Harding. So maybe that's going to be the battle. Max Edmondson with an opportunity, maybe, to find a way past Thackeray, who goes to the outside of Harding into the mountain, commits the move. Oh, Harding's off the road. What's going on? Jack Harding, he's got another problem. Would you believe it? Jack Harding, on the last lap of the race, retires to the pit lane. That man has walked under far too many ladders this year. He's had nothing but rotten luck. And yet again, Jack Harding is not going to see the checkered flag. So Thackeray gains a place, Edmondson gains a place. Camp is suddenly not taking as many points out of them as he thought he would be. But we'll deal with the points in a moment. Is it going to be a checkered flag this time? Yes, it is, for Dave Marshall. Dave Marshall wins for the first time in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup with an absolutely fantastic drive. Yes, there was a little bit of paint traded with Alex Kite, but do you know what? Dave drove well. He was the fastest driver on the track for most of that race, and that is a well-deserved race victory. Bailey second, Camp third, Dan Thackeray comes home in fourth with Max Edmondson in fifth place, Bensley sixth as well, so top four in the championship. Once again, all finishing in a line there, third, fourth, fifth and sixth places, with Harvey Kate in 7th, Nick Charlie Rate there in Hillman 9th, and the top 10 then completed by James Ramsden, which is a driver we haven't seen in the top 10 all that often, so good to see him getting a decent result. So, congratulations, huge congratulations to Dave Marshall then, who has claimed a race win. Certainly, says Phil Kinch, the first race win for an FN2 in the last couple of years. I don't remember an FN2 winning before that, so I think that might be a first in the championship. We'll await official confirmation, because I have been wrong before, very occasionally, but I certainly can't remember seeing an FN2 on the top step of the podium, and really, really happy for Dave Marshall managing to get that race win. So fantastic stuff from Dave. He is going to be a very excitable interview for Scott Woodwis, I think, in a few minutes' time. Brilliant stuff. Marshall gets the win. Morgan Bailey second, third for Alistair Camp, fourth Dan Thackeray, fifth Max Edmondson, sixth Ryan Bensley, seventh Harvey Kate, Nick Charlie are eighth, Owen Hillman 9th, and James Ramsden completes the top 10. Then it was Travis Chapman in 11th, Mark Hughes comes home in 12th position, with Jack Riddell 13th, Jackson White 14th, Simon Welsh 15th, and Jack Harding, another driver with absolutely no luck at all. Then it is Jordan Brennan with Alex Kite next, Will Redford, Anthony Gannon, and Jeff Oldham to complete the runners. Well, in fact, Gannon and Oldham never really got into that race, did they, unfortunately, after their start line shunt. Right then, time to head back down to Scott Woodwis then, who's got all of the build-up for our final race of the day. It's the MX-5 Clubman Championship.
Well, that could be quite an occasion, of course. What could potentially be, at least in the last couple of years, the first victory for an FN2 Civic in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. Magnificent racing all the way through, and a great effort and a brilliant win for Dave Marshall. I'm expecting there's going to be a massive cheer on the podium when that happens. We've got that to come in a moment. Before that, we've got the last race of today. It's been such a packed day, 10 races. We've still got tons more tomorrow, because there are 14 races, with 3 more series that haven't raced today that qualify tomorrow morning. It's the second Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race, sponsored of course by Downforce Radio, and it's Jordan Pimbley who starts on pole position, courtesy of his race 1 victory. He wants to make it 3 in a row. I'm not going to talk to him and jinx him, so we'll leave him to he's giggling away in the seat. Neither are going to have a chat to Matt Fletcher, because he wants to concentrate as well. Harry Dean's currently sat here in 3rd at the moment. We've got John Pethick up here in 4th place. We've got Paul Bateman in 5th, who's having a chat with his mechanics here to see how he's getting on. We've got Johnny Greensmith in 6th position down here at the moment. More AMB Motorsport cars. We've got Kevin Dengate down here. We've also got Tim Dorr in the mix, Simon Waterfall. Then we've got Russell Halley in here too as well. And just the other side, we've got a few more guys in the mix here too. The whistle's just about to go as well, so we're getting set for what should be an excellent final race of the day. And this is going to be quite an occasion, because Close Racing were quite celebrating a lot. I was speaking to Lindsay Close earlier on, and her and her husband Mike, who run Close Racing, have got several cars in the field, and it's great that their cars are starting to progress towards the front. And I can already tell behind as well, if you just want to turn the camera, Jeff, for a second, there are some rather excited fans from within the Civic Cup coming down for their podium, and no wonder, because I think that was quite a momentous occasion for Dave Marshall. He's just there in the black overalls with the white cap. I suspect we're going to get quite a large cheer for them in a minute. But the Mazdas are just getting themselves set to go out. And we'll see if Jordan Pimley can make it 3 wins in a row. Of course, won the second race at Snetterton from 28th on the grid, practically the back of the grid to the front, and then he managed to pass and hold off Matt Fletcher as the drivers get their signal to turn on engines. And then they will be headed out one by one, led by race 1 winner Jordan Pimley. Just the marshal at the end of the pit lane, just about to get given the direction. And away they go. So we'll watch them off before we get to our podium for race 2 for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. So the cars met their way off onto the grid. Some of the drivers get told to put their visors down so they can obviously comply with how they need to be in the race. Simon Waterfall's car was a bit slow getting away in that first race. He's now managed to get it going in the second one and close his door whilst he's at it. And so the rest of the pack, just from the top end of the pit lane, is going to head down and out onto the circuit. But whilst that happens, I think is a good time for us to cross over and do our podium for our second Milltek Sport Civic Cup race of the day. So let's go ahead and head over, and we can have a run through. So I think we're just about ready to get underway. If Stu, do you want to do the trophies, or if Nicky's going to go ahead and hand them out, we're going to get the man himself, Stuart Lyons, to hand these ones out. And we're going to do like we did earlier on. We're going to start in 3rd place backwards. So I think we are now all set for our podium for race 2 of the day and of the weekend for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup at Cadwell Park. So starting off then in 3rd place overall, makes noise for Alistair Camp. Congratulations to Alistair. More key points for the championship. Gets the trophy and the bubbly. It is 2nd place and runner-up spot will go to Morgan Bailey. That gets a decent cheer as well. But I think we're going to save the biggest cheer till now, and I want you to make some noise, because taking his first win of the championship, and the first at least since 2020 for an FN2 Civic, make some noise for the winner, Dave Marshall! Fantastic. And on top of that, he also picks up the Paul Winfield trophy as well, so that goes to him also. And and for the Goodyear Diamond Award for the 2nd time goes to Mark Hughes. So Mark also gets stuff in the bubbly. And I think because of the occasion, I think we'll let them sort out the bubbly first. And I think Cup's gone a bit prematurely, but there goes the. That's what you call a champagne shower. Absolutely. Right. He's just about to run back in. Let's get you back together. Dave Marshall was saved until last. Mark Hughes was saving his to get in when he least expected it. Guys, let's get you back together just for a couple of photos, and then we'll dive in with a quick interview or two. So, plenty of positive vibes down here on the podium, and who can blame him? That was a magnificent effort from everyone involved, but Dave Marshall, a very worthy winner, both outright and also in the Paul Winfield Trophy as well. I think it's about time that we I need to get a solo trophy very quickly, solo photo, and then we'll jump in and have a word with our brand new Civic Cup race winner, Dave Marshall.
You're showing up.
I don't think you're going to tire of that, are you? Race winner in the Civic Cup. How about that?
Yeah, it went all right, that, didn't it?
All right.
Yeah, tricky first lap. We had a bit of a coming together with Pro Alloy's car. Sorry for the tap, but we just went tight into squeezing to turn 2. But after that, I knew the car was strong after this morning. The gears worked really well with the car. Yeah, and I can't remember. I think it was either Kite. I think it was Kite going down Gooseneck side by side all the way. Fair play, gave racing room, great racing, and yeah, to have Morgan Bailey, someone that I've watched for a few years doing the Civic Cup, to be chasing us down, it's I think a better people to be chasing.
You've had quite an 18 months where you had the accident with the car you had previously, put you out of Brscc, and you built this brand new car, got it up to speed. This has been a hard slog to get here, hasn't it?
It has indeed, and I tell you what, without them, if we turn the camera around, without these people here, and 2 people that's not here, that's very special, my mum and dad, yeah, this would not be possible.
Yeah, well, it is possible, and it's happened, so congratulations, well earned, fantastic.
Cheers, mate.
Go and celebrate, you deserve it. Excellent stuff. Let's just grab quickly Morgan Bailey if we can. Morgan, let's bring you over, just have a quick chat. Second place, so impressive stuff for that one. It's another strong podium. How do you feel about that race?
Yeah, I was happy. Yeah, I mean, the first run of the race was a disaster for us. We got a good start up to 4th, 5th place. Somebody swept across right from the inside and put me on the grass, and radiator was full. Water temp was through the roof coming round. Luckily, I managed to clear the grill. We did the restart and I've got another good start. Yeah, picked a few off. There was a few unfortunate non-finishers through mechanical issues, but yeah, we had a good race.
It's been a bit of an up and down season for you in Civics this year, but it's nice to get a few highs this year, particularly with a couple of podiums. That must be satisfying to at least get a couple of decent results this year so far. Yeah,
we've had, to be fair, quite a lot of reliability issues, a bit of bad luck. Home circuit this, so it's always nice to take a trophy home. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well done, excellent job, and we'll see if next one tomorrow. Let's bring Ali Campion with, I'm sure, his #1 supporter as well in 3rd place. But Ali, I think the key thing is another good podium, and that's again solid points for the championship.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Couldn't believe me luck. To be fair, there's quite a bit of luck in that, but car felt mint. Obviously got fastest lap, and it's quite a bit up the road, but it's all right being fast around it. It's overtaken as well, which is hard, and that's why I didn't take any risk with Morgan on the last lap. We had a bit of a moment up the top, but just thought it's easier to tuck in and take a risk, and then I needed points between me and Dan, and then Harding broke down on that lap unluckily, but it is what it is, and it's one of them. But yeah, we've still got the points, and we've still got our 2 drop scores that we're hoping to use at some point, and hopefully it comes in our favour, but they go one way or the other, the drop scores.
That's what Andy was saying on commentary, is that your approach now is simply just bank as many points as you can, don't take any necessary risks, and just be there when anyone else can't.
Yeah, 100%, mate. You've just got to take the gap as it comes, but yeah, after that wacky restart, the first one was a bit like we got a bit of a rubbish start, and probably the rerun did my favour, but obviously the cars in front coming off and breakdowns massively helped us. But yeah, kept going. You were cheering away, weren't you, mate? Yeah.
Yeah. Proud of you, Dad.
You getting high fives? No, he's gone.
We'll take that as a yes anyway, I'm sure he is. Anyway, great driving so far today. Best of luck for tomorrow, and we'll see how you get on.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Well done. So that's the Civic Cup done for today, and a brilliant first-time winner in Dave Marshall, and what we believe, at least since 2020, the first victory, at least since then, for an FN2 Honda Civic, potentially even ever. We'll double-check that part anyway. Now on to our final race of the day. It's our second race of the day and of the weekend for the Downforce Radio MX-5 Clubman Championship. Jordan Pemmy starts on pole to take you through the rest of the grid for this final race. It's back to Andy in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Cars then almost completing their green flag laps. That's rattled through the grid quickly, headed by Jordan Pimley, because he was the race 1 winner, ahead of Matthew Fletcher with Harry Dean and John Pethick on row number 2, Paul Bateman and Johnny Greensmith row 3, with Kevin Dengate and Tim Dorr on the 4th row. Then it's Simon Waterfall and Russell Halley, with Rob Greensmith and Michael Pearce on row number 6. Row 7 then will be shared by Jake Pace and Christian Dan, with Jack Worry and George Grant on row 8. Row 9 for Kevin Bird and Tom Davis. Row 10, Tom Cannon and Chris Whitmore. Then it's Will Bream, Peter Williams, Jamie Turner and David Scowler, with Jordan Head, Chris Thelwell, Simon Privet, Andrew Dean and Peter Bell to complete the running order. So 15 minutes of MX-5 Clubman racing upon us then. Matthew Fletcher with 2nd place in the earlier race, losing a couple of points to Jordan Pimley, but the gap is still a healthy one in the championship for Matthew. He needs now to try and get another race victory, does Jordan Pimley, and hope that a few other drivers get in between them. That could well happen though, because the likes of Harry Dean and John Pethick, they were pretty quick in the earlier race. So was John Greensmith as well, so there could be other drivers in the podium fight. We'll have to wait and see how this goes. The red lights are on then. Oh, bit of creeping for Matthew Fletcher. He needs to be careful with that sort of thing. He stopped, but then he went again when the lights went out. I've seen penalties given for less than that. We'll await confirmation of that, but either way, he and Jordan Pimley go wheel to wheel on the run to the first corner, and they're still wheel to wheel as they go around the first corner. Fletcher on the outside gets squeezed out though, and Pimley gets the lead. So Pimley to the front, then Fletcher 2nd. That was Harry Dean trying to go around the outside of John Pethick for 3rd, which I think he's succeeded in doing. Pethick down to 4th, and that's Paul Bateman. Paul Bateman on the grass. There's 2 off though on the run out of copies, I think that is. 577 is Chris Thelwell, and I didn't quite see the other. Might have been Andrew Dean, maybe number 38, but 2 cars involved in contact at the first corner. Whilst up at Park corner, Matthew Fletcher is already trying to get back ahead of Jordan Pimley. Pimley though holds on to the lead as they round the right-hander. Simon Waterfall there out a little bit wide in his car through Chris Curve towards the completion of the opening lap of racing. 1 or 2 of them kicking up the dirt there further back, as they drop down into Mansfield Corner. Jordan Pimley with the advantage. 5-car breakaway out in front then. There is, that was the other car, which I don't actually know the number of, 66 it was, 66, David Scowler. So it was David Scowler and Chris Thelwell who tangled. As you can see, Thelwell out of the race. Now that I think is going to require a safety car, because you saw the marshal there giving the hand signal that the car would need a tow, and it's right on the edge of the road, so I can't see it being moved under yellow flags, but it won't be. They need a safety car if they feel that it's necessary to move it at all during the race. It is off the track. Likely that another car would end up there, but we've seen a few cars there throughout the day, so it's certainly not impossible. Right then, leaders come through, and it is Jordan Pimley then with the lead, heading out of the final turn. Fletcher second, and third place then for Harry Dean. Get back then to John Pethick in fourth, Johnny Greensmith fifth, Tim Moore 6th, Kevin Dengate 7th, Waterfall 8th, Michael Pearce 9th, and Rob Greensmith 10th. There is a yellow flag at the first corner, but it looks as though they're going to leave the Chris Thelwell car there then. So go for a racing driver able to sit and watch from the side of the track as the race goes on. Not seeing any notification of a penalty for Matthew Fletcher, so it looks as though they've deemed that he had stopped before the lights actually went out. And that's good news for the championship leader then, because a penalty in this race would have certainly hurt his points haul. Through Park though, he's on the tail of the race leader Jordan Pimley and his big championship rival. And the right-hander at Chris Curve comes the group of drivers just at the back end of the top 10 here. 2-8 pace there, just ahead of Jack Worry. George Grant in behind them as well in the 69 car, sideways for Russell Halley. The purple machine. Down into Mansfield Corner. Leaders though are at the mountain, and Pimley leads from Fletcher. Getting away now from Harry Dean and John Pethick, Greensmith, Dorr and Dengate. Tim Dorr and Kevin Dengate inseparable really, aren't they? And actually those three are fighting for the Masters class lead. So Rob Greensmith, Johnny Greensmith in 5th, Tim Dorr 6th, Simon Waterfall 7th. That's the top 3 within the Masters class. This is a big moment out of the window I just saw for Christy and Dan coming up over the top of the mountain. But yeah, interesting battle there going through as well between the other Greensmith, as we've got now we do get notification of a penalty for Matthew Fletcher. So Matthew Fletcher 10 seconds added to his race time, so that will be for the jump start, as there Paul Bateman is battling. This car pointing the wrong way out of the hairpin. That car rejoining the circuit, but there, look, a challenge for the race lead. So Matthew Fletcher, what's going on? Fletcher really slow out of Charlie's corner, and Harry Dean now is up alongside him. So a few bizarre things happening at once. Fletcher's been given a penalty, but at that exact moment, pretty much, he challenged for the lead. It didn't come off, and now they both might be under threat from Harry Dean, who comes steaming round the outside into Park Corner. It's likely that he'll get Fletcher. He might even get Pimley as well. Look at that. He's been left plenty of space. He's carried the momentum round the outside line into Chris Curve, and I think Harry Dean might come out of this with the race lead. They're almost level as they go through Chris Curve. Pimley with his nose back ahead into the gooseneck. Who appears first? Hold your breath. It is Pimley just from Dean second, but Matthew Fletcher down to third, and with this time penalty now is set to lose an awful lot of places. Now this is where the drop scores might come to his rescue, as Kevin Dengate goes flying off the road down at Mansfield and will fall behind Simon Waterfall, I suspect, as they head for the mountain again. But yeah, this is where drop scores for Matthew Fletcher are going to come in very handy indeed, because Fletcher is, well, actually, he's had a couple of iffy results, hasn't he? His 2 drops at the moment are a pair of 74-point finishes. So, I don't know, actually. This might not become a drop for him. If it does, he's not going to gain back a huge amount of points. This really now changes the championship situation quite dramatically in the favour of race leader Jordan Pimley then. So Pimley comes across the line, 9.5 minutes to go. And Jordan Pimley suddenly in an even better position than even he probably realises. Don't know whether he knows about this penalty for his championship rival or not. It's the stricken car of Chris Thelwell they go. Through Charlie's corner again, with Pimley leading then, Dean second. I'd love to know what happened between he and Pimley and Fletcher a lap ago at that part of the circuit. Pethick, Greensmith and Dorr, and as I started to say, Greensmith and Dorr fighting for the Masters class lead, with now Simon Waterfall between them and Kevin Dengate, Michael Pearce and Rob Greensmith, who are also all Masters drivers, just in behind, so they're the go through the shot. 99, Russell Halley running in 12th position, the purple car. Just ahead of George Grant, the number 69. So round Chris Curve they go. Leaders are heading down to the Mansfield, I should say. Jordan Pimley now starting to break away, perhaps, at the front of the field. The sun truly shines now at the end of the day. That's racing what's been an entertaining first day of racing here at Cadwell Park. We've got a whole second day to come tomorrow. Some new championships joining us as well for tomorrow only. So we tune in bright and early for all of the live Brscc coverage here at Cadwell Park. Many of the championships that have entertained us today will be back, but not the MX-5 Club. This is the final race of the weekend, and the drivers wanting to make the most of it. Dengate there going to give it sideways through the Hall bends. Now Tim Dorr has caught Johnny Greensmith as well. That's for 5th position. Tim Dorr, a regular in the MX-5 Championship, making an appearance in the Clubman's this weekend at a track that he really loves. Badly damaged his car actually here 12 months ago in a qualifying crash. Had to borrow somebody else's car to finish the rest of the weekend in. A big crash coming out of the gooseneck that was, and here he is now 12 months later, perhaps on the cusp of a Masters class victory, but he's going to have to find a way past John Greensmith first in order to do that. Matthew Fletcher, meanwhile, in behind Harry Dean as they head towards Park Corner. Harry Dean on the defensive. Fletcher looking to the outside. Now Matthew might know that he's got this penalty. If he does, then the sensible thing to do, honestly, is to work with Harry and not fight him. Oh dear, contact in the braking zone, and Simon Waterfall gets well and truly squeezed off the track. And he will, I think, rightfully be a bit miffed at that, because he wasn't left a lot of space as he went into the braking zone. It was Dengate, I think, who was trying to come past him. And the two met in the braking zone, and unfortunately it was Simon who ended up off the road. So lots of positions lost by the close racing driver. So yeah, there go Greensmith and Dorr through. Dengate now with no immediate threat, although Michael Pearce isn't that far behind him. Rob Greensmith next, and then Kevin Berg will move up into the top 10. The mounted section they go. Across the Hall bends to complete another lap. Kevin Berg under threat now from Del Pace and Jack Murray. Del Pace's car supporting a few more wheels from the race earlier on the front left corner there, but still going strong. Knocking on the door now, the top 10 with the issues for Simon Waterfall. Leaders have just completed another lap, and as you can see, Harry Dean and Matthew Fletcher fractionally quicker, both of them, than Jordan Pimley that time. Jordan Pimley with a 3/4 of a second lead over Harry Dean, which comes down by 10%. 10% that lap, so huge difference in lap time. Oh, has Tim Dorr got ahead of Johnny Greensmith there? Well, there goes Dengate on the grass, but who is leading in the Masters class? I think Tim Dorr's got ahead of Johnny Greensmith now for 5th position overall, but the lead in the Masters. Double check that in a moment, but no, maybe not. I think that might have been another green car ahead of Rob Greensmith. That's what was confusing me a bit further back. Yeah, Michael Pearce, that will be ahead of Rob Greensmith, 8th place actually, so the two Greensmiths confusing me. Johnny actually getting away from Tim Dorr from what I saw as they went through Park Corner. Harry Dean cannot get away from Matthew Fletcher. This battle for 2nd place is not a genuine one really. Whoa, big moment for the number 3 there of Jordan Head going through Park Corner. Not the fastest corner on the track, but you get it wrong like that, it can certainly catch your attention. Moment. I don't think he actually lost any positions with that temp slapper that he had up at the top end of the circuit. But yeah, Harry Dean sort of involved in this battle with Matthew Fletcher, but not a genuine one for position, because Matthew obviously has the time penalty to be served. 10 seconds at the moment would take him down to, I reckon, 9th place. So he's on course to lose quite a few positions. Oh, as there is Jordan Heads, got the bodywork rear bumper loose. perhaps has scared himself after that moment at Park. There was a yellow flag at Barn as well. Why was there a yellow flag at Barn corner? Someone been off between the hairpin and Barn again. No sign of anything apparently, but there was definitely a yellow flag, so I'm not quite sure what that was all about. Perhaps someone was just bouncing over the grass or something, but briefly there the marshals were waving the yellows. There's yellows at Charlie's as well. Oh, no, I'm not sure what that's for. So a few rogue yellow flags appearing around the track. Charlie's in there covered by yellows this time around. There's here the number 9 car of Jamie Turner that started 23rd on the grid, has moved its way almost into the top 10 now. He was 13th at the start of the lap, trying to find a way here past Russell Howley for 12th. So it's a little bit wide over the grass. Behind them is Kevin Dengate. So that will be one of the yellow flags, because Kevin Dengate shouldn't be there. He was 7th at the start of the lap. He's down to about 13th now, I think. So one of the yellow flags, possibly the one at Charlie's, was because Kevin Dengate had been grass tracking. The yellow at the final sector is for absolutely no idea. Race leaders then through the Hall bends. They're going to be starting the penultimate lap this time around, and Jordan Pimbley has been well and truly reeled in now by Harry Dean. Pimbley does not want to be giving a race win away to anyone, but Harry Dean at least is not his nearest championship rival, Matthew Fletcher, but it's imperative that he gets as many cars between himself and Fletcher as possible, especially with Fletcher about to have this time penalty. So Harry Dean is an unwanted threat here, definitely, for Jordan Pimbley. To the first corner they go then, sweeping through Coppice, that steeply uphill left-hander, which is such a commitment, corner flat out in a well-driven Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. Not even a comfort lift on the way in, just keep the right foot planted. There's Kevin Dengate, he's now just ahead of George Grant. These two are running 13th and 14th overall, but both running within the Masters class, 4th and 5th. Respectively in that category. That's still being led by Johnny Greensmith, now by 1.6 seconds over Tim Dorr. Let's further back, some more good battles going on heading into the first corner. Way down the order, this outside of even the top 20. I think wherever you are in the order, there's a battle to be had, particularly at the front, where Jordan Pimbley's going to have some defending to do here in the closing stages to keep Harry Dean behind him. Fletcher also part of the battle physically on track, but that 10-second penalty set to drop him well out of podium contention. There goes Paul Bateman, number 42. He's got himself ahead of Del Pace now, so that will be another place gain for the recovering number 42 car that was off the road earlier on. Del Pace has dropped down the order too. He was closer to the top 10 earlier on, as we've had the leaders getting closer and closer together now through the Hall bends. Thought for a moment there'd been a change there, but they are still in the same order. Pimbley, Dean and Fletcher. First, second and third then through Barn Corner. Final lap about to begin. And where does Harry Dean make his move? Does Harry Dean make a move, or has Jordan Pimbley got an answer to the pressure that's being applied? One more time around Cadwell Park then. And Jordan Pimbley with a lead, but only a slender one, half a second, about 1 MX-5 length as they turn into Charlie's. And then Harry Dean losing the pressure from Matthew Fletcher. Now that's the battle going on at the back of the top 10. Michael Pearce ahead of, Kevin Bird in that group, isn't he? Trying to find a way past into the first corner. Whilst that's going on, the leaders get themselves closer together. Almost looked as though Fletcher was helping Harry Dean up the hill, but not close enough to challenge for the lead at Park. Half a lap or so to go now, and that's one of the major overtaking opportunities gone. Mansfield, I suppose, is the next one, but that won't be an easy pass to make down at the bottom of the hill. Now towards the braking zone, and yeah, he's not close enough to Pimbley to challenge there, so really now you're looking at the hairpin as the last place to try and make an overtake here for Harry. Love a race win, but it's not worth risking contact, especially with one of the championship contenders. Would not be a brilliant way to end the race. Oh, speaking of which, that's Del Pace, and he's had some contact with one of the Go For It racing cars. That's the number 96 that's gone around, and is still spinning around up at Park Corner. And that's an unfortunate end to their race. Peter Bell, that was, who'd come from the back of the grid and had gained an awful lot of places, actually, to 20th. But unfortunately ending the race with a spin. The leader's then out of the final corner. Jordan Pimley heads to the checkered flag. Unless Harry Dean can beat him in a drag race to the line, it should be a Jordan Pimley victory. Dean is close, but I don't think he's quite going to have the momentum all the time to get there. Pimley gets the win. Harry Dean second. A quarter of a second between them at the flag, with Matthew Fletcher third, but will now drop down the order with this 10-second penalty. How far down will he drop? Sixth at the moment. That might be as bad as it gets, actually, because the next group were quite some way behind, so it should be a sixth place finish, I think, for Matthew Fletcher. So Pimley the winner, Dean second, Pethick third, then Greensmith, Dorr, Fletcher, Pearce, Worry, Greensmith and Bird will complete the top 10 runners. So lively stuff from the MX-5 clubmans as always, and well, fantastic action at the front of the field, particularly between Jordan Pimley and Harry Dean. Now, Matthew Fletcher finishing in 6th place is not a complete disaster. That won't be a drop score, that's for sure. He will score 90 points, I reckon, so 10 points gained, well, 11 points gained by Pimley, actually, in that race. So the gap comes down under 30 points now, getting actually down towards 20 points or so, actually. So Pimley suddenly right back in this championship fight. Very, very pleased with that indeed. So confirmation then of the results, provisionally at least, should come very shortly. And then we'll hear from our podium drivers for the final time this weekend, ahead of, as I said, a full day of racing tomorrow for the Brscc here at Cadwell Park. So be sure to tune in for that. The first race action of the weekend due to kick off at around about 20 past 10 tomorrow morning, but we may go earlier if we have the opportunity to do so. We'll have 3 extra series joining us tomorrow: the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, the Evolution Trophy, and the BMW Compact Cup. Here, though, is how they finished in the MX-5 Clubman race. Jordan Pimley gets the maximum points for the win in the fastest lap, with Harry Dean second and John Pethick third. John Greensmith got the victory in the Masters class ahead of Tim Dorr, with Matthew Fletcher 6th, Michael Pearce 7th, Jack Worry 8th, Rob Greensmith 9th, and Kevin Bird in 10th. Jamie Turner was 11th, ahead of Russell Halley in 12th position. Then it was George Grant 13th, Kevin Dengate 14th, Simon Waterfall 15th, and Christian Dan in 16th place. Will Breen, Paul Bateman, Tom Davis and Jake Pace completed the top 20, ahead of Peter Williams, Tom Cannon, Andrew Dean and Peter Bell in 24th. Then we had outside the top 24, David Scowler in 25th position, 26th for Simon Privet, with Jordan Head, Chris Whitmore and Chris Thelwell the only 3 non-finishers. So that is how they look at the end of the final race of the day then for the MX-5 Clubman Championship. And we look forward again to more action from the other 2 MX-5 series tomorrow. The Clubman drivers done for the weekend, but the Mark 1 Championship and the MX-5 Super Cup will both have a pair of races tomorrow. And they are sure to be highlights. It's going to be a very exciting day of racing. So waiting then for drivers to make their way down towards the podium area. We'll have the top 3 finishers hopefully making their way there in the near future. And hear what they all had to say for themselves, and I would be interested to hear actually whether John Pethick even realised he was on the podium actually, after sort of inheriting it with the penalty for Matthew Fletcher for the jump start. So the cars then will head to Parc Fermé, but hopefully the drivers will then very rapidly make their way down to the podium area. And we'll hear from the top 3 finishers again, with Jordan Pimley now. Well, let's see, he gained 2 points, didn't he, in the earlier race, so gap came down to 33 points. It's now going to be, I reckon, 22 points between the 2 of them, with 4 races to go. 2 at Donington Park and 2 at Silverstone. So 4 races remaining. And that's going to be a nail-biting end to the championship. Right then, let's head down to Scott Woodwis, who's got our podium drivers incoming at the end of our final MX-5 Clubman action of the weekend.
Well, that was another superb race to round off what's been a really brilliant day of racing all round here at Cadwell Park for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. Another victory for Jordan Pimley. That makes it 3 on the bounce for him in close racing. Really excellent stuff. Unfortunate for the penalty for Matt Fletcher. He may well go and appeal it. I did see a couple of the penalties at Knock Hill for similar infringements get rescinded because he'd stopped before he'd gone forwards, but I'm not a clerk of the course, the steward, so it's not really my judgment to make. But we'll let the clerk of the course decide it. I'm sure Matt will probably try and argue it out if he does. Either way, we've got the drivers coming up to make their presentations on the podium, and they're already just about all here, so we can run through them in a few moments' time. And top 3 should be all down here ready to go in just a moment, so we'll be able to run you through it and take you through them one by one. And I think we're going to get a little helper on the podium too, I think, so to hand out the trophies, to give Charlotte some assistance. So we're going to run through our podium. So in 3rd place, let's bring John Pethick up onto the podium. So here comes John. John picks up P3 and gets his trophy from Little Helper, and he's it's almost escaping. 2nd place, which goes on this occasion to Harry Dean. Well done to Harry. And taking his 2nd win of the day and his 3rd in a row in the championship, make some noise for Jordan Pimley. Gets the trophy in there. He runs off with the hat.
Thank you.
And quickly brings it back again. So there's the top 3 on the podium, and we'll quickly take a snap before we have a chat to the our final top 3 of the day. Applause all round, and let's bring them off the podium and have a chat. First of all with Jordan. It does smell like champagne. You can spray yours in a minute or drink it, but either way.
2 bottles to drink now.
You have, but 3 wins in a row, double here for Cadwell for the championship.
Absolutely.
It takes some points out of Matt. The penalty helps you a little bit as well, of course, but we'll see how that plans out. But I don't think you could have asked for a better day, could you?
No, absolutely not. The car's been an absolute rocket ship all weekend. Credit to the close racing team. They've done a fabulous job all weekend. I can't be happy with them.
What do you think's made the difference in these last couple of rounds? Is it simply just the setup of the car? Is it, have you felt best in yourself as a driver? Is it a combination of different things? What do you think's made the difference?
So at Snetterton, we ended up changing the throttle body, because the car's been hunting around on the idle all year, and it turns out it's actually massively down on power. So obviously that extra power always helps. I was overdriving before to compensate for that, so now it's just a beauty to drive.
So now, of course, we've got a couple more rounds to go. I guess your task is simply just where you can take, if possible, take as many points that you can out of the lead and just keep hoping the results go in your favour.
Well, that's the aim, yeah. I was sat in my van just kind of contemplating the end of the season, and I said to myself, you know, if I finish second, I finish second, what'll be will be. But obviously I'm going to take the fight to Matt and try and catch him in the championship.
Well, you've driven superbly all weekend, so well done.
Mega.
Congratulations. Great stuff. We'll see it in the next rounds. Excellent. Let's bring Harry Dean in for 2nd place. Harry, your car's been just about as quick as anyone else's this weekend, and I think that if any sponsors possibly watch, I think you've given them some reason to give you a call, I think.
Yeah, the car's really good. I haven't actually had to make any changes this weekend whatsoever. I was just doing the track day on the Thursday evening, and the car's been pretty much good all round. Same when I first started at Croft, pretty much unchanged. The car does quite a lot of the work for me, but that race was incredible. Some of the racing in this Clubman Championship, it's been probably the best races that I've had ever since starting racing back in 2014.
That team boss yours knows what he's doing then?
Yeah, well, I've turned from racing driver to mechanic, and now I'm back out in the car again to do all this. I'm really grateful for AB Motorsport to keep me in the hospitality tent. It's the best thing about the weekend is to be in with the team. But yeah, really pleased with second today.
You're looking forward to the rest of the season now, last 2 rounds?
Yeah, I've already booked for the rest of the season now, so looking forward to Donington. I might do both the Clubman and the Championship, seeing as I can't get the test day on the Friday, just to see what that's like, get back in there again. But yeah, looking forward to both of those.
What starts scaring these championship leaders a bit too often?
Yeah, well, some of us drivers, we do compare lap times and everything, and the racing up the front is pretty clean, and you can kind of trust each other to a certain aspect that makes the racing really enjoyable.
Great stuff. Well, you've driven superbly all day, mate. Well done. Thanks. See you for the next one. Excellent. And let's see if we can bring John as well. John Pethick, if he's around to have a quick chat. John, here he is. Fourth on the road, but you picked up third, so it's a trophy, but I think you'll take it however it comes, won't you?
I will, yeah. Apparently Matt got a false start.
Yeah, it's a jump start penalty, we believe, 10 seconds.
I vaguely remember that, yeah. But I noticed he had got one about 2 laps in on the pit board, so after that I was mindful of that, and it was pretty it was quite good halfway through when the 4 of us got together again, but I quickly lost touch with the top 3 after that. But still really glad to get with the result. Yeah.
Good to get back on the podium, because you've had a slightly up and down season, I think. I mean, but it's good to get back up there and get a couple of trophies to take home.
We have, yeah. We've got 3 podiums at Anglesey, but apart from that, yeah, we've had all sorts of positions this year. Yeah.
Well, it looks like you found the groove at the end of the day.
We did, yeah, and thanks to my family for helping me do this, and yeah, having a great day, yeah.
Well done, congratulations, we'll see you at the next one. Excellent stuff. And that concludes then our race day action for Saturday here at Cadwell Park. Thanks to everyone who's watched and tuned in. If you haven't done already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and hit the like button and turn on notifications, do all of that, and it'll make sure that you don't miss all the action for tomorrow when it all starts again first thing in the morning. We're joined by 3 championships and series to add to the timetable today. We've got, for the weekend, we've got the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, the Nanking BMW Compact Cup, and the Brscc Evolution Trophy, and that also joins with more action from the MX-5 Championship and MX-5 Super Cup, as well as the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, Fiesta ST150 Challenge, and on top of that as well the Modified Ford Series and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone, but that seems to be the majority that are going to be out on track. So for everyone that's watched today, congratulations to all of our winners and all of our fantastic races that we've had today from start to finish, and make sure you tune in tomorrow bright and early first thing tomorrow morning for more action here at Cadwell Park, courtesy of the Brscc. From all of us here, have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here at the mini-Nurburgring of the North. Bye for now.